The cricket struggled as hard as it could, but eventually, the ruby on its head began to shine. And then, something else appeared on the creature's head. Hansen saw a 1-meter-wide red saw manifest. It began to spin around and around like a rotor, trimming all the vines that had ensnared it. The holy vines were thick like arms, but they were weed-whacked away in just a couple of seconds. Hansen ran. There were no other creatures around to occupy the cricket and buy him the time to build up a coin with immense power. He knew there was no hope of fighting the cricket under the circumstances. While the red cricket was still trapped, Hansen wanted to run as far as he could, and hopefully get out of its sight for good. But after 2 miles of running, Hansen heard the tsetse sounds again. It was catching up swiftly. The scariest thing was that its ruby saws were still spinning as it pursued Hansen. If it could tear the holy vines to shreds, Hansen would be sliced in two with little to no effort. Hansen kept on running, but the cricket was closing the gap. The situation became even worse when Hansen noticed he was racing towards a dead end. D***it. Hansen thought to himself. He scanned the walls all around, hoping there was a passage he could slip into and keep up the escape. There were so many caves and tunnels in the underworld, but unfortunately, this one big wall didn't have the slightest crevice. Hansen ducked to the left. Fortunately, the cave was wide and he did not have to go back. Hansen stopped after a few more steps. Nothing was blocking him or anything, but the cricket had stopped 30 meters away from him. If Hansen ran back now, the distance between him and the cricket would reduce. The red-headed cricket screeched and squealed at Hansen, but it did not move or come any closer. As Hansen thought the scenario strange, and pondered what it meant, Bauer said, "Dad, look behind you. Isn't that just a wall?" Hansen wondered, but he still looked back. And what he saw gave him a shock. The uneven wall, that seemed comprised of discs, was actually populated by a number of shells. The shellfish on the wall were all opening up, revealing the red meat that was inside them. There were many of them, all within a few hundred meters. And they all opened up their shells, showing off the sickly red meat inside. Some of these stone shells had pearls inside. The jewels they possessed were the size of a man's fist and had a pinkish hue. Hansen didn't plan to take anything, of course. He couldn't even tell what level the stone shells were, but the cricket must have had a reason to stop chasing him. Hansen wagered it must have had something to do with the shells. Hansen gave them a scan with his Dongxian aura, but the results surprised him. While there were a few sacred blood variants amongst them, the horde of shells was primarily composed of primitive and mutant types. They didn't seem like the sort of enemy the cricket might fear. The fact that the cricket had stopped perplexed Hansen. Hansen was sandwiched, with a cricket behind him and a wall comprised of shells in front of him. While the stone shells did not seem that strong, there had to be something wrong with them that made the cricket not dare take a step closer. They must have had a special power or something that struck fear into the hearts of super creatures. As Hansen wondered what was going on, the meat of each shell reached out like a tongue. They were all going right for Hansen. You could not imagine how strange it was to have a wall full of wretched tongues reach out for you. The tongues were incredibly stretchy, and they became longer and longer as if their lengths were infinite. Hansen saw the meat and saw the cricket. Defiantly standing his ground, he pulled out Taya to cut the tongues down. The shells were not very powerful, and Hansen was thankful they were foes he was able to deal with. He knew for sure he could not take out the red cricket. Taya's sharpness was useless in the fourth god's sanctuary, but its hardness was still good enough. If you had enough power, the weapon could still be useful. With Taya and his strength, Hansen was able to cut through the incoming tongues. After the blade was driven through, they immediately fell to the ground and stopped moving. Where the tongues had been cut would profusely bleed pink blood. They reeled back to their shells with alarming speed to lick their wounds. They really are just mutant creatures. They don't seem very strong. Hansen was happy to learn how weak they were. Hansen continued to wave Taya, dropping all the tongues coming for him. After a while, they all gave up. The shells aren't very special. What is the cricket afraid of? Hansen asked himself, observing the cricket. The red cricket was slowly stepping backward. But this just gave Hansen a heightened chill. Although it had not been revealed, he knew there was something up with the shells. It could not have been that simple. Before Hansen could turn around to take a look, the entire cavern began to shake and rumble. Rocks broke from the ceiling, falling down dangerously. Hansen dodged the falling stones and took a look at the wall. His eyes opened wide with shock, and he found himself immediately running back towards the cricket. Now Hansen understood what the cricket was afraid of, and he'd much rather fight the insect than the new threat. There was a wall behind Hansen that was a few hundred meters long. And suddenly, a large crack had developed horizontally across it. It was like a crevice to hell, and a red light bled out from its opening, as if it was ready to swallow all that gazed upon it. The wall was a giant stone shell, and the many stone shells Hansen had previously been dealing with were all fixed to its body. The giant stone shell king opened up its few hundred-meter-long body, and the meat that swiftly flooded out was like a tidal wave. Hansen was unable to dodge, and he soon found himself tongue-tied. The redhead cricket was also snared, and the two were dragged back toward the shell. There was a liquid coating the meat, and it worked like an adhesive. It prevented the redhead cricket from escaping. The cricket used its ruby-colored saw to try to shred its way free. The ruby saw was surprisingly effective, too, as it chipped away much of the meat holding it in place. But more of that meat came from elsewhere, catching the ruby saw. Like a grinder, the saw began to spin, but it was soon clogged. The meat came in from behind and slowed it down more and more until it was jammed and rendered ineffective. Hansen waved Taya at the meat that had grabbed hold of him, and he got himself free. The liquid did not work on Hansen's super king spirit body. As quick as he could, Hansen gripped Bauer tighter and tried flying away to get out of that cave. But the water-like flesh tried to stop and consume them once more. Hansen dodged as best as he could, but he was eventually grabbed by the meat. The meat was like a sleeping bag, and it managed to wrap up Hansen and Bauer both. With his limbs all tied up, Hansen found himself unable to do anything that might help him escape now. The red meat was like the tide of the sea, washing out and pulling back into the ocean that was the shell. The few hundred-meter-long crevice that formed its mouth was like a veritable hellmouth. And it was ready to swallow Hansen and the cricket. Hansen did not know in what way the Stoneshell King could kill its prey, as the meat could only trap him. And it was difficult for Hansen to tell whether or not he was inside the shell. Hansen was unable to escape the meat, as it was a super creature's body. Hansen had nowhere near enough strength to break free at his current stage. The weakest of super creatures had 100,000 fitness, and right now, Hansen only had a fitness level of 40,000. Not even Super King Spirit Mode could balance those odds. But because Hansen had escaped the meat at first and gained a bit of distance before being grabbed back, the cricket was the first to end up in the shell. And inside there, Hansen could see a big white ball residing in its center. It must have been the pearl possessed by the Shell King. It was a few meters wide, like one large orb. When the cricket was pulled inside, that pearl lit up with an ominous, red-colored glow. The red light inside the shell looked alive, in a suppressed and mysterious manner. The red light shined on the cricket, turning the would-be victim a shade of red, too. And soon after, its hardy body was like steel dropped into a vat of acid. It began to melt and fizz away. Hansen was horrified upon seeing this. If the cricket had no chance of withstanding such a wretched power, then he wouldn't last a second. The soft meat was pulling him in quickly, and Hansen did not have the time to get away. He struggled the best he could, thinking, it's all over. I even dragged Bauer into this. Hansen looked at Bauer, and he was surprised to see she had managed to get away from the meat. Her eyes were fixed on the red, hellish object inside the shell. Bauer, throw the grenade mushroom inside. Hansen transferred the super beast soul grenade mushroom to her. Why? Bauer asked, with a look of confusion. Hansen was only 2 meters from certain doom. He didn't have the time to explain, so he shouted, just throw it in. Bauer blinked and summoned the super grenade mushroom. Then, she lobbed it inside the shell. The moment Hansen was about to be dragged inside, the grenade rolled along the plush meat of the interior. Hansen thought he could escape when it exploded. But when the mushroom hit the meat, it must have been too soft. The mushroom didn't detonate. Oh sh*t. Hansen screamed, as he was dragged into the shell. The red light shined on him, and immediately, he felt his skin bubble as if he was being fried alive. It felt terrible. With no hesitation, Hansen summoned his bulwark umbrella. But the red light was able to melt the umbrella as well, and its shielding wouldn't last very long. Bronze Geno cores are too weak, but still, holding on for a few seconds against the powers of a super Geno core is nothing to scoff at, Hansen said to himself, while his mind raced for a way he might escape this predicament. Unfortunately, his entire body was tied up and he couldn't even wiggle his fingers. Bauer looked uncomfortable, too, and she tried getting herself snug beneath the umbrella. Dad, the light is annoying. Let's get out of here, Bauer pleaded. Hansen gave a wry smile, as he wanted to leave, as well. He told Bauer, you get out of here first, I'll catch up with you later. If Dad doesn't leave, then I won't leave. Bauer shook her head. Hansen wished to say something more, but he suddenly felt loose. He felt as if he was miraculously made free again. Hansen was delighted by this, but the sudden release didn't mean he was free, it was because the shell had already closed. The meat let him go, so the light could incinerate him a little faster. The cricket was released, too. It desperately tried to claw the shell to get free, but its ruby saw was still wrapped up. It seemed even the Shell King was afraid of the insect using that to slice its way out. Bulwark Umbrella began to develop a few holes, and Hansen did not have much time. He knew he had to do something. Hansen summoned his crystal egg, pulled his arm back, and launched it towards the grenade mushroom. The crystal egg was like a meteor. It soared to the grenade mushroom within a second. Hansen held on to Bauer and jumped onto the meat, using the umbrella to protect them near the edge of the shell. He hoped the mushroom would not detonate right away, as it would obliterate him and the umbrella. The power of a super grenade mushroom was sure to be frightening. Pang! The crystal egg hit the grenade mushroom, but it didn't blow up. The mushroom instead bounced towards the red pearl. Hansen was super happy, and he was relieved to see the grenade had not yet detonated. The crystal egg had just worked to make it softer, and this was the exact result he desired. When the grenade mushroom hit the red pearl, it didn't blow up because it had softened. But the crystal egg bounced around the interior of the shell until it ended up hitting the grenade mushroom again. When this hit came, the rubber-like status it had inflicted on the grenade went away. And just after this happened, the mushroom hit the pearl. Hansen didn't even look that way. He tried burrowing into the meat for protection, ensuring Bauer's safety first by tucking her in. Boom! A strong shockwave annihilated all the red meat in the shell, generating a mushroom cloud of epic proportions. Hansen felt as if he was getting thrown away by that wave at first, and then, it felt as if he had been hit by a train. The umbrella shielded the duo from most of that fierce power, but it didn't last too long. It broke, and Hansen quickly began spewing blood. Pang! Hansen did not even know what he had hit, but his head had suffered a nasty blow. His bones felt shattered, and his eardrums blew out to fill him with an incomprehensible noise. Hansen did not care about this much, though. He only wanted to protect Bauer from as much of the damage as he could. After a while, the clarity of his head improved. His vision was still a little blurry, his ears were still ringing, and his bones were hurting fiercely. But Hansen knew he hadn't died. He could feel intense pain, and that informed him he was alive. It also told him he was in very bad shape. Dad. Dad. Are you okay? After a while, Hansen heard the familiar voice trying to break through the buzzing sounds inside his ears. Hansen opened his eyes to great difficulty, and there, he saw Bauer in great worry. Dad is fine, Hansen said, but even that short dialogue had him coughing up blood. The pain made Hansen feel awake, and his vision and hearing slowly began to improve. Bauer's clothes were red, and he was unsure whether it was his blood or hers. Hansen wished to employ Dongxian Aura to find out more about their current situation, but he was too weak to even activate it. It was at this point Hansen began to comprehend how badly damaged he was. He couldn't even begin to guess the number of bones he'd broken. His arms and legs were all twisted and disfigured. The crystal egg and bulwark umbrella had both been destroyed in the explosion, and that contributed to how badly damaged he currently was. The explosion was even greater than Hansen had imagined it would be. When the grenade mushroom detonated right next to the pearl, it was immediately annihilated. The explosion was incredibly brutal. Hansen could not even stand right now. His eyes were swollen and bleeding, too. The blood mucked up his eyes, tinting his vision red. Hansen looked around, as well as his injured neck would allow him to. It must have been broken in the explosion, and simply turning it had Hansen groaning in pain. Fortunately, he was a demigod. Ordinary people would have died at the precise point of detonation. Dad, are you okay? Bauer was worried, pacing around Hansen as she spoke. I am fine. Are you hurt? Hansen asked, right before he started coughing up blood again. I am fine. Bauer shook her head. She blew wind at Hansen's wound, saying, Mom said if you blow on injuries, they feel better. She's right. I feel better already. Hansen felt relieved, knowing Bauer was okay. His current wounds wouldn't kill him, and he'd live, provided there were no more enemies skulking about. Hansen was lying against a curved wall. He was still inside the shell, and the meat had become chunky gore that had sprayed across everywhere. Then Hansen saw something shiny, dripping down. He looked up and saw 100-meter-wide hole high above. The light was coming from there. Apparently, the Shell King had died. Hansen figured that the cricket had too, considering that he could no longer see it. Hansen sighed. Fortunately, there were no more enemies about, either. He had no chance of fighting in his current state. Hansen tried to gather up his strength so he could instigate his own healing. If he had time, he could recover by himself. And so he did, and after a while, Hansen's seventh sense began to feel better. He resumed looking at the big hole high above. There was light, but it was not sunlight. Outside that cave was still the underworld, and far above, Hansen could still see a ceiling. And in the cave, Hansen could see a light. It was light blue in color, and he was unsure what was producing it. This was not the same cave as the one he had initially entered. It was a different cave that existed behind the Shell King's body. It was bigger than the last cave, that much he could tell. I hope no one is out there. Hansen gave a wry smile, as he could no longer fight. Hansen looked into his sea of soul, wanting to summon the unicorn to take him away from there. But in the sea of soul, he saw a familiar shadow. Redhead Cricket? I got this beast soul? Hansen was happy seeing this. Hansen had no clue what had transpired in the midst of that devastating explosion. Both him and Bauer had survived, and now, Hansen was seeing the Redhead Cricket's beast soul. The sanctuary must have thought that he had killed Stoneshell King and Redhead Cricket. Hansen thought he might have heard the announcement during the explosion, but he hadn't been able to focus at the time. I cannot believe I got a super beast soul. I wonder what type it is. Hansen examined the Redhead Cricket beast soul. Super Beast Soul Red Crystal Cricket, Pet Armor Type. Hansen was rather surprised, as it had been a long time since he last had a beast soul purposed for a pet's usage. He had seen many lower-tier ones, but he had only ever once seen a super beast soul of this type. Although it wasn't for him, it was still useful. If he gave this armor to a meat shield pet, their defense would skyrocket. If given to a creature like the rhino, it could continue providing heals and not get killed. If Little Silver wore it, he'd make a fierce attacker and healer. Still, it was a shame that neither the rhino nor Little Silver were actually pet beast souls. They wouldn't be able to make use of the armor Hansen had just received. Little Angel was quite the damage dealer, and with the protection provided by this armor, she'd be able to fight better than ever. But unfortunately for him, Little Angel was still evolving. In his current situation, Hansen did not have a pet beast soul he could give it to. While it had to be shelved for now, at least any pet beast soul he might procure in the future could be given the armor set and have super-level defense. Bauer, take a look around and see if the Cricket and Shell King left behind any life geno essences, Hansen said to Bauer. Bauer quickly crawled over, and after rummaging around for a bit, she returned from Grenade Mushroom's ground zero with 2 crystals. They were both small, but Hansen could tell which crystal belonged to which creature. It had nothing to do with their presences or auras, it was just through their looks. He could identify each with stark contrast. These life geno essences were different than those found in the other 3 sanctuaries. They weren't merely crystals now, as they seemed to resemble small figurines of their former selves. They were only fist-sized, but they looked remarkably alive. One was a pink scallop shell, while the other was unmistakably a cricket. Do I absorb these the same way, too? This was the first time Hansen had received a life geno essence like this, and he wondered if the process was the same. But now that he was too damaged, he was not capable of simulating either the cricket nor the Shell King's energy flow. Due to this, he had to pocket them for now. The red cricket did not leave any flesh behind, but the Shell King did. Even after the explosion, there was still a lot of meat left. From what Hansen knew, humans could not eat super creature flesh. Only pets and creatures could consume their remains. Unfortunately, even if he could, there was too much meat for him to eat. And he hadn't brought any of his creature companions with him, and nor did he have a pet that could make use of the Shell King's flesh. Plus, Hansen was worried the flesh might draw other creatures to it. Caring little for his wounds, Hansen just wanted to get back to summoning the unicorn and leaving there as fast as he could. Before he moved, a shadow entered from the big hole that was the result of the explosion. Hansen was given a shock. He was too injured to fight, so meeting other creatures was a dire thing. The creature looked like a crocodile, but its scales were blue. When it entered, it began to eat the meat. Fortunately, it didn't pay Hansen any attention. Hansen was unable to use his Dongxian aura to read what its level was, but he could tell from a mere look that the crocodile was strong. Hansen summoned his unicorn then, wanting to leave as soon as he could. The creature, thankfully, was not at all interested in them. Hansen held on to his pain and lifted himself up onto the unicorn. The unicorn leaped out of the hole and landed on top of the shell. Hansen was finally able to tell where the blue light was coming from as well. The cave behind the shell was decked out in blue, luminous mushrooms. The light was their glow. As Hansen saw those, he was also able to see a group of creatures that had amassed at the bottom of the shell. It was a swarm of various insects, all in different shapes and sizes. Their numbers were incredible, and Hansen couldn't even comprehend how many had come. There were more and more coming his way, like a flooding tide. When they saw Hansen and the unicorn, they all squealed and screamed at them. Still, they didn't dare to try climbing the fallen Shell King. Hansen rode the unicorn back into the shell, acknowledging there was no way for him to get past that legion. Back inside the shell, Hansen put the unicorn away, in case it triggered the ire of the crocodile. Hansen did not know the creature's level, but he assumed the fear of the creatures outside stemmed from that thing. Guessing its level was easy. I hope he doesn't have an appetite for human flesh. Hansen was unable to fight. Without the super grenade mushroom, he had no hope of fighting a super creature. Luckily, it still wasn't directing any concern or interest towards Han Senator. The creature's focus was still fixed on the meat. Hansen used his Danshin Sutra to recover, hoping he could feel better so he could leave. If the crocodile finished the soft meat, it might end up turning on him. There was too much meat, though. It had been scoffing down what it could for at least half a day, and even after all that time, it had only eaten 1 out of 40 equally sized portions. After it was full, the crocodile laid down to rest. It showed no signs of leaving. Hansen ran his Danshin Sutra all day, but it recovered extremely slowly. He also asked Bauer to take a look outside, and much to his dismay, the hordes of creatures hadn't budged. At this rate, the crocodile is going to finish the Shell King's meat. Hansen tried to think of a means of escape. Suddenly, Hansen's mind turned to the Ganoderma mushrooms he had found inside the eggshell. Perhaps they would help heal his wounds. Hansen took one out of the cruel bottle and had a small bite. As soon as his teeth sunk into it, the thing melted in his mouth. Hansen felt as if he was in a warm room, and he swiftly felt his body heating up. The damaged bones and flesh were healing with miraculous haste. Noticing the magic that the red Ganoderma mushrooms were working, Hansen took a much bigger bite into the cap. It immediately felt as if his entire body was on fire. He was healing fast, and the wounds were all sealing up nicely. Good stuff. Hansen was hoping they could give a boost to his life force. He had never expected they could heal him so well. The skin was easy to heal, but bones and veins were not. Fortunately, the red Ganoderma was able to provide effective healing for all three. Hansen stayed in the shell for 4 days, until he was fully healed. Without those red mushrooms, it would have taken at least 10 times that long. This is good. It's a shame there was only 7 and I've eaten 1. That means there are only 6 left, Hansen thought, with a greedy desire. His body felt better, but that was all that had changed. The crocodile and the monsters outside were still there. He went out of the shell to take a look at things and used his Danshin aura to scan the crowds. Much to his dismay, he was able to detect super creatures in their midst. If not even super creatures dare come in here to eat the meat, how strong must the crocodile be? Hansen was shocked, to say the least. Luckily, the crocodile was still focused on the meat inside the shell. It had yet to pay any attention to Hansen and Bauer. Hansen wouldn't dare touch the crocodile, especially now that he had detected 2 super creatures down below. With all the sacred and mutant class creatures buffering the crowds, Hansen thought it was too reckless for him to try to escape that way. As such, he decided to stay. What do we do? Hansen did not want to stay, and he doubted that the crocodile would continue to ignore them after it had finished off the Shell King's meat. If the crocodile did show an interest in the 2, things would turn sour. If he left now, he wouldn't have to fight the spooky crocodile, but there was no guarantee he could escape the horde safely. Hansen watched the creatures from inside the shell, hoping there'd be a shift or an opportunity that might score him a chance to escape. But more and more creatures were coming over time, and with every second that passed, the chances of leaving got slimmer. Hansen noticed a problem, then. For the first few days, the creatures did not dare get too close to the shell. But now their patience was growing thin, and they were inching their way closer. The creatures that were able to fly had been bold enough to circle the hole. When that occurred, the crocodile roared at them, which prompted them to disperse. It looks like it's only a matter of time before they decide to breach this place and enter. When that happens, the crocodile will have no choice but to fight them. Perhaps I can escape in the midst of all that chaos, Hansen thought to himself. If Hansen wasn't going anywhere right now, he could only spend his time practicing the Danshin Sutra and Jade Skin so he could regenerate the Bulwark Umbrella and the Crystal Core. Getting them back was easier than generating them the first time had been. All it took, more than anything, was time. Hansen tried to absorb the 2 life geno essences he had retrieved, but for some reason, he was unable to. Hansen tried to simulate the creature's energy flows, but it was to no avail. He guessed he might have been too weak to do that, in his current form. Hansen tried researching and experimenting for a while, but he was unable to pinpoint why he couldn't absorb the life geno-essences. He did notice that the energy inside them was strange, and somewhat different than what he had seen before. It was like the two life geno-essences were not just power, there was a life inside. The Shell King and the Red Cricket are dead. How can their life geno-essences harbor a life force? It's almost as if these things are unborn eggs. Does this mean they can come back to life? Hansen thought, but he was unsure whether or not that was true. 2 days later, the impatience of the creatures outside rose. Many of the flying creatures were spending time on top of the shell, while the ground ones were right against its bottom. They all looked hungry and greedy. None of them cared about the crocodiles roaring anymore, so it had actually stopped trying to scare them off. As long as the creatures did not enter, the crocodile would ignore them. It looks like they're going to come in soon. I wonder what they are waiting for. Hansen thought. A few hours later, Hansen heard a noise. The creatures had formed a path, and traversing that was a horned creature with a turtle-like body and a snake-like head. It climbed into the shell without any hesitation. When the snake turtle came inside, so too did the rest of the creatures. Quickly, things got out of hand. Every creature was like a hungry wolf, desperately leaping at every morsel of flesh they could grab. They must have been waiting for the snake turtle. I guess now my time has come. Hansen was so happy. The messier the fray, the better it would be for him and his escape. All the creatures that came pouring in made the crocodile furious. It roared and summoned its geno core, which was like a giant pair of scissors. They were blue and the blades were cruelly serrated. They immediately swung open to cut a few of the creatures in half. The scissors flashed into the group of creatures, destroying everything that came into contact with them. The two creatures Hansen believed to be super creatures avoided the scissors, not willing to fight the geno core face to face. They didn't even summon geno cores of their own to make battle. It is no wonder they were all afraid of coming. The crocodile's geno core is too strong, and it cuts everything in half. It's scarier than the red crystal cricket's ruby slicer. Hansen was in quite a shock. He looked at the snake turtle. The creatures all waited for the snake turtle to come. It must have been in the belief it could effectively make battle with the crocodile. Hansen looked at the snake turtle. It didn't care about the other creatures. The snake's upper body merely grabbed a hunk of meat and began ravaging it down. It paid no attention to the nearby slaughter and the crocodile's scissors. It didn't see the scissors, but when it ate the meat, it incited the anger of the crocodile. The crocodile roared, and the scissors flew forward to cut the snake turtle. The snake turtle was not afraid, though. It continued munching on the meat, as its body began to flash. A copper bell appeared to shield its own body and prevent the scissors from reaching it. Dong! There was a metal noise. The scissors banged against the bell, unable to cut it in half. Under the protection of the copper bell, the snake turtle could eat the meat unopposed. And while the crocodile's attention had been drawn to the snake turtle, the lesser creatures in the vicinity used that opportunity to chow down on the meat. As the place descended into chaos, Hansen took off running. Suddenly, a sword cleaved through the air, and plumes of feathers choked the sky as many of the flying creatures were killed. The snake turtle and the crocodile stopped fighting when they saw this. No longer interested in the meat, they started to scuttle away in different directions. Where are you going? Hansen heard a woman's voice call out from the sky, as another sword swipe reached for the crocodile. The movement was too quick for Hansen to make out the wielder of that weapon, but it cut down the crocodile in a flash. The crocodile used its scissors to try to block the incoming attack, but it wasn't fast enough. Then, a scream echoed. The sword cut through the crocodile's head, and its lifeless body dropped down onto the shell. The creatures were all fighting against each other in a bid to escape now, even the super creatures. Even they did not want the meat anymore. Hansen was shocked. The crocodile was incredibly strong, and he hadn't expected a sword-wielding phantom to one-hit kill it so simply. Hansen thought he had heard this voice before. When that person put away the sword, and he got a closer look, he was shocked. She was the master of the demigod association. She was someone who probably had a connection to Han Jinji. "Why are you here?" The woman frowned, seeing Hansen there. "I got chased by creatures, and I ended up in here. I didn't expect to see you here." "You must be so powerful to one-hit super creatures like that," Hansen said, looking up at the woman. Fortunately, he had exited his super king spirit before the encounter. He had done so to save power. Had he not done this, the woman might have thought he was a creature and killed him. The woman coldly responded, "There is a lot more you don't know. Do you really think you're the first super aristocrat in the Alliance?" "No, but I know you and the other members of Blood Legion are stronger than I am." Hansen shrugged. "Good. Then let's go." When the woman said that, she turned around. "Go where?" Hansen frowned. He did not want to associate or interact with that woman here. The woman said, "It is good to see you here, and there is something I need you to do. I have important matters to attend to." "I'm not sure I can spare the time to help you," Hansen declined. The woman stopped, turned around, and coldly said, "You can reject me, sure, but you can't reject my sword. If you try to leave, I'll arrange for you and my sword to become well acquainted." "Do I have a choice?" Hansen shrugged again. "Yes. Death is always a choice." The woman spoke with surprising sincerity. Who would willingly choose death while they're living? Hansen sighed and simply followed. The crocodile's body disappeared after the kill, and not even its flesh was left behind. Still, the woman collected its life geno essence and even received its geno core crocodile scissors. Hansen knew he wouldn't be able to beat her, so he followed her. The woman seemed to ignore Hansen on their way, but she took him for a long walk through the underworld. She behaved differently than she had in the Alliance. In the Alliance, none were able to sense her true power. Here, merely being in her presence told you she was frighteningly powerful. No creature would dare approach her. Hansen wanted to ask her a few questions, but after firing them, he received no answer. She ignored him. After a few more repeated tries, he stopped. They walked in this manner for 2 whole days. Eventually, they left the underworld via some cave on a mountainside. "Where are we going?" Hansen looked around, acknowledging it to be a place he was unfamiliar with. He could not tell where Shadow Shelter was from there. Surprisingly, the woman said, "To my shelter." "Your shelter? Is it a human shelter?" Hansen asked in shock. "Who told you I'm human?" the woman coldly said. Hansen was shocked. He used his Dongxian aura to scan her, and while she was very strong, he still got the sense she was a human. "What are you, if you aren't a human? A spirit?" Hansen kidded. "Han Jinji didn't tell you anything?" the woman said, frowning. "If I knew, I wouldn't need to ask you." Hansen felt lame. He didn't even know if he was actually the heir of Teacher Han. Hansen thought she would tell him something, but she groaned and said, "This has nothing to do with what you need to do. It doesn't matter." The woman kept on walking after that, but she actually started answering questions for Hansen. "At least tell me what I'm doing? And your name. What is it? I can't keep calling you woman." Hansen wasn't going to give up yet. The woman hesitated a little, and then said, "You'll know once we get there. And in regards to my name, call me whatever you wish to. It's merely a title." "That's not really an answer." Hansen's heart sank, and after that, the woman went back to ignoring him again. The woman summoned a beast. Hansen sat on it, and it didn't take him long to discover it was a super mount. It was blisteringly quick. But even at that speed, the mount had to run for 4 days straight before they reached the shelter. As Hansen expected, the place was massive. It had been built on a floating island draped with clouds like a heavenly scene. The floating island had no simple palace, though. What was there was a city, and it was clearly a super shelter. But Han Sen did not see a single human there in the shelter. There were far more spirits than creatures residing there, as well. The scariest thing was that the spirits and creatures there were all remarkably strong. They weren't much weaker than Han Sen, which meant they were sacred blood creatures and royal spirits at the very least. When they saw the woman, they all bowed. They all either greatly admired her or feared her. They were curious about the person sitting next to her, Han Senator. They inquisitively guessed who he might be, and what sort of person would be allowed to tag along so casually. Han Sen followed the woman to the spirit hall of the shelter, and she sat down on the throne there. Han Sen looked around him and saw that there were no other chairs. So, he stood. Not long after, Han Sen saw a number of powerful spirits enter the hall. Every spirit that walked in had a life force equivalent to that of the red cricket. That meant the entrants of the hall were at least king class in caliber. But they were all clad in grey cloaks, obscuring their faces. When the spirits arrived, all of them bowed before the woman. And politely, they all bid her, "Greetings, my master." Then they split up and stood at both ends of the hall. Not long after, both sides of the hall were skirted with a large number of these spirits. There were 20 to 30 king-class spirits. Han Sen was shocked seeing them, as they all appeared to be of the same visual distinction. Han Sen's senses told him that their bodies and energy were all very similar. It could have been a family of spirits, for all he knew, like the Dark Spirit tribe. Maybe she really isn't human? Otherwise, how does she rule and preside over such a large and powerful family? Han Sen thought this entire scenario was strange. But still, despite repeated readings of the woman, she still seemed human to him. The 20 to 30 king spirits all turned to look at Han Sen, then. It was obvious they thought his presence there was strange. Fortunately, Han Sen had been in similar situations in the past. The king spirits were all very strong, but they didn't scare him. He continued to stand where he was unfazed. Bauer looked around in curiosity. If Han Sen didn't hold her tight, she'd squirm free and head for the spirit statue. "Is everyone present?" the woman asked, scanning the lines of spirits. "Master, aside from Ghost Moon, all are present." A spirit to her left politely informed her. "Why is Ghost Moon absent?" the woman asked with a frown. The spirit said, "You asked us to borrow something from outer sky. I sent Ghost Moon there." The woman nodded and responded, "Then there is no need to wait for her. I have something to announce. From now on, he is our priest of Elysium Shelter." When the woman said this, all the spirits around looked shocked. "Master, we can't do that. The priest has always been chosen from within our tribe. How can you allow an outsider to accept such a distinguished role?" "Master, I see a bronze light in him. He is a creature with a bronze geno core. How can he be our priest?" The entire spirit hall was kicked into a frenzy as the spirits all begged and pleaded for their mistress to recall her decree. They all went down on the floor, too, to underline their sincerity. Only Han Sen remained on his feet. Han Sen was frozen, and he didn't even know what the role of priest would mean. And while it sounded like something of power and import, he wasn't planning on sticking around this place. But, quite obviously, whether he became a priest or not wasn't Han Sen's call to make, so he decided to remain quiet and just watch. He was going to see how things unfolded first. "Master, Ghost Moon is a far better candidate than this creature. She is a much greater choice," the spirit to her left said. "There is nothing for any of you to say. My mind on this matter is settled. Return at once." The woman cared little for their pleading, and she gestured with her hand for them to leave her be. After that, the spirits turned to leave. They looked awfully upset, but they did not dare disrespect the mistress they had pledged allegiance to. Their eyes swept across Han Sen in simmering anger. When the king spirits had all vacated the hall, and the door was shut, Hansen bore a wry smile. I'm just a human with a bronze geno core. I don't think I can do much for you. Why not just select a strong one of them to be your priest? The woman coldly said, I have my reasons for selecting you. Just play your part. I'm afraid of being too weak to accomplish that which you desire of me. Hansen looked bitter. The woman suddenly smiled. She actually looked quite beautiful, and it stilled Hansen's heart instantly. Well, perhaps she needs some motivation. If you do perform poorly, I will have your head. The woman said this with that same smile. I didn't say I could do this. But you're forcing me to commit to all this, and now you're threatening to cut my head off if I fail. It's not fair. Hansen tried to debate with her. It's not fair because I am stronger than you. That's a good enough reason for you to do anything I tell you, the woman said. Fine. Hansen said no more, and he was willing to accept his role as the priest, given the circumstances. At least tell me what this role requires of me, first. If it's for me to go out and kill super creatures, then I can't help you there, Hansen said. The woman smiled, we don't need you to kill super creatures. The priest of Elysium's shelter only has one task and it should be easy. The woman then turned to look at Bauer on Hansen's shoulder. And what would that be? Hansen did not want to talk. It's to teach and take care of Elysium's holy child, the woman said, slowly. Elysium's child? Is that your son? How old is he? Hansen's mind was hit with a barrage of questions he wanted answers for. The woman looked straight at him. I just told you. It's Elysium's child. The spirits you saw were all children of the Elysium family. You must teach their latest. But I'm not a teacher, and I've never taught anyone anything. And I most certainly haven't taught spirits. Hansen didn't think this was a good mission to be given. The spirits did not want him to be the priest, and they already hated him. Even if they did accept him in the role, it wasn't as if Hansen wanted this task. Again, I'll cut your head off if you fail to be a decent teacher. The woman reinstated her threat, and it was as effective as it had been the first time. There was nothing Hansen could say. He couldn't decline. He simply followed the woman out of the hall until he was told to enter a building located in the garden. You will teach him in this garden. Remember what will happen if you fail, the woman said coldly. Where is he? Let me see him. There was nothing else Hansen could do, so he had to roll his sleeves up and get to teaching as well as he could, as soon as he could. The Holy Child is here, the woman said, looking across the garden. Hansen looked in the same direction. His eyes opened wide in disbelief as he said, He is the Holy Child? Hansen expected the Holy Child of the Elysium would have been just that, a child. He had a lot of experience babysitting, all things considered. But when he looked at what the woman was indicating, it wasn't a person from Elysium he was seeing. In fact, it wasn't even a spirit. Hansen saw a stone that was around 10 feet tall. He initially believed it to be a fake mountain, often seen in such gardens as decorations. Taking a closer look, he noticed a drawing on the rock. The drawing featured a woman standing on a bridge with an umbrella. It was raining in the picture, and only the woman's back was seen. While you could not see her face, her posture suggested she was a woman of some elegance. Are you telling me she is the Holy Child? Where is she? Hansen didn't believe what his mind was trying to tell him, so he asked the woman for clarification. The woman was able to read Hansen, though, and she said, It is just as you are thinking. That drawing is the Holy Child. The drawing itself? The actual drawing is the Holy Child. Hansen used his Dongxian aura and scanned the rock. There was no life force, so even if it had been alive, it was now dead. Not bad, the woman said, quite seriously. You can return to the Alliance if you wish. It's best to be prepared. Bring back some famous books and try to get her to think, behave, and believe she is a human. If you teach her well, these are yours to keep. If you fail, your head will be mine to keep. After that, the woman brought out the crocodile scissors and gave them to Hansen. But, Hansen wished to say something, but she had already turned around and left the garden. *T. Are you crazy? I have to teach a drawing? Does this rock have ears? Can she hear me? Hansen said, disheartened. Who suggested I cannot hear anything? Suddenly, the rock sounded with the voice of a woman. Hansen jumped. He stared at the stone with his Dongxian aura, but noted it still appeared lifeless. Are you talking to me? Hansen looked at the stone in disbelief and directed his question to the drawing of the woman. Is there anyone else here? The voice really was coming from the rock, but Hansen could not see any changes in the drawing. Hansen said something, but she didn't reply. Hey, are you still there? Hansen asked this a few times, but he didn't hear her voice again. Weird. Am I hearing things? Hansen felt very strange. Regardless, he leaned in closer to check the painting on the rock with a keener inspection. But Hansen knew the rock and the drawing were special, that much was for sure. And Hansen now knew why the woman had asked him to teach the painting. Hansen could not run off or shirk this duty. So, he decided to return to the Alliance and find a few books he could read to her. After that sentence he first heard, though, he never did hear her speak again. The woman wouldn't let Hansen leave the garden, and so he was stuck there having to read a book to the drawing of the woman. When he wasn't doing that, he spent some time practicing his jade skin and Dongxian Sutra so he could get the crystal core and bulwark umbrella back. Hansen did not focus on the woman with green clothes in the painting, actually. Before long, he spent most of his time playing with Bauer and practicing. It was not like he did not want to teach, but reading in front of a lifeless stone or painting felt silly. He thought he was overqualified for something as simple as that. The woman could get any old books and any old spirit to read to them diligently, she didn't explicitly need Hansen for that. And the spirits wouldn't be as lazy as him either. Fortunately, the woman hadn't come looking for him. So, Hansen was free to be as lazy as he wanted to be. Her surprising absence was almost as if she had forgotten about him being there. Hansen ended up staying there for half a month, and aside from the painting, he did not see another living soul. I hope Ling Meier is safe. I don't want her to get tricked by Spirit 13. Even with Hansen's desire to help her, he was unable to do anything for her right then. After practicing Jade Skin and the Dongxian Sutra, Hansen had nothing to do. He summoned Taya to practice Six Paths Heart Sword technique. Heart Sword wasn't really about attacking power or physical strength. This technique, in particular, boiled down to your heart and your mind. Hansen loved the skill, but his practice with it was not going well, at first. Hansen thought the problem lay in the Six Paths sword. Six Paths could use Heart Sword because he was talented, and his Geno Core Six Paths sword was a perfect match with Heart Sword. Hansen did not have the Six Paths Geno Core. If he wanted to master Heart Sword, doing so without it would be difficult. But Hansen did not plan to learn Heart Sword like Six Paths. He wanted to use Heart Sword to make his faith stronger and to find a way to look into himself. He wanted to understand himself more and become one with his true self. Although Heart Sword was from Six Paths, Hansen could use it differently due to the differences in their personalities. He and Six Paths were opposites. Six Paths was a perfectionist, and nothing could leave a mark on his heart. He was even willing to destroy his Emperor Geno Core due to it not being perfect. But Hansen had been through a lot, and he couldn't just let things go easily. Heart Sword was based on the fortitude of your heart. The usage of that skill could be completely different, depending on who performed it. Six Paths, when using Heart Sword, made others obey him. He got others to want to throw themselves onto his sword. But when Hansen used it, it was different. If people saw it, they'd be provoked. Hansen could not control it. It came from who he was, it was reflective of his beliefs. He never gave up, even when the going was tough and the chances of success were slim. When that faith was put into the sword, it defined his style. His performance of the technique would only change if his personality was somehow altered. This technique is good. What's its name? As Hansen practiced, the woman's voice came from the rock again. You're familiar with using a sword? Hansen looked at the green-clothed woman in the painting. Seeing your sword skills, I understand enough. The voice sounded from the stone again. If you would like to learn this, I can teach you. Hansen eyed the woman in the painting. I have already learned it, the woman in the drawing said. You learned this skill by watching me? Hansen said, with an intonation that suggested he did not believe her. The woman on the painting reverted back to silence, but Hansen noticed that she started to move across the canvas of the painting. The rock had become something like a television, and in the rainy scene depicted, the woman closed her umbrella. Then, she showcased Heart's sword to him, using the closed umbrella as a weapon. Hansen was frozen. She used Heart's sword perfectly, in a complete 1:1 recreation of his own performance of it. Her reenactment of his talent with Heart's sword captured every emotion. Ah, but you're just copying what I did. That doesn't mean you've properly learned it. Hansen didn't look that surprised, though, when her showcase of the skill set came to a close. Heart's sword was powerful because of one's faith and mind. It changed depending on the user. What the woman had done was copy Hansen, and she seemed happy enough with that performance to declare it was something she had learned. The woman in the painting was not Hansen, though. She didn't have his personality. After seeing his Heart sword once, and then being able to reenact the performance with pinpoint accuracy, she had only displayed that she had an incredible knack for copying others and not much else. What's the difference? The woman in the painting asked coldly. Hansen thought about the answer he could give, and then told her, it doesn't matter how well you copy someone, because at the end of the day, it isn't of your own doing. The path to learning Heart sword depends on your actual heart. Right now, there's no element of you in the skill. Even if you can cast it, it doesn't mean you have actually learned it. And what does learning it constitute? The woman asked. If you can use your own faith to cast it, that is what constitutes learning it, Hansen explained. The woman stopped talking, then. Hansen waited for a response, and eventually asked a question of his own. She did not answer this either. She had gone back to being a silent, motionless object. Does that mean only powerful skills can snare her attention? Hansen thought to himself. As Hansen was mulling this, someone entered the garden. Hansen was shocked. He had been there for half a month, and this was the first time a spirit had approached him. He thought it was a woman due to the shape of her body, but he couldn't be 100% certain. She was wearing a gray cloak that obscured her face. You are the new priest? The spirit asked, looking right at Hansen. Only her eyes could be seen, and they gleamed with a mean streak. Yes, Hansen answered. How were you able to achieve this position? The female spirit asked. It's not something I wanted. Your mistress has forced me into this position, and I had no choice but to abide. Hansen had experienced a lot, and he could immediately tell she was upset that he had become the priest. She was probably here to cause trouble. 3 months. If you can't make the Holy Child revive and speak a single word in 3 months, I, Ghost Moon, will replace you. Not even the Master can stop this. The female spirit said this to Hansen with absolute sincerity. It was a threat, and there was no way to interpret her words differently. Hansen looked at Ghost Moon as she walked away, and then asked, is it difficult to make the drawing speak? Ever since the last priest, Ghost Sword from 6,000 years ago, none have been able to make the Holy Child speak. I will be the next one. I will be the next priest to make the Holy Child talk. After Ghost Moon said this, she left. Hansen didn't even have the chance to respond. Getting her to speak a few words is not that difficult. The Holy Child might not be very talkative, but there's no way she didn't say a single word in 6,000 years. She's already spoken a few sentences to me, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen hadn't shown her any other skills in case she might steal them. He didn't think showing her new moves was necessary either. It would actually be a good thing if Ghost Moon replaced him in 3 months. Perhaps then he could leave. Hansen was worrying a lot about Ling Meier. He asked Moment Queen to seek her out in the underworld and help her out in any way she could. Moment Queen was still fairly weak, however. She only had a bronze Geno core, but it was good that at heart, Moment Queen was a completely different person than Ling Meier. Moment Queen was sneaky, conniving, and always trying to trick people. She could definitely sniff out any conspiracies that were working against Ling Meier. Ling Meier also had the Black and White Snake King for protection. All she really needed was some experience and a half-working brain. A day later, Moment Queen used her mind to reply. She had already found her Ling Meier and earned her trust. The two were staying in Mask Shelter. Bauer was initially curious and enjoyed playing in the garden, but after a few days, she didn't like being there. Hansen wanted to take her back to the Alliance, and since Ji Yanran was going on vacation with Little Flower, Hansen decided to accompany them. It was a family trip with Bauer, Zero, and Ji Yanran. Little Flower was able to walk by now, but he was a rather quiet child. Still, he sat on the air cushion while he played with Bauer. Hansen, Ji Yanran, and Zero sat beneath a tree. They were chatting merrily while eating food and watching the leaves fall. They were on Rainflower Planet. This was the season where all the flowers bloomed, and it was not uncommon for many visitors to come and observe the flowers and watch them blossom. Hansen had heard about this before, but it was only now, being there, that he was able to truly understand and appreciate the beauty of that place. There was a cheerful mood in the family, and Hansen and Ji Yanran found themselves getting nostalgic in remembrance of their past in the academy. But suddenly, a man in a suit seemed to be approaching them. They looked at him. Most people there wore casual clothing and sat beneath individual trees to mind their own business. But this man was walking straight their way. He was obviously going to them. "Hi. I am Wang Gukai. I work for demigod Qiuming. Mr. Qiuming will come here soon, and he is very fond of this spot. Give me a price and I will buy this spot." While the man sounded polite, there was an undercurrent of intimidation in his words. Hansen looked around. Rainflower Planet had rainflower trees all across it. There were countless places to watch the blossoming of the trees, from the plains to the mountains. There was no particular need for them to relinquish their position. Hansen checked the man out and coldly told him, "There are many other places here to sit. Demigod Qiuming doesn't have to sit here, does he?" Wang Gukai maintained his composed demeanor and replied, "You misunderstand me. Demigod Qiuming likes the quiet. So, it was our hope we could provide him a pleasant environment to view the flowers in tranquil solace." Hansen looked around and noticed many other workers around them, probably asking all the other visitors to vacate the area. Some visitors were obliging and moving, while others stood up to argue. Most people were inclined to move, however, out of respect for the man being a demigod. Wang Gukai carried on, hoping to convince Han Sr., "I hope you can understand. We are willing to pay you any price you name. Forget it. Let's go." "I don't want to stay here if that's the case," Ji Yanran said. Hansen nodded. They were out there to relax, and there was no need for them to have an argument. What was most important to them on that day was keeping their spirits high. There were many other places to view the flowers, so there was no need to fight with the dogs, as Hansen thought of them. It'd only damage his image. Hansen and Ji Yanran were about ready to move, but before they packed their things, they suddenly heard some arguing. Hansen and Ji Yanran looked over and saw a young couple arguing with one of the workers, just like Wang Gukai. The wife was sitting on the ground crying, while the husband was standing, yelling at the worker with red eyes. "What's wrong with you people? I told you my wife is pregnant and can't move much. How can you ask us to move in this condition? The worker coldly responded, "Kid, do you want to be an enemy of demigod Qiuming? So, what? Can they do as they please? We're not moving, not for any price. Get lost." The young man had gotten really riled up. The worker was getting annoyed by the reluctance, so he spoke to a machine. Then, many of the other workers came over to that spot, pulling the family away from their spot. Hansen frowned, seeing this. Ji Yanran ran up to that kerfuffle and shouted, "What's wrong with you people? Is this how you treat a pregnant woman?" Wang Gukai stopped Ji Yanran going any closer and frowned. He said, "This is none of your business. If I were you, I'd step away and simply leave. Especially when you're stepping on the toes of a demigod." So? Demigods are still average citizens. They can't subvert the system. Ji Yanran pushed him out of her way and continued forward to the hassled couple. "What's wrong? Demigod Qiuming will be here soon. You lot are still arguing?" A middle-aged man approached them on a flying chair. He was frowning a lot. "Boss, there's an incident. There's a couple refusing to sell their spot," Wang Gukai said. "Give them whatever they want, just get them gone." The middle-aged man looked annoyed. "The young couple said they don't want money," Wang Gukai said. The young husband said, "Your money can't do anything. I don't want your stinky money." When the middle-aged man heard this, he smirked. "We respect you enough to offer you money for moving. The whole of Rainflower Planet belongs to me, Zhou Changlong. I can throw you out without giving you a dime." Ji Yanran was upset seeing their mistreatment. "Even if the planet does belong to you, you've charged the visitors here. You can't kick them out. My place, my rules. You can sue me if you don't like it, but not right now. You need to get a move on," Zhou Changlong coldly told her. "And what if I don't go?" Ji Yanran responded, equally cold. "If you are unwilling to move, then I'll simply force you out." Zhou Changlong waved his hand. Then, some workers approached Ji Yanran, while more came for the young couple. Hansen wanted to laugh, unsure who this Zhou Changlong clown was. The fact that the man didn't know who Ji Yanran was told Hansen one thing: this guy wasn't as big as he was making himself out to be. The real big players would know who Ji Yanran was. If he didn't know she was the president of President Ji, they should at least know she was the wife of Hansen. Hansen wasn't going to let his wife get bullied, however. So, he grabbed one of the workers' arms and immediately dislocated the man's shoulder. One step, one person. After a dozen steps, a dozen workers were writhing on the ground in agony. "Do you have any idea who you are assaulting?" Zhou Changlong did not seem surprised, and he laughed. "Your people?" Hansen smiled. Zhou Changlong pointed at the workers and said, "Young people are very reckless. If I were you, I'd run. If demigod Qiuming was here and saw his brother-in-law getting threatened like this, not even the likes of President Ji could save you." "So, you are demigod Qiuming's uncle?" Hansen thought about what he said and knew what he was implying. Hansen wasn't stupid. Others wouldn't say something like this. He realized Zhou Changlong was talking about himself. "Not bad." Zhou Changlong coldly continued. "You still want to go through with this?" Hansen laughed. "Did you say even President Ji couldn't quell Qiuming's wrath?" "Yeah, have you got something to say about that?" Zhou Changlong said, with a face of twisted pride. "No problem. Qiuming does seem powerful, but my wife is, too. If she's angry, even President Ji would be afraid." Hansen laughed. "What nonsense are you trying to sell me?" Zhou Changlong looked at Hansen with disdain. Hansen and Ji Yanran were very young themselves, and he believed them to be surpassers at best. "It's true." A voice rang out from afar, as an old man came down from the hills. "Brother-in-law." Zhou Changlong greeted the old man with a smile. "Pat." The old man slapped Zhou Changlong across the face. His face immediately started to swell up, and his men froze in place. Brother-in-law, why did you hit me? Zhou Changlong stared at the old man, one hand pressed against his sore face. The old man said darkly, yes, I only hit you this time. Next time, I'll kill you. It's better than being killed by the others, ruining my reputation, and embarrassing your sister. You can be a bad man all you please, but don't be a stupid one. Do you not know the daughter of President Ji and the super aristocrat when they're standing before you? That is Han Sen and Ji Yanran? Zhou Changlong's face changed to one of disbelief. How many times have I told you? You can be bad, yes, but you need to know the faces of those you insult. I asked you to remember all the important people in the alliance, and you don't even know these two prominent figures? D***MNU. After saying this, the old man slapped Zhou Changlong's other cheek until it was swollen. Brother-in-law, Zhou Changlong had once looked cruel and important to the assembly there, but before that old man, he was terrified. The old man simply ignored him, and then walked towards Han Senator. He eyed the young man up and down, and with each step, he looked as if he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders. Ji Yanran herself felt there was a monumental power approaching them. Han Sen stepped in front of Ji Yanran, and then that power was gone. She frowned. Qiuming, your brother-in-law did something wrong. Are you going to take it out on us? Qiuming, as he approached, responded coldly, I will correct him when he does bad deeds. But I can't allow him to be bullied by others either. It's no wonder you two are from Angel Gene. You're both rotten, Ji Yanran said angrily. Qiuming still held himself in a manner that suggested he was superior by default. Because of President Ji, I won't kill him. But I need him to know, like any dog should, that he should respect the whip of a master. Dear, be careful. Qiuming has been a demigod for a long time. He might have a gemstone geno core, Ji Yanran warned Han Sen in a hushed voice. Han Sen nodded. He had heard about Qiuming when he was researching demigods. He was not from the Zhou family, but for some reason, he was allowed to join Angel Gene. He was as mean a person as one could be. Zhou Changlong, who had just been slapped, now looked happy again. Brother-in-law, teach that asterisk shoal a lesson. Who cares if they are the daughter and son-in-law of the president? Han Sen watched Qiuming quietly approach, initially believing him to be bluffing. As he walked, an armor of sorts appeared on his body. It looked sturdier than a mountain, and this mountain was coming close. An earth element geno core? Interesting, Han Sen said as he watched the old man approach. Qiuming didn't respond. He just quickened his pace and came towards Han Sen like an armored train. The power he wielded looked as if it could sunder mountains. Han Sen didn't plan to dodge the attack, though. He simply threw his fist forward to meet with Qiuming's. Kill him. Zhou Changlong yelled to the sky, seeing Han Sen raise his fist towards his brother-in-law. He knew the power Qiuming possessed, and he knew his geno core was gemstone class. It was called heavy earth armor. When he battled the Shura, his armor was strong enough to block blasts from their Sun-class battleships without breaking. Qiuming had the highest defense in all the alliance, and yet, Han Sen hadn't been a demigod for very long. Taking a bash from the heavy earth armor should have been enough to crush every bone in his body. Qiuming frowned. He only wanted to teach the punk a lesson, not kill him. Angel Gene and Han Sen had long been enemies. And while things might have been different in the sanctuaries, he wasn't allowed to kill Han Sen in the alliance. With Han Sen not dodging his bash, Qiuming was set up to do serious damage. It also reinforced his belief in Han Sen's arrogance. You think I won't dare hurt you? I'm going to cripple you. The Ji family won't be able to save you now. Qiuming's eyes flashed with murder, and he came at Han Sen's fist with greater force. Boom! The fist collided with the armor, and Qiuming's train-like body came to a full stop as if he had rammed headfirst into an impenetrable wall. As the people surrounding the conflict watched, everything came to a standstill. Their ears rang with the simple sound of silence, as their eyes told them something most stunning. It hadn't ended yet, though. The armor Han Sen had thrown his fist at began to web with countless cracks. Pang! The heavy earth armor that could protect its wearer from Sun-class battleship blasts shattered, crumbling to the ground in pieces. Zhou Chonglong watched in shock as Qiuming's body went flying far away. He broke through 8 rainflower trees on his descent, then began heaving blood. In my eyes, dogs are dogs. The only difference is their sizes. Big or small, there are no masters, Han Sen said coldly. Then, he left with Little Flower and Ji Yanran. Zhou Chonglong and all the workers were in shock. Qiuming had a godlike strength in their eyes, and they couldn't believe what Han Sen had done to him in a single punch. The young couple were in shock, too, and they swiftly followed after Han Sen. Han Sen, we knew you were the first super aristocrat in the alliance, but I didn't suspect you could destroy a demigod like that with such ease. You were able to take him down in a single punch. You are so strong. The young couple spoke to Han Sen with fervent excitement, as the first-hand viewing of that punch instantly brightened their mood. Why is he so strong? Is it because I don't have a super Geno core? But he didn't even use one to break my heavy earth armor. Qiuming gritted his teeth as he lifted himself off the ground. His face looked pale as he watched Han Sen quietly walking away. Qiuming hadn't expected Han Sen's fitness to have developed far faster than his Geno core had. His body far exceeded what his Geno core was capable of, and if he had used his Geno cores, the attack wouldn't have been half as devastating. Discovering the sanctuaries has allowed humans to acquire superpowers. While that is most certainly good, there are downsides to this. It has given humanity a freedom of possibilities, and this unlimited wealth of possibilities has resulted in many believing they are above the law. Ji Yanran was discussing this with Han Sen as she flew the airship home. Demigods aren't gods. If they want to properly be above everyone, they'll need to upgrade to god status first, Han Sen said calmly. Speaking of gods, Han Sen's mind returned to the god that was said to have tricked Dawn. Han Sen wondered if it really was simply a creature from the 5th sanctuary. Han Sen went to relax, and although there had been trouble, it was behind him. Getting comfy again didn't take long. Back in the sanctuary, he was still bound to the garden and his duty in it. Let's see if this sword skill is right. Upon arriving in the garden, the woman displayed on the stone immediately began speaking to Han Senator. This was the first time she had instigated a discussion. Han Sen was surprised to hear her speak so soon. He looked at the rock and watched the woman close her green umbrella and begin casting a new technique. She cast Heart Sword, but it was different. It wasn't a copy of his like last time. It looked very sad, and it tugged at the heartstrings of those who saw it. Fortunately, Han Sen had the fortitude and resolve to keep himself from shedding tears, but if it was a woman who was watching, he wagered they'd be crying their eyes out at the sight. You have sorrow in your heart. Tell me what ails it, and perhaps I can help you. When the green-clothed woman finished, Han Sen let out a long sigh. The green-haired woman did not respond. She opened her umbrella and stood on a bridge. Rain was falling in the scene depicted, and she stood facing away from Han Sen. Over the next few days, she did not talk. So, Han Sen used this time to finish rebuilding his crystal core and bulwark umbrella. Perhaps he was mistaken, but Han Sen felt that the new crystal core and bulwark umbrella were stronger than they had been before. After a while, the woman he hadn't seen for a while finally returned. She appeared in the garden, looking the same as she always did. Almost nothing could tarnish her starched image. Sometimes, Han Sen took to wondering how old she might have been. He theorized she might have made a wish like Dawn did, to that god, in the hopes of becoming immortal. But Uncle Bug told him the woman and the elder from the Ning family hadn't made a wish. They were the only 2 of the 7th team that didn't. There was something Han Sen still didn't understand. If Han Jinji had entered the sanctuaries after joining Blood Legion, that meant he already knew about the sanctuaries when he encountered that god. He should have known it wasn't real. Furthermore, why did he make a wish? Ghost Moon came looking for me. She wants to replace you. You have 2 months left. If you cannot wake her up, you will be relieved of this task and she will be made the new priest, the woman said. If she can be the priest, why not let her? Hansen said. The woman laughed. I did tell you I'd cut your head off if you failed, didn't I? If you're still not producing results in the next 2 months, watch your neck. Hansen felt depressed. He was hoping Ghost Moon would replace him so he could get off scot-free. It seemed the woman was very reluctant to let him go. To grow a better holy child, I have a request, Hansen told the woman. Go on, tell me. The woman sounded fairly interested. I was hoping I might use the Geno core storage of this shelter, Hansen said, after spending a moment deliberating whether or not he should ask. The woman was not keen on letting him go, but he did want some form of liberty and freedom. If he was allowed to enter the Geno core storage, he could leave the garden. And that meant he could escape for a time. What does the Geno core storage have to do with you being able to look after the holy child? The woman asked. If I am too weak, how can I effectively teach her? There is nowhere else I can grow my talents right now, but I can do that in Geno core storage, Hansen explained. The woman nodded. Okay, but remember, you have 2 months left. If the holy child has yet to awaken, your head belongs to me. I'll try my best. Hansen was happy. The woman seemed to not know the green-clothed woman had spoken to Hansen on a number of occasions, and since his task was effectively complete, he had nothing to worry about. After she was gone, Hansen walked out of the garden. The guards did not prohibit his passage, and he was able to go straight to the Geno core storage. In the Elysium Shelter Spirit Hall, the woman was lounging on the throne. There was a mirror in front of it, and the image of Hansen was there. Interesting. He made the holy child speak. He really is that old liar, Han Jinji's heir. He is a very good liar himself, especially to women. The woman was talking to herself, having watched Hansen's every movement with the device. Hansen prepared to enter the Geno core storage with his bulwark umbrella. He wanted to get first place with that now, so he could reinforce it 9 times. When he practiced his Dongxian Sutra, he felt as if he had achieved some sort of breakthrough. It might have suggested the bulwark umbrella would be silver soon, so he couldn't miss out on the opportunity of reinforcing it before that occurred. The woman watched Hansen use the bulwark umbrella in the Geno core storage. She looked at him strangely. An umbrella Geno core? It looks so similar to the Holy Child's Geno core. Is that just a coincidence? Hansen entered the Geno core storage and began testing the umbrella before the Rockman. The woman turned the mirror off, as it could only keep an eye on Hansen while he was in the sanctuary. With him in the Geno core storage, she was unable to see him. Master, the ranking on the bronze Geno core storage leaderboards have changed. Another bronze Geno core leapfrogged to first place, an Elysium spirit informed her. A new Geno core has immediately reached first place again? Is this world truly changing? The woman frowned, and then asked the spirit which Geno core reached the top. The spirit answered, Master, it was a Geno core called Bulwark Umbrella. It even managed to display 6 paths, which now sits at second place. Bulwark. Umbrella? A weird look fell across the woman's face. She retreated into her thoughts. An umbrella Geno core? Is that just a coincidence? Bulwark Umbrella reaching the top sent another shockwave across the fourth god's sanctuary. Everyone was talking about it. The umbrella hadn't been the sole achiever of this, as a few others had been able to reach first place on their debut. The higher-ups of the fourth god's sanctuary were starting to feel squeezed. Does this mean we're at the dawn of a new era? So many powerful Geno cores are coming into existence now. This is a frightful time we live in. All the spirits felt like this. They were scared. However, no one except for 6 paths knew that all the Geno cores, so terrifying to the spirits and creatures, belonged to Han Senator, and he still had his coin Geno core, which had yet to show up. Hansen did not want his coin Geno core up there, as it was recognizable to humans. He did not worry too much about the umbrella's presence there, though. And within the next month, he guessed that it might reach the silver level, too. That meant he wouldn't have to fight with it to keep up appearances and maintain the quota. Aside from 6 paths, he didn't think anyone would actually challenge his bulwark umbrella, anyway. And just as Hansen thought about this, it happened. 6 paths sent Hansen a challenge request. He ignored it, however. If he leveled up to silver class in the timeframe he expected to, he didn't need to accept any fights. With his task done, Hansen left the Geno core storage. Venturing down a street in Elysium's shelter, Hansen noticed how strong all the spirits and creatures were there. Hansen scanned as many as he could with his Dongxian aura, and he knew right then and there that he'd have no hope of making an escape if they were to follow on his heels. He returned to the garden, and he found the woman reclining on a lawn chair. "I am glad to see your bulwark umbrella has reached first place." She addressed him before Hansen could even say hello. Hansen knew how to hide things well, so his facial expression didn't even move. He asked, "What umbrella?" The woman hadn't expected him to confess. "You are a little different than that old liar, Han Jinji. I'll admit I may have underestimated you." "What do you mean?" Hansen blinked. "That man lies just the same, but at least you are able to teach the holy child. If you can wake her up, the crocodile scissors are yours. And your freedom will be returned to you as well." After saying this, the woman got up and left. "It sounds like she can watch my every move. She must have seen me entering the Geno core storage with my umbrella. But there's no way she can tell for certain that I was the one who took first place, is there?" Hansen frowned, and he proceeded to think, if she saw me enter the Geno core storage with the umbrella, she must be able to watch me here in the garden. And if she sees the garden, she must have heard the woman in the painting talk to me. It's strange how she never said anything about that. Maybe for her to wake up, it will require more than for the lady to just speak. Hansen didn't think she'd expose things freely. Perhaps this was a way in which the woman was telling Hansen that the talking bit wasn't enough, and he'd need to do more. In that case, how can I get her to wake up? Hansen wondered to himself. Hansen went to the stone and spoke to it. Again, there was no reply, and so he just gave up and went back to practicing with Taya. Hansen could put his faith into performing the technique, but for him to achieve the proficiency of 6 paths, he had a long way to go. Without the 6-path sword Geno core, the workload and difficulty were much higher. But Hansen was just shooting the breeze, and his practice might prompt the woman on the stone to speak. Hansen put his whole focus into the skill. Heartsword required a lot of faith, and he had to remain as concentrated as possible. When he finished, he looked at the stone again. She hadn't shown any response. She was still standing on that bridge, facing away from him. "Her body is good, but I wonder what her face looks like," Hansen said. Due to there being a heavy rain, her face had still been partially obscured when she performed the technique for him before. He still hadn't had a chance to see her properly. After that, the mad voice of a woman rang out from the rock. "How dare you judge a woman like that? You are clearly nothing good." Just as Hansen sought to reply, the umbrella in her hand began to spin like a pinwheel. As it spun, it produced the image of a black hole that seemed to exert a tangible magnetic effect. Hansen immediately felt a strange power grab hold of him, summoning him ever closer to that hole in the stone. Hansen couldn't escape it, and he found himself thrown against the rock. He didn't feel pain, though. When he was thrown against the stone, it felt as if he had been thrown into water. More accurately, Hansen had been drawn into the canvas that was the stone. He was now inside the painting. Hansen had touched the rock and the painting before, and it was unmistakably solid. Having now entered it, he felt very strange. He looked around, and just as the image had depicted, it was raining. But he was also able to see many things he couldn't from the previously 2D representation of the painting. There was a small river with a stone house nearby. The stone bridge he frequently saw was in front of Hansen, and there stood the woman, just like she always had. In that rain, the woman looked towards Han Senator. The rain was heavy, but even though Han Sen could not see her face clearly, he could tell she was mad. There's a world inside the painting? Is the painted rock a genocore? Han Sen asked the woman. The green-clothed woman did not speak. She merely clutched the umbrella tightly and began walking towards him. Han Sen was then able to see her face. She looked very pretty, but at this point in time, she looked very angry as well. The face also seemed familiar to Han Sen. There are many pretty women in the world, but the prettiest one had to be the mystic woman. The face of the woman before him was the very same as hers. Even her eyes and her eyebrows were the same as the mystic woman's. For all intents and purposes, they were identical. Are you playing with me? Han Sen frowned, looking at the green-clothed woman. The green-clothed woman did not respond, and she merely used her umbrella like a sword. Then, she cast Heart Sword, the technique she had learned from Han Sen. The skill's performance flowed like water, driven through a passion of hatred and overwhelming sadness. Han Sen used Taya to block the umbrella, but it kept on coming at him. He had to keep stepping back, clearly at a disadvantage. Han Sen wondered, after seeing her performance, whether the mystic woman used a sword too. Regardless, she was obscenely powerful. He had even witnessed her slaying mighty super creatures in a single strike. She was far stronger than Han Sen, whatever the case might have been. The green-clothed woman used Heart Sword, but her speed and power were definitely inferior to the mystic woman's abilities. Her power was comparable to Han Sen's, and performance-wise, you wouldn't think she and the mystic woman were the same person. The green-clothed woman kept on attacking, though, not giving Han Sen the opportunity to catch his breath. Han Sen used Taya and attacked back with his own Heart Sword. It was different than the green-clothed woman's Heart Sword. Han Sen's display of the skill was strong. There were rhythm and order to it all, despite it also looking like he was messing around. He struck at her during every crucial opportunity he was offered, catching her by complete surprise every time. The green-clothed woman boxed Han Sen into a corner on a number of occasions. But in every single instance of this, he was able to slip away and send her reeling into a dangerous spot of her own. Not long after, she realized she was the one at a disadvantage. She was being suppressed by Han Sen. She wanted to fight back, but Han Sen was always there. Seeing her sword skills getting suppressed, she found it more and more difficult to maintain her combination of hatred and sadness. Are you that woman? Han Sen was the one with the advantage now, and so he was in the position to ask questions. When Han Sen said this, though, he noticed it wasn't a very good question. He didn't even know what the woman's name was, after all. Phrasing such a question, in the heat of such a moment, wasn't easy to do. The green-clothed woman did not speak. She changed the skill she was employing via the umbrella into one he had never seen before. After that, the green-clothed woman regained her advantage. The tables had turned once more, and it was Han Sen who was being suppressed. This sword skill was very different than Heart Sword. This skill was so free, it was reminiscent of the clouds in the sky. It was impossible to determine how she would strike and from where. If Han Sen's skills were all predetermined and set, then the woman's skills were undefined and always changing. Her sword skills were so free. They looked complex and complicated, almost as if they were composed on the spot. But there was a thread of unity and clarity underlining it all, as if it was not a random composition. She used this skill, whatever it was, very well. No matter how Han Sen struck, the woman was able to block each and every time. He thought he could break her attacks, but it looked surprisingly dangerous to risk it. This is so powerful. Who can have a brain that smart, one that can produce such a complicated skill? Han Sen was taken aback by her performance of this. Han Sen had mastered Heavenly Go and the Dongxian Sutra, so he was very good at predicting the enemy. But seeing this skill now, even he was thrown for a loop. The constant changes in the skill were striking, and difficult to decipher and keep up with. The movements of this skill were never expected. Hansen was losing, but he was not afraid. In fact, he was quite happy. He realized there weren't any other sword skills out there that were more suitable to him than this. With his Danxian Sutra and Heavenly Go, this skill was perfect for him. It'd be the exact sort of technique he'd need, one that could constantly change and flow. Hansen waved Taya, not wanting to beat her. He just wanted to see how far and broad the changes of that skill could go. The skill didn't disappoint him. The possible alterations were endless and limitless. Hansen kept on fighting her, and as he did so, he thought about the changes and possibilities. There were so many changes, Hansen was unable to remember them all. He had to find the rule or algorithm that dictated the changes that were possible if he wanted to learn the skill properly and in secret. Hansen watched her for so long, but this rule escaped him. He couldn't figure it out, and the constant changes made it seem as if she had combined every skill in the entire world into one. It was as if she was using every sword skill ever created. This is a good skill. Who could possibly be smart enough to create this technique? Hansen admired it a lot. He didn't think the woman had made the skill herself because when he saw her use Heart Sword, she didn't look like a very generous person. This wasn't a matter of talent. If you weren't a generous being, you simply couldn't create a skill like this. Slash. The tip of the umbrella made contact with Han's senator. It produced a wound that bled. Good skill. What is the name of it? Who created it? Hansen used Taya again to strike, and he risked his life to do it. It made the green-clothed woman, who thus far had the advantage, stagger back a little. It kept Hansen in the game. Why? Am I not capable of creating this? The green-clothed woman asked. Her hands did not stop moving, and her ever-changing sword skill went back to suppressing Hansen. This is not a skill for women. Only a man with a generous heart could create something like this. Hansen kept on swinging Taya to fend off the changing sword skill. When the green-clothed woman heard Hansen say this, her face changed. The umbrella raged with powerful attacks now, more than ever. Hansen was hit again, and the blood from the wound splashed his face. Under the constant barrage of attacks he was facing, this was the sixth strike that had nicked him. But Hansen didn't feel much pain. He was more excited than ever. And it was then that, through the woman's blitzing rage, Hansen saw a unifying thread that connected the entire skill. This woman definitely didn't create this sword skill. If she had, she wouldn't be using it so angrily and allowing me to notice the unifying thread. Hansen was happy to learn this. That being said, he noticed it was only one branch of the greater trunk of the skill. This thread, the particular moveset he was tracking, was like the starting point of a ball of twine. From this, Hansen could unravel it all, bit by bit, and get to the core of what lay under the hood of the skill. But it wasn't easy, and the fight between sword and umbrella had cost Hansen a lot of blood. Although the fight was going much better for the woman than it was for him, that didn't quell the fire of excitement that burned in his heart. And now, as the fight continued to rage, the secrets of her techniques unraveled. His understanding was increasing as they fought. It was very lucky for Hansen to discover a skill that suited him so well, with his mastery of the Danxian Sutra and Heavenly Go. The Danxian Sutra and Heavenly Go weren't lethal attacks. They applied to the user's versatility and movement. Hansen had always wanted to find a hyper-geno art that went well with these two techniques. Now, seeing this woman's skills, he giddily concluded that his desire was about to be fulfilled. Once he learned the skill, it would only require small modifications. After that, it'd fit his usage of the Danxian Sutra and Heavenly Go like a glove. It was like cooking, he thought. The Danxian Sutra and Heavenly Go were like cooking techniques that allowed for the preparation of delicious food. But to formulate a feast, you needed ingredients. You couldn't have a feast with just rice on offer. The woman's sword skill was a bounty of different ingredients, all of the highest quality. With the cooking skills of the Danxian Sutra and Heavenly Go, whatever he produced was sure to be momentous. Although the woman fought hard, he suspected there was a note of restraint in her movements. It didn't seem as if she wanted to kill him. If she explicitly wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have lasted against her with his unfinished heart sword. And if the woman had truly wanted Hansen dead, he wouldn't have stuck to making use of heart sword either. His double fly was not as complicated as her skill, but its simplicity meant he could fight and challenge her almost as an equal. The woman noticed Hansen's simmering excitement as they fought, despite the injuries he had incurred. She was surprised, and his unexpected reaction made her anger subside a little. And then, all of a sudden, she noticed the sword skills Hansen was employing had changed. The skills he was now using were similar to the ones she employed herself. The woman was shocked. He is practically making use of Ghost Sword. Ghost Sword Priest was the very first swordmaster of the Elysium. He spent 1,000 years crafting the basis of this technique, and he spent many more years modifying it further. When Ghost Sword Priest taught me, it took me an entire year just to get a handle on it. How is this human learning it so swiftly? The woman could not allow herself to believe Hansen was actually using Ghost Sword, but after some time passed, the expression on her face became more and more complicated. She couldn't let herself believe that he was using Ghost Sword, but his moves had echoed her own for so long, it was unmistakably similar. Hansen was replicating the woman's precise techniques shortly after she used them. To make things worse, she realized that Hansen was not only copying her, but performing the very same skill to an even better degree. It wasn't that Hansen had changed the core skill, it was just that when Hansen used Ghost Sword, his timings were far more precise and his accuracy and precision were flawless. Hansen had been losing, but when he started making use of her skill, he fared much better. They were locked in a stalemate, as far as she could tell. The woman was in absolute shock. She finally accepted that Hansen was indeed using Ghost Sword and that this was something he had learned directly from her. "Did you learn a sword skill such as this before our encounter?" the woman asked Hansen, leaping away from the fight. "Kind of." Hansen nodded. Hansen had never actually learned Ghost Sword, of course, but he could replicate the primal essence of the skill. Through his proficiency with Heavenly Go and the Dongxian Sutra, he was able to learn Ghost Sword with relative ease. He just had to get to grips with the underlying rule and thread that connected it all. If Hansen hadn't learned those two, he would never have been able to start casting Ghost Sword in the manner he just had. This wasn't a skill you could just pick up, remember, and use. The complicated movements the skill required were just one of the many bases you had to cover. The woman looked at Hansen with a confused expression. She opened her umbrella and spun it. Hansen then felt as if something was sucking him. It lasted a while, and when the suction was gone, he found himself standing before the rock. The woman was where she always had been, standing solemnly on a bridge. "Don't tell Gu Qingqing you entered the Avoid World Stone." The woman's voice rang out from the stone. "Who is Gu Qingqing? Are you referring to that woman?" Hansen snapped out of his daze and looked straight at the green-clothed woman. Hansen knew she wasn't the mystic woman, despite their appearance being nearly identical. They were very different people on the inside. "Didn't she tell you?" The stone continued to sound with the green-clothed woman's voice. "No. This is the first time I've heard her name." Hansen stared at the woman in the painting, and after a bit, he asked her, "Who are you, then? Gu Qingqing's twin sister?" There was no response. It didn't seem as if she was prepared to answer him. "The mystic woman is called Gu Qingqing?" It's a name that certainly sounds human. I've never heard of a spirit or creature possessing the name Gu. Dark Spirit uses the name Ling and Elysium folk use Ghost, so I don't think Gu is something that would be used by spirits or creatures, Hansen reckoned to himself. Who is the green-cloaked woman, then? Is she a sister or a straight-up doppelganger of Gu Qingqing? Or is she just a spirit inside a painting? And why won't she let me tell Gu Qingqing I entered the painting? Hansen's mind was filled with a number of questions. He continued to look at the green-clothed woman, but she was still facing away from him. Although the woman in the painting wasn't willing to elaborate on her association with Gu Qingqing, Han Sen thought it might have been for the best. Gu Qingqing was most likely watching his every move, anyway. But Han Sen got ahead of himself, and it turned out she hadn't actually seen him enter the painting. She watched him intently, but she had only seen Han Sen standing in front of the stone doing absolutely nothing. She hadn't seen him enter the image on the rock, at all. Han Sen spent much time mulling over the relationship between the green-clothed woman and Gu Qingqing, but he couldn't come up with any plausible theories. The next morning, Gu Qingqing came looking for Han Sen in the garden. His heart leaped when he saw her, fearing she might have known about his brief stint inside the painting. "I'm leaving the shelter for a while. For the duration I am gone, you'd best stay put in the garden," Gu Qingqing said, surprising Han Sen. "I'm stuck here. I don't know where I'd go even if I did leave." Han Sen exaggerated a shrug. "You know what I mean." Gu Qingqing turned to leave, not willing to spare time explaining things any further than that. "Where are you going?" Han Sen asked. Gu Qingqing hesitated and answered, "To get something. If you can make the Holy Child revive, it'd be good for you and her both. But remember, you'll have to wake her up first." Before she left completely, she said one more thing: "While I'm gone, don't set one foot outside this garden." Han Sen knew what she was implying. There was every chance the Elysium might come for him wielding pitchforks in her absence, so it was best for him to stick to the safety of the garden. Han Sen knew this was her way of being nice to him, but her absence still made for his best chance of escaping. The next day, Han Sen decided not to follow Gu Qingqing's commands. Instead, he slipped out of the garden and made his way to the Geno core storage. No one confronted him on his way there, and although the spirits looked at him with extra hostility, they did nothing. As usual, they simply tried to kill him with a nasty stare. Han Sen went back and forth a few times from there. With no threats and nothing prohibiting his coming and going, he really did think this would make for the perfect chance to escape. Many spirits and creatures were coming and going on the east side of Elysium's shelter. They did not belong to Elysium's shelter, and it seemed as if some manner of business had brought them hither. Han Sen watched them for 2 days, and over the course of that time, he saw many more creatures and spirits than he had expected. There wasn't much in the way of security, either. Han Sen figured he'd be able to hide in the crowds to slip out. All he needed to do was pick the right opportunity for making a move, something he wagered would not be difficult. An Emperor-class shelter has this glaring vulnerability? No way. This has to be some sort of trap. Perhaps this is all a ruse established by the Elysium, setting me up for an easy excuse to take my life. If I stay, they'll have no reason or just cause for killing me. I'll be safe. If I leave, they'll undoubtedly cherish the ability to hunt me down, Han Sen thought with concern. Han Sen hesitated to depart. It looked like a great opportunity for an escape, but it looked like a trap, too. "You want to leave?" As Han Sen wondered what he should do, the green-cloaked woman spoke to him from the stone. "Why would I do such a thing?" Han Sen was shocked by the sudden question, and he quickly turned to deny what she had suggested. "Whatever you're seeing is just a trap," the woman informed him, seeming to disregard what Han Sen had said. Han Sen's face changed, and he didn't deny his desire to leave again. She went on to say, "If you think you can trust me, I have a way in which you can escape. Would you like to give it a try?" "Why would you want to help me?" Han Sen curiously eyed the lady. The woman coldly answered, "I'm actually helping myself. I want to escape, but I want you to come with me. Aren't you the Holy Child of the Elysium? Why do you want to leave?" Han Sen asked with surprise. She fell silent for a little while, then said, "I am the Holy Child of the Elysium, but I don't want that title. I don't want any of this. I just want to be an ordinary, run-of-the-mill spirit." "Okay, and what does this plan of yours involve?" Hansen was neither interested nor willing to hear whatever sad life story she seemed about to tell him. He wanted a way out, so he was going to get down to brass tacks. The lady quietly murmured, "While Gu Qingqing is gone, I can help you escape. But unless you can get me my spirit stone back, I'm not going anywhere." "Where's your spirit stone?" Hansen didn't think she was the sort to lie to him. And if she had a way in which they could escape successfully, he didn't mind helping her out. The woman in the painting said, "The spirit stone in the spirit statue is mine, believe it or not." "The spirit stone in the spirit statue is yours?" Hansen frowned. If her spirit stone resided inside the spirit statue, the only way she could get it back was if she pledged obedience to someone else. The spirit hall would have many guards, however. Getting in would not be easy, and going for the stone would be a much harder method of escaping the shelter. "If it's not my spirit stone, who else would it belong to?" "Gu Qingqing is just a human, after all," the woman inside the painting said. "Gu Qingqing really is a human?" Hansen had been wondering if she truly was. He found it difficult to believe an entire spirit family like Elysium would willingly obey a human. And if Gu Qingqing was a human, then why was the woman inside the painting a spirit? The woman did not answer Hansen directly, and when she spoke next, she actually mocked him. "You humans aren't afraid to die, are you? Even in the midst of all this, you're going to ask questions like that?" "I was just asking. I want to help you get your stone back, but my powers won't take me any further than the gates." Hansen shrugged again. "Who said you have to walk in through the front door?" The green-clothed woman smiled. "I told you the spirit stone in the spirit statue is mine. I can control the shelter, and that means I can send you to the spirit hall with ease. All you have to do is grab the spirit stone." Hansen was wary of trusting her. If things were that easy, why couldn't she have gone and taken it herself? "But there is one minor issue we have to deal with first." There was a catch, of course. The minor issue mentioned by the green-clothed woman was a berserk super creature guarding the spirit statue. The green-clothed woman could send Hansen to the spirit hall with ease, but Hansen would have to slay the beast in order to grab the stone that was embedded in the statue's forehead. According to her, the berserk super creature had resided in the shelter since before the Elysium elders perished. Over the years, the berserk super creature had only become stronger and stronger. Its power was immense, and with that thing guarding the spirit statue, Hansen didn't fancy his chances. Even after inquiring about the berserk super creature's powers and abilities, he wasn't entirely sure whether or not if he should agree. "Let me think about it." Hansen didn't reject the offer outright. "You don't have much time to dwell on this. When Gu Qingqing returns, this opportunity will be gone," the woman said. "Just let me think for a moment." Hansen was still not convinced. Hansen was smart. He knew the limits and extent of his own capabilities well. He knew squaring off against a berserk super creature for a spirit stone was a fool's errand for someone of his strength. The only way Hansen would be able to grab the spirit stone was if he entered the spirit hall, completely undetected, and remained out of sight. The green-clothed woman did not rush Hansen to make a decision. "Do you know what Gu Qingqing went to do?" "Do you know?" Hansen knew she was being rhetorical. The woman said, "You have entered the Geno Core storage, haven't you? Do you know about the Geno Core battleground?" "Of course." Hansen nodded. "There are two different types of Geno Core battlegrounds. You have only seen one. There is another type that requires a special Geno Core storage to enter," the woman explained. "Are you saying Gu Qingqing went to another Geno Core battleground? What is she doing there?" Hansen asked. The woman quietly told him, "It is called Geno Battleground, but this one is a battleground for combatants to claim the Geno Cores of others." "What does that mean?" Hansen frowned. "The demigods that enter this battleground can kill their opponents and claim their Geno Cores. Geno Cores grow quickly in that place, and they can level up quite fast," the green-clothed woman said. "There's a place like this? How can I get there?" Hansen asked with shock. To enter a Geno battleground, you first need an access point for the Geno core storage. But it has to be a special Geno core storage access point. Gu Qingqing left so she could modify her own Geno core storage to allow this. When I wake up, she will force me into this battleground and make me level up quickly. Does this benefit her in any way? Hansen asked quietly. I don't know, but you are my priest and you must go with me. There is a high chance you will be killed in such a place, the woman said. Why? I think you're weaker than me. Hansen laughed. The green-clothed woman rebutted, if I die in there, I can revive via my spirit stone. If you die, you die. How's that for a comparison? I understand. Hansen bore a wry smile and shook his head. If you don't want to be forced into the Geno battleground, this is the only way to avoid that. If you take my spirit stone, I will help you escape Elysium's shelter, the woman said. But there is a berserk super creature there. Even if I did grab your spirit stone from the statue, getting out would be a different matter entirely. When I take the stone, you won't be able to control the shelter anymore. You won't be able to zap me out, and I'll have that berserk super creature breathing down my neck. Who said I can't? If I can't do something that simple, what's the point of me being referred to as a holy child? The volume of her voice dropped then, and she said, I have an escape route. Grab the stone, and I'll get you out of that hall. Let me think about it. Although Hansen was tempted, he didn't entirely believe her. They were still practically strangers, and Hansen didn't know her too well. Wimp, the woman said, then stopped talking. Her mood soured, and she looked mad. Hansen cared little about upsetting her, though. He would rather go to the Geno battleground to level up his Geno core than risk his life by infiltrating the spirit hall. Over the next few days, though, she tried many times to convince Hansen to change his mind and get the spirit stone for her. He eventually ignored all mentions of the subject. She knew Hansen was not willing to risk this for her, and her attitude eventually took a turn. After a while, she ignored him completely. When Gu Qingqing returned and noticed that Hansen had actually stayed in the garden, she smiled. You didn't disappoint me. You really are the heir of Han Jingji. You too might always lie to others, but you never allow yourselves to be tricked, either. My grandfather is Han Jingji, but he was only a small officer. He's not the one you keep referring to. Hansen sighed. Hansen had picked up on one thing for sure, something had happened between Han Jingji and Gu Qingqing. That was why Gu Qingqing didn't like Hansen very much. It probably boiled down to him being a descendant of Han Jingji. Gu Qingqing looked at Hansen with disdain and said, Don't talk crap. That old fox might be able to fool others, but I'm the only one he never could. You didn't get tricked by the holy child into doing something stupid, however. Not bad. You know she is awake, don't you? Hansen asked Gu Qingqing. She nodded and said, It is best not to believe anything she says. Otherwise, you'll end up dead before you know it, without a clue how it came about. Then, what were you doing while you were away from the shelter? Hansen asked. Modifying the Emperor-class Geno core storage. I required a rare Geno component. I was the only one in Elysium's shelter who could retrieve it. Gu Qingqing actually looked happy. The Geno core storage's modifications should be finished soon. Then, you may enter with the Holy Child. At least the woman in the painting didn't lie about this, Hansen thought to himself. Are you sure I can revive the Holy Child? Gu Qingqing always sounded like she was certain Hansen could get the job done. Gu Qingqing smiled. If an Elysium spirit became a priest, the Holy Child would ignore them. You are human, and that's different. Furthermore, you perform well. If she wanted to make a move, she was bound to wake up sooner rather than later. Gu Qingqing looked at the woman on the painting and said, Am I right? The stone did not reply, and the green-clothed woman pretended not to hear a word. But you still need to hurry. There is only a month left to go, Gu Qingqing said. Hansen asked, then what marks her as revived? You need to get her to leave the painting, Gu Qingqing replied to Hansen swiftly. Gu Qingqing left after that. Hansen looked back at the woman in the painting, and he noted how strange the relationship between the two must have been. What Gu Qingqing said had been intoned for the woman in the painting to hear. Hey, beautiful. What's the relationship between you and Gu Qingqing? Hansen asked the painted lady. That is none of your business, wimp. The green-clothed woman seemed angry. Humans only live once. I have to be careful. Hansen did not think fearing death was a bad thing. There is nothing else you can do now, anyway. You'll have to go to the Geno battleground. It'll be fun, seeing how you end up dying. The woman's words were chilling. When Hansen heard her, though, he was happy. That meant she really might exit the painting. Hansen chatted a little more with her, but overall, she sounded upset. Eventually, she retreated into silence and stopped talking completely. A few days later, the Dongxian Sutra had its breakthrough. Hansen's body evolved, and so did the bulwark umbrella. The umbrella was now a silver Geno core. Jadeskin was getting close to the breakthrough point as well. It wouldn't be much longer until that followed suit. After that day, the green-clothed woman continued to ignore Hansen completely. It made him worry quite a bit, as the deadline for the deal with Ghost Moon was getting near. If the green-clothed woman did not exit the painting in 3 months, and Ghost Moon was then made priest, Gu Qingqing had said she would behead Han Senator. Whether or not she'd actually do it remained to be seen, though. No matter what Hansen said to her, the lady ignored him. He tried to discuss serious matters, tell jokes, and even read her stories. It was all to no avail, and he might as well have been talking to any old stone. The 3 months were over. In that time, Crystal Core also managed to reach silver. Only real blood and coin were still bronze Geno cores. And when the deadline hit, the green-clothed woman was continuing to ignore Han Senator while Hansen's mind raced for an idea of what he might do next. Gu Qingqing appeared in the garden with a few spirits in tow. Ghost Moon was there, and she bowed to Gu Qingqing. Master, 3 months have elapsed. The human failed to revive her. Please, allow me to replace him as priest. That was the deal. You will indeed replace him as priest. Gu Qingqing nodded. Thank you, Master. Ghost Moon and the spirits all looked delighted, and they all bowed before Gu Qingqing. I also said I would remove his head if he failed within the 3 months he was given. Now that you have become the priest, I will give this task to you. You may be the one to execute him, Gu Qingqing coldly told Ghost Moon. Ghost Moon did not hesitate. She pulled out her scimitar and immediately approached Hansen. Hansen had been thinking about how he might escape, and if there truly was no way to get out of the shelter, then he'd have to just run to the Alliance. His fitness was good, but his Geno cores were still lacking. At least he was able to practice and work on his Geno cores in the Alliance. When he got the Geno cores to Gemstone class, he could teleport back and perhaps escape Elysium's shelter under those conditions. With a plan in mind, he moved in front of a tower. When Ghost Moon came close, he was going to run inside and leap into the teleporter. Hang on. Before Hansen made his move, the green-clothed lady suddenly spoke. Everyone turned to look toward the stone in shock. Gu Qingqing smiled, as if she knew this would happen. The painting suddenly looked like a swirling vortex, as if a spinning tear in the dimension had manifested upon it. The green-clothed woman, with her umbrella, began walking out of the painting. Not long after, she emerged into the garden like a real human. She looked exactly like Gu Qingqing. They went to stand next to each other, and they were so identical, no one could tell them apart. All the spirits, Ghost Moon included, suddenly knelt before the green-cloaked lady and said, "The Holy Child. Keep him as the priest and let him join the Geno battleground," the green-cloaked lady said coldly. The faces of all the Elysium spirits changed, but no one dared to challenge or second-guess her command. After the green-cloaked lady said this, she exited the garden. Hansen quickly followed after her. He ignored the angry stares of all the Elysium spirits. "Thank you for saving me," Hansen quietly told her. The Elysium spirits had stopped following after they reached the Geno core storage. The green-clothed woman coldly rolled her eyes and responded, "I am not so nice that I would save a wimp. I'm dragging you to die elsewhere, that's all." The green-clothed lady walked into the Geno core storage teleporter. She used her umbrella to enter, as if it were a key. Hansen thought to himself, the Geno core storage has tiers. With my power, there should be nothing to fear. No one should be able to kill me where I'm going. Perhaps I'll just level up quick, and that's that. Plus, our tiers might be different and we won't be compatible. Hansen looked around the Geno core storage. He had come here a lot, but it didn't seem as if anything had changed. He was unable to tell if this place had indeed been modified. Hansen used his bulwark umbrella as the key to enter the Geno core storage. There was a flash, and when his vision returned, Hansen was shocked by what he saw. The moon had turned red, and the mountain river and trees were red, too. It was all so very weird. There was no Rockman, and neither was there a Geno core tablet. There was only a teleporter, and the woman was standing near it, watching him. "What's going on? You and I both have a silver Geno core?" Hansen looked at the green-clothed woman with surprise. This Geno core storage looked very different. "I told you, this Geno core storage has received some modifications. We're in a different sort of Geno battleground, and in here, any and all Geno core levels can gather. Your silver Geno core will be brutally murdered here, though." The woman slightly raised her lips. "What is your Geno core's level?" Hansen smiled. "Mine is gemstone. I only need a little bit more juice to level it up to super." The woman sounded cocky. Hansen was able to predict this state of affairs, though. Her fitness was similar to his, so it was very likely she had a gemstone Geno core. Hansen did not step out of the teleporter, though. He wanted to go back with his umbrella. He had finished the task of waking up the Holy Child, so Gu Qingqing had no reason to want him dead. If he returned and spoke to her, perhaps he'd be allowed to leave Elysium shelter now. If she really wasn't going to let him, he'd come right back. But Hansen noticed the teleporter wasn't doing anything. It was like it had been broken, refusing to send him back. "Don't waste your time. You can't get out unless you find the Geno core tablet. Unfortunately, the Geno core tablet is near a dangerous place. Many elites like camping there, so they can kill any who try to leave," the woman said coldly. "That's bothersome." Hansen frowned. The woman smiled. "Now do you regret not listening to me when I told you it was time for us to run?" Hansen laughed, looked right at her, and said, "Well, now that we're partners, for the time being, how about you tell me your name? I can't keep calling you, you. Pa. Who would think of partnering up with such a wimp? If your Geno core wasn't such a low level, I'd just kill you and take it for myself." "It's not even worth the effort," the green-clothed woman said, then kept walking. Hansen didn't take offense, so he just followed after her. If she truly wanted Hansen dead, he wagered she wouldn't have exited the stone right as Ghost Moon was about to kill him. It also took a while for Hansen to teleport in. She had obviously waited, and if she cared that little about him, she could have been long gone by now. "Even if we're not partners, I should still know your name. It's horrible to keep calling you, you. Hansen stopped by her side and turned towards her. "Elysian Moon," the woman said with a wintry tone. "Elysian Moon? That's a very good name. It's as bright as the black-perched comfort the moon provides." Hansen smiled. The green-clothed woman just stared at him. "It's Elysian. It still bears an association to the Elysium. Elysian Moon. Elysian Moon." Hansen said it twice. "That sounds similar to Ghost Moon. She copied my name, but we're nothing alike." Elysian Moon smirked. Hansen continued following her. It sounded as if she didn't like Hansen, but she still seemed content to walk alongside him. She was a very different person now, not like the quiet person who originally inhabited the painting. They continued to speak as they walked, but Elysian Moon spent the entire time mocking Han Senator repeatedly. He had to just laugh it off. They crossed over a mountain, then stopped, looking at each other. Elysian Moon turned to look over a nearby valley. "Come on out. If you wish to kill us, cowardly assassination from the shadows is a bad idea." As her voice echoed back out of the valley, the heavy sound of footsteps followed it out, bouncing off the gulches of the valley. They saw a minotaur, decked out in heavy armor. It had a ruby spear, and its eyes were red, too. "It's a Genobattle soul," Elysian Moon said, finger pointing at the minotaur. "What is a Genobattle soul?" Hansen asked. "The creatures that occupy the Geno battleground count as Geno cores themselves. Killing them will strengthen your own." Elysian Moon paused. "But Genobattle souls are rare, and they're always at least gold level. This one, however, looks gemstone class. Killing it is sure to increase my Geno core." Elysian Moon swung her umbrella and rushed forward to engage the minotaur. Boom! The umbrella and the spear collided against one another, instigating a fearsome mixture of terrifying power that generated shockwaves. The impacts tore apart the ground, leaving them fighting in a deep crater. In the next second, Elysian Moon opened her umbrella. As it spun in her hands, a phantom force of suction began to pull the minotaur towards it. The minotaur tried to resist and pull itself away, but it was unable to get free. It was vacuumed in. When the minotaur was sucked inside, she stopped spinning her umbrella. Hansen saw the umbrella, and on it, he now saw the picture of a heavy armor-clad minotaur. It looked disturbingly alive. No. It really was alive. So powerful. If she used that ability when we last fought, perhaps I could have suffered the same fate as the minotaur. Hansen was shocked. Hansen's heart sank, and he again thought to himself, "It is an umbrella Geno core, but why can mine only offer protection? I hope it has developed some new abilities, now that it has reached silver." Hansen looked at his umbrella, which was now a silver core. There didn't seem to be any changes, and its color was still standard black. As Hansen eyed the Geno core, more footsteps began to resonate from the valley. It wasn't just one minotaur. The footsteps were rapid, and it sounded as if there were thousands of the creatures. This was confirmed when they saw many more pouring out of the valley. "Didn't you say Genobattle souls are rare? What do you call this?" Hansen's face changed. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't face an entire army of those minotaurs. "That's just what I heard off another spirit." Even Elysian Moon looked disheartened. Hansen turned around and started to run. Elysian Moon followed, and she was just as quick as him. The minotaurs were all wielding ruby spears as they gave chase. Hansen and Elysian Moon were both incredibly fast runners, and the minotaurs had a hard time keeping up with them. But when Hansen turned around to get a peek, his face changed. There were at least 200 of the fiends pursuing them, and now they were raising their ruby spears up towards the sky, ready to launch them from a distance. The spears vanished from their hands, and when they appeared again, they were all falling from the sky like rain. It was impossible to dodge them. Hansen gritted his teeth and opened his bulwark umbrella. His only option now was to block them. Bulwark umbrella was only silver class, however. It was 2 tiers lower than the gemstone Geno cores, so he was unsure if it'd be able to protect him fully. Elysian Moon held her own umbrella and did the same, shielding herself from the descending spears. There was a constant patter of thudding noises, and much to his relief, he realized the ruby spears were unable to damage his bulwark umbrella. Are those minotaurs not all gemstone class, perhaps? Hansen wondered. He looked at Elysian Moon, and he noticed a number of crude marks had been left across her umbrella after she blocked the spears. If she had to do this a few more times, her umbrella would undoubtedly break. Hansen thought to himself, perhaps it is a good thing that the bulwark umbrella focuses on defense. Her umbrella is gemstone class, yet it is unable to withstand those spears. My silver class umbrella can withstand them with ease. The difference is fairly massive. As Hansen thought about this, the Minotaurs prepared to throw another rain-like volley of spears. Hansen continued to clutch his umbrella as a wave of noise crashed against its top. It stood strong and did not buckle. Still, Hansen wasn't shaking off the Minotaurs as he ran, and he wouldn't make any progress if he kept on simply blocking their spears. Hansen ran for a long time, and after a while, he heard a moan. He turned around and saw Elysian Moon's umbrella had been pierced through. The umbrella had broken, and the spear that broke it had dug right into Elysian Moon's shoulder. Several spears had struck that same spot on her umbrella, and it had finally crumpled. Their genocores were the same tier, but since Elysian Moon's genocore wasn't primarily defensive, it wasn't entirely unexpected that it had broken. But following that one spear which managed to break through and hurt her, there was already another volley of javelins descending, ready to pierce through the rest of the umbrella and riddle her with holes. Over here. Hansen waved to Elysian Moon. Hansen was starting to understand just how scary the Geno battleground really could be, and having a partner in such a place was better than venturing there all alone. Hansen didn't want to be left to his own devices. Elysian Moon looked back at Hansen strangely. She was surprised that her gemstone Geno core was unable to block the ruby spears, whereas Hansen's silver Geno core was doing just fine. Minutes before, she had just been mocking Hansen's silver Geno core. She thought it'd be rather embarrassing for her to then take refuge beneath it. She bit down on her teeth and decided to keep on running, avoiding the protection Hansen's umbrella could provide. Hansen thought she must have had a trick up her sleeve, so he didn't ask her again. He just kept on running. There was a woodland not too far off from them, and he hoped the switch in geography would provide them an opportunity to slip away and lose their pursuers. When Hansen had almost reached the ease of the forest, he turned back to look at Elysian Moon. Her umbrella was now closed, and whenever the spears came bearing down on her, she smacked them away. But there were too many in each volley, and each wave resulted in an additional injury. To make matters worse, there was still that first one protruding from her shoulder. The Minotaurs were still coming, and they lifted their powerful arms, gearing up for another throw. Elysian Moon looked pale, and her green clothes were now dyed red. She looked to be in poor condition. Hansen decided to run back and force her to take cover underneath his bulwark umbrella. And after he got into position, a lot of ding-dong noises quickly followed, as the spears washed across his shield like another heavy rainfall. Why did you come back? Elysian Moon clenched her jaw again. Save the chit-chat for later. Hansen wrapped an arm around her waist and helped her run into the cover of the nearby woodland. The heavy armor Minotaurs weren't giving up the pursuit just yet, however. And when they came stomping through the forest, their heavy armor knocked down any trees that stood in the way of their desperate chase. Let me down. Elysian Moon was being carried beneath Hansen's armpit, and she shyly pleaded for him to let her go. My umbrella is only so big. It can cover 2 people, but now that we're running, and you're injured, perhaps we should focus on shaking our tail first. Hansen did not put her down, and simply kept on running. Hansen looked back as the Minotaurs bulldozed the forest behind them. Even the trees that were 2 people wide were knocked down effortlessly. Fortunately, savaging the forest had slowed down their advance somewhat. Hansen, as swift of foot as he was, gained some distance on them. After running for another 100 miles, the Minotaurs were out of sight. Hansen slowed to a stop by the banks of a river. Hansen looked back and made sure he could no longer hear the sounds of footsteps. Then, he said, "It looks like they're gone. Put me down." Elysian Moon was still beneath Hansen's armpit, and her second request was just as shy. "Oh, sorry." Hansen put her down, then saw that she was bleeding. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay." Elysian Moon's body glowed, signifying she was trying to repair her own wounds. It didn't look to be very effective. Her wounds were still oozing blood, and her face was becoming paler and paler. The powers of those minotaurs are strange. It's like they are forbidding me from healing my own injuries. Elysian Moon confessed after a while. She was in dire shape. Really? It's lucky you are a spirit then, since you can respawn, Hansen said. Elysian Moon shook her head. With a wry smile, she said, I lied to you. My spirit stone wasn't in the spirit statue. It's inside me. If I die, I can't respawn. Hansen frowned and gave her a look, but did not say anything. Elysian Moon went on to say, the reason I asked you to break the spirit stone in the statue was simply because it belongs to my enemy. I didn't plan to escape. I just wanted him dead. Hansen was not surprised, as he never fully trusted Elysian Moon. Telling me that now is pointless. Let's just figure out how we're going to live through the next couple hours. Let me examine your wounds. Hansen checked out her pierced shoulder. Her white skin had been gouged, and there was a lot of blood. It looked horrible, and as the blood continued to cascade, nothing seemed to close the wound. Elysian Moon tried to use her powers to stop the bleeding, but it didn't work. And exhausting her powers had only made her weaker. Hansen groaned. He simulated the powers of Holy Rhino and tried to imbue her injury with the healing properties and light. Unfortunately, that too was ineffective. Something was prohibiting her wound from being healed. It won't work. If my Elysium powers don't work, then yours most certainly won't. Elysian Moon shook her head. I'm afraid I won't be leaving this place alive. I hope you can help me with one last thing before I go. What is it? Hansen asked, looking at her wound. The chances are slim, but if you do make it out and return to the human world, I'll need you to deliver a message to someone. Elysian Moon seemed hesitant to tell him this, but she did anyway. Who and what? Hansen looked at Elysian Moon. Hansen thought to himself, it cannot be Han Jinji, can it? Did he trick the spirits, too? She opened her mouth, but choked on her words. It seemed a struggle to tell him. Hansen didn't rush her to spit it out, though. He continued to examine her wounds, and it seemed as if a strange power was stopping it from healing. If she had Hansen's Super King Spirit mode, this wouldn't happen. But she did not have powers such as that. After a while, Elysian Moon mustered the courage to say it. She nibbled her lips and said, I don't know what her identity in the Alliance is, but her name is Tangyu. She is a beautiful woman. Hansen was surprised. He didn't expect she'd want a message delivered to a woman, and not Han Jinji. What's your relationship with her? And what would you like me to say? Hansen asked. Our relationship is none of your business, but if you do see her, tell her I never hated her. Elysian Moon spoke softly and quietly. If I see her, I'll tell her. When Hansen said that, he gathered his power and zapped lightning into her shoulder. This time Hansen was simulating the silver fox's healing power to strike the wound on her shoulder. Arg! She wasn't prepared for this, and she screamed in pain. What are you doing? Elysian Moon wished to whack Hansen's hand away, but the wound that was now wrapped in lightning was actually beginning to heal. The broken skin began to seal and scab. How is that possible? Elysian Moon looked at Hansen in literal shock. Hansen had learned Ghost Sword, and now he was showing her this. She was very surprised. His performances were continuing to surprise her more and more. They both possessed an umbrella Geno core. Hansen's Silver One was able to block the attacks of a gemstone Geno battle soul, and had proven itself to be sturdier than her own gemstone Geno core. Now Hansen could heal her wounds where her own powers failed. Elysian Moon withstood the pain of the lightning and looked at Hansen as if she had just met him. With the lightning, her wounds were all healing. Unfortunately, she had bled a lot before she was able to recover, and it left her weak. And because the silver fox had just become a demigod, the powers Hansen was simulating were rather weak. The entire healing process was a little slow, as a result. 1 hour later, Hansen managed to heal her 2 most grievous injuries. Then, he moved on to aid her smaller wounds. There was a wound on her belly, and her green clothes had been shredded around it. The white skin of her torso looked lovely, though. Hansen put his hand on the wound. Perhaps it was the lightning hurting her too much, but her entire body shivered and she blushed. It took Hansen more than 2 hours to heal her, but when he was done and dusted, she looked perfect. You couldn't even tell she had been wounded. Plenty of internal damage had been dealt, though, and she hadn't fully recovered. Her life force was weaker than before, but that was something she would have to focus on restoring herself. Hansen still had the red Ganoderma mushrooms, and if she ate one, she would recover much more quickly. But Hansen was not a good person, and adding to that, she had lied to him. Healing her with his powers was the best he was willing to do for her. He wasn't going to waste one of his precious mushrooms on her. That place was very dangerous, and the red Ganoderma mushrooms might come in handy for himself. But it was good to have Elysian Moon at his side. She wasn't the worst companion to have, and Hansen did not mind helping her. Right now, Hansen had to consider the possible consequences if he ever returned without Elysian Moon. Gu Qingqing might not take that kindly. Don't move, Hansen hissed. Elysian Moon was trying to stand up, but Hansen held her in place by her shoulders. What? Elysian Moon was shocked. She was still weak, and if Hansen wished to hurt her, she'd be unable to resist. Hansen shook his head and pointed at the river. Then, he held a finger up to his lips to gesture for silence. Elysian Moon looked in the direction of the river and then noticed it. There was a shadow under the surface of the water, suggesting there was something in the river. Elysian Moon realized she had gotten the wrong idea, and she promptly blushed. Hansen was scanning the river intently, though, and hadn't seen her face. The river was coated in a lot of leaves and flotsam, and the water itself was dirty. Under the red moon, it was almost like a blur. But the shadow was very clear to see. It was 3 to 4 meters long, shaped like a very big fish. Hansen ran his Dongxian aura, and he was able to sense something in the water that was much stronger than the Minotaur's. Let's walk away slowly, Hansen whispered into her ear, pulling her carefully back away from the river. But after they took a single step, a big splash sounded from the river. Something came out with its gaping maw wide open, the smell of death wafting around it. Hansen retreated a bit, trying to get a better look at what it was. It wasn't a big fish like he initially presumed it to be. Its body did look like that of a fish, but it had legs. It didn't have any scales, and its body was made up of a keratinous shell. The color of the beast was black like ink. It was no wonder why the shadow in the water was so dark, with its color. And when it emerged from the river, it was far bigger than it had appeared beneath the water. Its mouth was fitted with razor-sharp teeth that could shred anything it sought to chew. It emerged with stunning speed. Before they could get any good distance away, its mouth was directly in front of them. Elysian Moon brought out her umbrella like she was drawing a sword, and with it, she struck the monster's head. The creature's head then glowed with a dark light. It summoned a black, triangle-shaped blade to deflect the incoming umbrella. The umbrella was already badly damaged, and when the triangle blade hit it, the umbrella broke completely. Blood spilled from Elysian Moon's mouth after the blow, and she stumbled back directly into Hansen's arms. Hansen frowned. He stabilized Elysian Moon and started to run with her in tow. Her gemstone Geno core wasn't very sturdy, but the fact that the monster had instantly destroyed the umbrella spoke volumes about how wretchedly powerful its own core must have been. Its level could not have possibly been below Elysian Moon's. As Hansen ran, the monster quickly followed. The creature's legs were short, but they were fleet and fast. Hansen grabbed Elysian Moon and fired up his phoenix techniques. With his agility being fueled by those, He was able to dodge every attack that came his way and maintain his speed. He was able to avoid getting bitten and beaten by the teeth and blade, respectively. Elysian Moon found herself under Han Sen's armpit once again. This time, she was quiet. Her pride had been stomped on. She had repeatedly called him a wimp, but Han Sen had excused all her transgressions and nastiness, and he was taking good care of her. Han Sen flew up into the air, and the monster followed. It was just as fast as his phoenix techniques when airborne. The monster's triangle blade was even faster. As it rushed up towards Han Sen, nothing slowed it down. It sped towards Han Sen like a supercar. So, Han Sen flew back down into the woodlands. He could use the environment there to his advantage and dodge the monster more easily. Han Sen couldn't shake it no matter what he tried, though. He kept on running until he saw shadows up ahead. They belonged to the Minotaurs. A group of them were resting in the woods, and when they saw Han Sen heading their way, they quickly jumped back onto their hooves and looked at him like a crowd of angry bulls. "Oh, no! They're coming!" Elysian Moon screamed, seeing the Minotaurs. Han Sen was still headed their way, though. He did not change his direction or turn. "Are you crazy?" Elysian Moon's eyes opened wide. She thought Han Sen was nuts, rushing into the Minotaurs the way he was. But Han Sen just ignored her and pushed to go even faster. He didn't have the time to answer her. Han Sen's Dongxian aura had reached its zenith, and he set it to track each and every movement that the Minotaurs made. He had to deal with them one way or another, and if he turned to flee another way, the Minotaurs and the monster would both be chasing him. So, Han Sen had decided to flee right into the Minotaurs, thinking it was the best way to shake off both. "You are crazy." Elysian Moon paled when she saw Han Sen speed up as they approached the Minotaurs. She didn't think she was going to survive. Earlier, she had been given some hope, but now death was staring her in the face once more. She was incredibly worried. She was powerless to choose what to do next, and Han Sen tightened his grip on her as he ran straight into the group of Minotaurs. Han Sen was like an angry bird as he swooped through them. The Minotaurs still wanted his blood, and they all summoned their spears when he came into their midst. Their spears were so quick that their prey almost never reacted in time. Elysian Moon did not believe Han Sen could avoid getting impaled, and her heart seemed ready to jump out of her chest. A moment later, Elysian Moon watched as Han Sen continued forward without fear or hesitation. The ruby spears went right past Han Sen's cheek. And with his fearless, unchanging eyes fixed forward, he rushed through the crowd of Minotaurs. 2 Minotaurs, one on each side, threw spears to prohibit Han Sen's passage. Elysian Moon was stunned, and just before Han Sen took another step forward, he pulled back. Like magic, he zapped back to the first Minotaur. The 2 Minotaurs that had attempted to block him did not hit anything. And the Minotaur in the front did not expect Han Sen to return. He didn't have his spear ready. Before any of them could react again, Han Sen was already gone. He had blown right past the Minotaurs, right through the crowd of them. Elysian Moon felt as if she was riding a roller coaster. She thought she might be thrown away any second. And all the while, spears were being chucked at her from each and every angle. She felt as if she'd get stabbed any second now. She was a spirit, but she felt as if her heart was going to break. But whenever she thought she was going to die, Han Sen changed direction. And in that hedge maze of spears, he cleaved a clean path right through the group, and avoided coming into contact with a single pointed weapon. It was like a magic show, one that juggled with the meaning of life and death. It was a show that tugged and toyed with the heartbeat of its audience. At that moment, Elysian Moon looked at Han Senator. He looked emotionless, and so serious. It was as if he had everything under control. When she saw Han Sen like that, a complicated feeling washed over her. She felt safe in her heart. It was a foreign feeling. Can we really make it out of here? Elysian Moon looked at Han Sen's face and receded into thought. Hansen's fitness was no worse than that of the Minotaurs. He used his Dongxian aura to keep track of each Minotaur's movement in his mind. Every possible way they could move, and every subsequent calculation, was in his brain. And after his mind worked its way through the hundreds of tracks and ways he could follow, he found one that would get him through safely. Behind Hansen, the monster ended up running into the crowd of Minotaurs. It wasn't gentle like he had been, though, and it rushed and stomped its way through. A few of the Minotaurs were sent flying. It was immediately apparent that the creature's shell and strength exceeded that of the Minotaurs. The legion of heavy-armor Minotaurs was thrown into chaos after that. They instantly recognized the beast to be a greater threat to them than Hansen, and so they all turned their attention towards it. The monster was cruel, and it began stomping around the crowd, crushing and beating on the Minotaurs. Hansen escaped the legion as the mess turned ugly, swooping through the woods, free from pursuers once more. Hansen did not know if any place would be truly safe to rest, but he selected a spot that seemed to be free from significant life forces. The Geno Core battleground did not have a day or night cycle. The red moon hung in the sky where it always had been. It hadn't moved at all since he got there. The place they were in now was a bamboo forest. The forest was dark green, but under the ominous red moon, it looked dark red. The color made the place look rather miserable. "There's no danger here, so let's rest." Hansen put Elysian Moon down and sat down on the ground. Hansen had exhausted much of his strength in the escape. His body was uninjured, but he was quite tired. Since there didn't seem to be any nearby danger, Hansen used his Dongxian Sutra to rest and ready himself for the next fight. Elysian Moon watched him rest. The expression on her face was complicated, and it wasn't entirely clear what she was thinking. As the wind blew, it rustled through the swaying bamboo. She stood up, looked around, and tried to think about where she was. After a while, Elysian Moon suddenly looked happy. "I know where we are." "You've been here before?" Hansen asked her, in shock. She shook her head. "No, this is the first time I've been in the Geno battleground, too. I've never been here before, but I've heard others from Elysium talk about this place. If I am not mistaken, this is the Firetail Bamboo Forest." "Firetail Bamboo Forest? Is this place dangerous?" Hansen had no clue what this place was, but he was mostly concerned with learning whether or not it was safe. It's hard to tell. Scary creatures can enter the Geno battleground from anywhere, but there aren't any powerful Geno battle souls around. I do know this bamboo forest has a Geno tablet somewhere. If it hasn't been taken, we might use it to return. Elysian Moon sounded quite excited. "You want to go back?" Hansen asked, looking at her strangely. Hansen thought she wouldn't leave before getting her Geno Core up to super class. Elysian Moon sighed. "You think I wanted to come here? Someone forced me here, not wanting me to live. I'd much prefer to level up slowly by myself." "You were inside the rock. No one was able to force you out," Hansen wondered. Elysian Moon shook her head. "The Avoid World Stone is probably impossible to destroy, but it is just an object. They would have found a way to deal with me eventually. They'd keep on going until I got out of it." "Who is your enemy? Is it Gu Qingqing?" Hansen asked. Elysian Moon shook her head, but she seemed keen to change the subject. She looked around and said, "From what I can tell, we need to head through the bamboo forest to find the Geno Core tablet. Your body is weak. Why don't you take a load off and rest up here for a few days?" Hansen said. "It's fine. Firetail Bamboo Forest is a big place, and it'll probably take us 10 days to get out of here, anyway. My wounds will be more than fine by then. If we are lucky, we can find Firetail Bamboo Forest's Firetail Geno Battle Souls. They're gold battle souls, so even you should be easily able to hunt them." It seemed as if Elysian Moon had caught on to the extent of Hansen's power. "Okay. I just hope we don't meet creatures that enter via here." Hansen summoned his unicorn, and together, they both rode it deeper into the forest. The Geno battleground was indeed different. There were plants, but aside from Geno battle souls and beings that entered, there was nothing else to hunt. There were no native creatures. The silence was unsettling. The world felt dead. Hansen was quite glad he had saved her. If he had stayed there alone, he would have ended up running around like a headless chicken. With her accompanying him, there was at least someone else to talk to. Things wouldn't be too miserable and depressing, at least. Firetail Geno Battle Beast Soul. Elysian Moon blurted out after half a day. Hansen looked at where she had pointed, and in the woods, there was a butterfly perched against some bamboo. It was on fire. The fire burned blue, and beneath the red light that bathed the environment, it really stood out. Firetails have fire powers, and they can shoot really hot flames. With your umbrella's defense, though, the fire shouldn't be of too much worry, Elysian Moon explained. Hansen nodded. He lifted his bulwark umbrella and approached the firetail butterfly. When it saw Hansen coming, it blew a flurry of flames towards him. Hansen opened the umbrella and blocked the blue flames headed his way. Then, he closed the umbrella and swung it down against the creature like a sword. The blue flames were extinguished and the firetail butterfly was killed. A gold light flew out, and with his cruel bottle, Hansen captured it inside. Elysian Moon told Hansen it was called a core light. That light was gold, which meant it was a gold-class creature. If you absorbed 100 of them, you could make a silver Geno core become gold. If it was a gold Geno core, the gold core lights would be useless. In that circumstance, you would require gemstone core lights to level up. Hansen hadn't decided if he wanted to level up his bulwark umbrella just yet, so he held on to the core light so he could make the decision later. Perhaps Hansen got lucky, but after entering Firetail Bamboo Forest, there wasn't any real danger. They saw a few firetail butterflies on the way, but they didn't pose much of a threat. Over the course of the next 2 days, Hansen had managed to collect 19 gold core lights. Elysian Moon had a gemstone Geno core, so those gold core lights were useless for her. Because of this, Hansen was able to collect them all. One thing Hansen did not understand, though, was that Elysian Moon had a gemstone Geno core. That meant she had to collect super core lights to level it up. But with her power being what it was, how could she ever hope to take down a super Geno battle soul, a king spirit, or any super creature, for that matter? If she couldn't kill them, it really was pointless for her to enter the Geno battleground. While this confused Hansen, he didn't ask about it. It was a personal matter of hers, and he decided he didn't want to be nosy. If they were lucky, they could get out of the bamboo forest and leave via a Geno core tablet. It wouldn't matter at that point. They both traveled through the bamboo forest until all of a sudden, they heard footsteps. Something was fast approaching. The bamboo forest wasn't very dense, so there was nowhere for them to hide. It also meant Hansen was able to see what was coming. It was a human, one that Hansen recognized. And he called out, "Old Zhua, why are you here?" It was Zhua Donglai, one of the original members of the Demigod Association. Hansen hadn't expected the man to be able to enter the Geno battleground. "Hansen, why are you here?" Zhua Donglai, seeing Hansen, looked surprised. He came towards them with greater speed. They both had a chat, and through it, Hansen was able to learn a bit. Zhua Donglai was unlucky. He was a demigod with a gemstone Geno core, and he was widely considered to be the best out of all humans. He found an abandoned shelter with no one there. He explored it, and eventually noticed there was an access point to the Geno core storage. As a result, he decided to stay there. But when Zhua Donglai used the Geno core storage, he didn't end up in front of the rockman. Instead, he ended up here. Zhua Donglai was quite strong. He had managed to kill a few Geno battle souls already, but the low-tier Geno core lights were useless for him. He was eventually attacked by a greater creature, which prompted him to flee. After escaping, he wandered into Hansen's path. So, that's me. Hansen, why are you here? Shuadonglai asked. Hansen didn't know how to explain succinctly, so he said, someone forced me. A crueler fate, I imagine. Shuadonglai gave a wry smile. Your geno core is only bronze, isn't it? This place is dangerous for you. Why don't you follow after me? Hansen shook his head. No. You follow me. I know the way out of here. We just need to find the geno core tablet. Hansen proceeded to tell Shuadonglai about him and Elysian Moon. Shuadonglai looked very happy hearing this, and he said, this is great. I guess I'll follow you, then. Hansen allowed Elysian Moon to lead the way. Shuadonglai and Hansen followed behind, talking a lot. Shuadonglai told Hansen that he had wished to take him as a student, but the possibility for that to occur had never transpired, for some reason. When it was time for them to rest, Shuadonglai asked them to wait a bit. Then, he summoned a stone palace. He smiled and said, this is my geno core, Purple Manor. You can sleep in here, without fear of being attacked. Your geno core is very useful. It's like a mansion you can fit into your pocket, one like the rich snobs have. Hansen was making fun of it. Shuadonglai sighed and said, there's still a lot more to it than that. It's just that people don't understand. I was going to teach you the Purple Manor Sutra, even. It's a shame that never came to pass. Hansen followed him inside the Purple Manor. Inside it, there was a stone statue and a big purple bell. My Purple Manor Sutra was never mastered, so the manor looks a little cheap. But its defense is good. And what's more, we are hidden. The bell is like an alarm, too. It'll ring if something ill comes our way. You guys should sleep for a bit, Shuadonglai said. Hansen didn't mind doing that, so he went to a corner and rested against the stone. Hansen had been quite busy the past few days, and now he had the opportunity to sleep worry-free. He was able to sleep uninterrupted there. Not even the rustling of the bamboo was able to disturb him. When he woke up, he felt very energized. After getting up, he found that Elysian Moon was continuing her healing process and Shuadonglai was still fast asleep. Hansen walked into the hall and tried to push the door open, but nothing happened. It seemed as if only Shuadonglai could do that. When Hansen pushed the door, Shuadonglai woke up and smiled. Why not sleep longer? You won't get many chances to sleep like this, the further we go. Did I wake you up? Hansen asked apologetically. No, I am fully rested. Don't let my age fool you, I'm still as active as a young buck. Shuadonglai proceeded to open the door while he spoke. He looked outside, and after doing so, his face changed. He quickly shut the doors again. Hansen heard something pounding at the door, trying to get inside. Although Shuadonglai had only opened the door for 1 second, Hansen had managed to get a glimpse of what was outside. It was those pretty firetail butterflies. They were resting on the bamboo outside, glittering with their beautiful blue fire. When Shuadonglai opened the door, he alerted them. And now, like snowflakes, they were descending on the door. Fortunately, he was able to shut the door quickly. Otherwise, they'd have rushed in like a blizzard. It's fine. Those butterflies are like mutant creatures. They can't break the Purple Manor, so we should be safe. Shuadonglai smiled. But after he said that, the Purple Manor's big door began to melt like molten lava. A hole formed in the door, which spread and got bigger. Then, the beautiful blue flames entered. Through the hole that had been seared through the door, you could see a beautiful blue flame butterfly that was a firetail genobattle soul. But this blue flame butterfly was different from the ones Hansen had dealt with previously. The ones Hansen had seen the day before were just a little bigger than the average human hand. This one, with wings spread, was an entire meter across. The blue fire that it carried danced into strange symbols, unlike the ordinary Firetail Genobattle souls. Crap. This Genobattle soul is a little strange. It melted the door to my gemstone purple matter. Watch out, I'm going to put it away. Shuadonglai was afraid if the creature continued to burn the matter, it would all melt. So, he returned it for now. The purple matter was gone, and when it was, they could now see the firetail butterfly assembly that was outside. It was impossible to tell how many were there, but the horde of butterflies fluttered around the big one. Genobattle souls weren't proper living creatures, and because of this, Han Sen could not gauge their actual strength through his Dongxian aura. But the giant butterfly was obviously a fair deal stronger than an average one, and if he had to guess, Han Sen would put its strength at no weaker than a gemstone type. The firetail butterflies were headed towards Han Sen next, and the three of them knew they had to fight. To face their flaming wrath, the first thing Han Sen did was open his bulwark umbrella. The firetail butterflies were struck by the umbrella, and they exploded in a bright haze of gold core lights. Of course, Han Sen did not have the time to collect them all right now. More and more butterflies were headed right for him. And that was especially true with the Firetail Butterfly King. It was like a living blue flame, and it had picked Han Sen as its target. The Butterfly King was too fast, though. Han Sen hadn't recovered his strength after striking the three butterflies. He was unable to pull away and dodge, so he brought the bulwark umbrella up to defend against the Butterfly King's hit. Pang! There was a big explosion, and Han Sen felt impressive power impact his umbrella. He and the umbrella were sent arcing through the air, and atop the umbrella was a nasty scorch mark. It was already breaking. Oh, no. I'm not sure this guy is a gemstone battle soul, it might actually be a super battle soul. Han Sen was shocked. To make matters worse, the Butterfly King was fixated on him. Shuadonglai and Elysian Moon were fighting in the midst of the butterfly storm. But they were dealing with gold battle souls, the sort that couldn't even deal damage to them. After they struck down a bastion of the fluttering foes, gold core lights were dropping everywhere. Han Sen dodged the Butterfly King's second attack, but he wouldn't be able to dodge the next. When the Butterfly King flapped its wings again, it was instantly back at him, ready to attack. Pang! Han Sen used his bulwark umbrella to block the hit again. He was sent flying through the forest once more, as the hand that clutched the bumbershoot started to bleed. The surface of the umbrella was blackened with scorch marks. This guy is most definitely a super-class creature. Han Sen could tell the speed and power of the butterfly exceeded that of a gemstone class. If it had been a gemstone class beast, his own body would definitely have been able to withstand the fire. And the umbrella would not have suffered so greatly. Seeing the Butterfly King approach, Han Sen knew he wouldn't be able to dodge this attack either. Shuadonglai shouted and summoned the stone palace out of the nether, and it fell on top of the Butterfly King and trapped him. Run! Shuadonglai shouted after trapping the Butterfly King. His face looked terrible. Han Sen turned around to take flight. But after gaining a distance of 100 meters, a fresh blue light was already shining from behind. He turned around and saw a blue phantom shoot through the roof of the manor, which had been burned through. The butterfly was flying out, ready to resume its pursuit of Han Sen. He gritted his teeth and continued his sprint through the bamboo forest, but his speed was not good enough. The Butterfly King's blue body was already flashing directly behind Han Sen, having caught up with ease. Meowth! Get him! Han Sen wouldn't be able to dodge, so he chomped down on his teeth, summoned Meowth, and had the pet deal with the butterfly's wrath instead. Meowth had absorbed many water drops from the black crystal, and having eaten so much high-class meat, it was definitely worthy of residing in the fourth god's sanctuary. It had been growing quite well. Still, it was rather weak, and it had no notable powers. Its strength was comparable to that of an ordinary demigod with no geno core. Han Sen had kept and treated Meowth as a pet, and even though he summoned it, he didn't want it to die. Hansen didn't have any other pet beast souls, though, and the super pet armor he had could only be used by a pet beast soul. For this reason, he had to call on Meowth for aid. When Meowth activated battle mode, it took on the shape of a black tiger. Even though it'd appear much bigger than the butterfly, its power would be considerably worse. When Meowth was summoned, Hansen summoned the red crystal cricket's beast soul for it. When equipped, it clad Meowth in ruby armor and made the pet look like a red tiger. Pang! Firetail Butterfly King struck Meowth, which blasted it away. But the airborne Meowth was able to descend with a firm landing, and once it was down, it leaped towards the Butterfly King swiftly. Hansen was happy. Even with Meowth's meager strength, he had been able to withstand a direct blow from the Butterfly King and emerge totally fine. It was all thanks to that pet beast soul. Hansen was worried Meowth's body would be too weak to withstand a blow from the Butterfly King, even with the super pet armor. Seeing its success, Hansen was greatly relieved. Meowth hopped over to the Butterfly King, which seemed to enrage the creature. The butterfly flapped over to meet with Meowth, its blue flames burning like a sun. Boom! The blue flame exploded like a volcano, blasting Meowth further into the sky. And again, upon its descent, the pet looked absolutely perfect. With speed and haste, it was able to leap right back to the Butterfly King. The Butterfly King kept focusing on Meowth, but Meowth had super pet armor. The ruby armor seemed to be fine, too, with no scorch marks or signs of wear. That's strong. Too strong. Hansen was very excited. Zhuodonglai and Elysian Moon were shocked seeing this, too. Even Zhuodonglai's purple matter had been burned through. And they knew the Butterfly King had to be super class. For Hansen's pet beast soul to be able to withstand Firetail Butterfly King's attacks, they couldn't help but wonder what level Meowth might have been. It didn't look like a super class creature, as its speed and strength were very low. Its defense, on the other hand, was shockingly high. Hansen looked at what was going on for a while and then stopped, turning to run directly into the butterfly swarm. He collected all the core lights from the fallen butterflies and killed a number more on his way through. They were good stuff, and Hansen needed them to fast-track his 4 self-geno cores to gold class. The Butterfly King squealed, abandoning Meowth to return its focus to Hansen, but Meowth was too slow to catch up with it and snare its attention again. Hansen called back Meowth with a desummon, then resummoned it, throwing it right back at the Butterfly King that was drawing near. An explosion sounded right after, as Meowth was blown away by the Butterfly King's attack. The Butterfly King relocked onto Hansen, wanting to attack him. With the Meowth trick, he was able to keep himself alive, but constantly summoning the pet prevented him from being able to collect all the core lights he wished to. The Butterfly King realized its inability to strike Hansen now, and cleverly, it changed targets. It went straight for Elysian Moon, who was the weakest of the trio. Elysian Moon would have been stronger than Zhuodonglai on any other day, but her body had yet to fully recover from the injuries she had sustained. She was able to dodge the Butterfly King's first attack, but not the second. Pang! Hansen threw Meowth forward again, letting it hit the Butterfly King to absorb the explosive damage. The shockwave was still enough to blow Elysian Moon 10 meters away, however. "You guys go on ahead, I'll deal with him," Hansen said to Zhuodonglai and Elysian Moon. Zhuodonglai and Elysian Moon, who was just getting up, knew they were useless being there. They realized they were more of a burden than an aid for Hansen, and so they ran. "We'll wait for you near the Geno Core tablet. When you come after us, remember not to get too close," Elysian Moon shouted. "Don't worry, I'll be there later," Hansen answered. He picked up Meowth and lobbed him at the Butterfly King that was going after Elysian Moon again. After the Butterfly King was blocked this time, Elysian Moon and Zhuodonglai were able to disappear from sight. A few butterflies followed after them, but they were ordinary ones and of little concern. After they were gone, the Butterfly King released all its wrath on Hansen and Hansen alone. Fortunately, Meowth was able to keep going as Hansen's meat shield. He wasn't afraid or put down by being used in the way he was. As Hansen proceeded in this manner, he used his umbrella to strike down any of the smaller butterflies that were around. Hansen didn't have the time to collect the core lights in the cruel bottle, though. The gold core light was being directly absorbed by the umbrella instead, greatly increasing its strength. Hansen found something rather funny about it all. While the Butterfly King was still strong, its flames seemed to have quelled a bit after the repeated attacks on Meowth. Although the difference was small, it was definitely not a mistake. The Butterfly King had gotten weaker. After the lengthy encounter, Hansen could feel it losing strength. Maybe I will have a chance to kill the Butterfly King. Hansen was rather excited about this prospect, and so he continued using Meowth as a distraction for the Butterfly King as he went around killing the normal butterflies and collecting their core lights. It didn't take long for the Bulwark umbrella to absorb 100 core lights, and when it hit that figure, it began to break through. Because self-geno cores were connected to his body, and the umbrella had absorbed so many core lights, he could feel his Danshin Sutra becoming stronger. That too was going to level up soon. Hansen knew if his Danshin Sutra leveled up, his umbrella would become gold. But Hansen didn't want that, and so he suppressed his Danshin Sutra to avoid it leveling up. The Bulwark umbrella had only just leveled up to silver, and he had yet to reinforce it 9 times. It would be a waste to proceed without doing that, and so that was why he stopped the Danshin Sutra from leveling up. After getting 100 gold core lights, it seemed useless to get any more, as it wouldn't make the umbrella stronger. So, Hansen summoned his crystal core, and let it absorb the gold core lights directly. As it absorbed them, Hansen felt his jade skin grow and mature. It would level up soon, as well, a process which Hansen also suppressed. Because there were too many firetail butterflies, there were still a lot of core lights yet to get absorbed. But Hansen didn't dare to use coin or real blood to get them. They were only bronze geno cores right now, and if they absorbed gold core lights, Hansen thought they might level up too quickly, and he'd be unable to put a lid on their development. Suddenly, the Butterfly King squealed once more. The smaller butterflies all started to fly away, joined shortly after by the king itself. The entire horde fled into the bamboo forest. Hansen wasn't willing to let it run off, though. It was a super geno battle soul, after all, and he wouldn't allow the chance of killing it to slip away. Not caring for the little butterflies that were also all around, Hansen went straight for the king. The Butterfly King had been fighting Meowth for a while, and it was visibly weaker now. Hansen used his phoenix techniques to catch up with it. Meowth had become a living cannonball, and as Hansen chased after the Butterfly King, he would frequently lob the armored kitty at it. If the Butterfly King dodged, it'd slow down a little and allow Hansen the chance to catch up. If it didn't dodge, it'd just be hit by Meowth. This process incited the Butterfly King's rage. The giant butterfly turned back around and tried to kill Hansen once again. Hansen wasn't going to fight it head-on, though. Instead, he used Meowth to strip away its power again, bit by bit. After an entire day of this, the Butterfly King's power had been almost completely drained. Hansen delivered a single firm hit and blew it up. After the Firetail Butterfly King's body blew up, however, it didn't reveal a core light that was ripe for the taking. Instead, a red light gathered itself into a ruby-like crystal that was solid. Hansen picked it up and heard an announcement. Firetail Butterfly Geno Core obtained. It's a Geno Core and not a core light? Hansen was shocked, as this was unexpected. Hansen observed the Geno Core's information and was swiftly confused. Firetail Butterfly, Super Geno Core, missing. What does missing mean? Hansen frowned. Geno cores were either destroyed or damaged, he had never seen or heard about missing ones before. The strangest thing about this was that Hansen could not use the Firetail Butterfly Geno Core either. He had no idea why. He didn't have time to investigate it right now, though. He returned to the plan and went looking for Elysian Moon and Shuadong Lai. After half a day of travel, he was unable to find them. Han Sen thought he might have strayed too far off the track while he was fighting the Butterfly King. Perhaps he was going in the same direction, just by a different path. He had no idea where the fire-tail butterflies had all gone, either. He had seen no more after the last fight. 3 days later, Han Sen heard a noise coming from someplace deep within the bamboo forest. It sounded like music. After listening to that sound, Han Sen's face changed. It wasn't music played by a piano, it was the sound of a sword that was reminiscent of one. Han Sen looked in the direction that the sound was coming from, and he felt a powerful force. Someone seemed to be fighting there. After a while, Han Sen decided to mask his presence and sneak over there to see who was in combat. The battle was not far from Han Sen, and after a few miles of travel, he was able to see the sword that was producing those sounds. And what's more, Han Sen knew the master of the weapon, as well. It was Six Paths, whom he once battled in the Geno Core storage. Six Paths was battling a Peacock Geno Battle Soul. He wasn't using Heart Sword this time. As he wielded his blade, music played from the sword that seemed to damage his opponent. The sword didn't even have to come into contact with the peacock, but regardless, it was screaming in pain. Is that music sword, perhaps? Han Sen was shocked seeing this. It was a music element hyper-Geno art. Han Sen once tried to learn something similar, but due to a lack of talent and immediate proficiency, he hadn't invested much in it. Han Sen was amazed seeing Six Paths use music sword. It didn't compel him to learn the same technique, though. It was just something he greatly admired seeing. The reason Han Sen learned Heart Sword was for the purpose of introspection. Learning music sword would be pointless. If he wanted a powerful skill, there were far better ones he'd be naturally talented with. He didn't need to chase something music element attuned. The peacock fell on the ground in pain, hearing the song of music sword. Then, Six Paths moved forward and lopped its head off. The peacock Geno Battle Soul was killed. What surprised Han Sen the most was that the peacock did not leave a core light. Instead, it left behind a green Geno core. Six Paths picked up the Geno core, looked towards where Han Sen was hiding, and said, "Since you're here, why don't you come say hello?" Han Sen was shocked. He had already used his Dongxian aura to hide himself, but Six Paths was able to sense his presence anyway. "You were still able to find me?" Han Sen deactivated his Dongxian aura and stepped out of the thicket. When Six Paths laid eyes on Han Sen, he looked surprised. "You are in the Geno battleground? You knew I was here, why are you asking?" Han Sen frowned. Six Paths smiled and said, "I felt that a small portion of this place had vanished. As a result, I suspected a creature was hiding out of sight. I didn't expect it to be you." Now Han Sen knew why he was exposed. Six Paths didn't see his Dongxian aura, it was just a flaw of his usage of Dongxian aura. "Ah, that's why." Han Sen looked at Six Paths then, and asked, "Are you here to level up your Geno core?" Six Paths shook his head and said, "If I wanted to level up my Geno core, I wouldn't have destroyed my last one. I will level this new one up, step by step. I don't need the help of others." "Then what are you doing here?" Han Sen looked confused. Six Paths looked confused, as well. "You didn't come here, because of the god Geno core? You are here to level up your Geno core?" Elysian Moon hid something from me. Her power was not enough to kill a super Geno Battle Soul, so how could she expect to level up? I didn't even know a god Geno core existed, but I suspect this is what she is really here for. Han Sen heard what Six Paths said, and sort of understood. "What is the god Geno core?" Han Sen frowned. "It looks like you don't know," Six Paths said, and then explained. The Geno battleground did not have super core lights. If you killed a super Geno Battle Soul, you received a missing Geno core like Han Sen had just received. You could not make use of a missing super Geno core, but it was a key to enter God's battleground. No one without a missing geno core could enter. In the main battleground, it was possible to obtain a god geno core. When you entered God's battleground, you did so by visiting one of the geno core tablets, which were scattered around different areas. This was completely different from what Elysian Moon had told him. She told Hansen the geno core tablet would take him out of this place, but it would in fact lead them to her desired destination, the main battleground. Beautiful women are liars. She wanted to go to the tablet to enter the battleground. But that should mean she has a missing geno core, Hansen thought to himself. What is this god geno core used for? Hansen asked Six Paths. A god geno core is used for you to receive a second self geno core. I've never had a second one before, so I am here to try to receive another, Six Paths said. You were Emperor class, wouldn't it have been easier for you to get a god geno core then? Hansen asked, due to his confusion. Six Paths shook his head. Self-geno cores that exceed gemstone class geno cores can't enter the geno battleground. I was born an emperor, and as a result, I could not come here. Now the main battleground is open to me, and I want to get a god geno core. I want to have 2 self-geno cores. Hansen was not interested in getting another. All creatures had their own special abilities and created a single geno core, but Hansen wasn't like this. He already had 4 self-geno cores. It would be pointless for him, so chasing a god geno core would be a useless venture. Since you are here, you should come to the main battleground with me. You don't need to worry about anything, and you should just try to grab the god geno core. Six Paths invited Hansen to come along. I'm not interested in obtaining a god geno core. But do you know how to get out of this place? Hansen asked. When the main battleground shuts down, you can use the teleporter that you entered from to go back. Didn't you know that? You should have known before entering. Six Paths looked at Hansen with surprise. Hansen told him his story, prompting Six Paths to frown. You were tricked by Elysian Moon? She is here for the god geno core because she already has a missing geno core? That's what I'm thinking, yes. Hansen licked his lips. Don't let me see her. If I do, there's no telling what I might do to her. Six Paths smiled. It'll be difficult to find her now, but you should follow me to the main battleground. Assuming she isn't dead yet, that's where she'll be. There are many super creatures and the heirs of emperors on the way, so this'll be the best chance for you to get better. Hansen followed Six Paths, searching for the geno core tablet that would allow them to enter the main battleground. If he couldn't finish the trial of the main battleground, he wouldn't be able to leave. Staying in that realm, with the constant risk of encountering super geno battle souls, would be dangerous. So he followed after Six Paths, who was an emperor. He didn't even need geno cores to kill the foes they encountered. Along their way, Hansen inquired about Heartsword. Six Paths watched Hansen give a performance, then advised him on many tips and tricks he might not have caught on to. Hansen was able to learn a lot. Six Paths was not very secretive about this either. He was even willing to divulge hidden information to Hansen. I'm looking forward to another battle with you. You still need to get stronger, though. Six Paths spoke with sincerity. I want to get stronger, too. But I don't know how to absorb the life geno essences of super creatures. Hansen felt bad about this inability. Six Paths said to him, it's not difficult to absorb life geno essences, you just need to prove yourself to them. You still need to become powerful enough to absorb them. You mean, they have their own thoughts and will? Hansen was shocked. Six Paths nodded. The evolution of super creatures is different than our own. They will go to the 5th sanctuary and use life geno essences to create life. Before they go, they might not be able to create life yet, but they have a consciousness. Killing them is not really killing them, and for as long as their life geno essences exist, they are still alive in some form. Ah, it's no wonder I cannot absorb them. Now Hansen understood they had a consciousness. He also acknowledged how they were able to avoid being tricked by Hansen's simulation of their life force. Hansen asked Six Paths how to gain the approval of the life Geno essences, but he was told that each of them had a different method. Six Paths' own experiences with them would not help. The two of them searched for the tablet as they talked. But before they could find it, a few shadows began to approach them. It was a small collective of spirits, and they all looked powerful in their own right. They were not all Emperor class, but they were all definitely stronger than King class. Six Paths Emperor, we did not expect to see you here. Will you walk with us? The few spirits were shocked seeing him there, and it was the red-haired leader of the few that stepped forward to speak. I would like to be alone, Six Paths said coldly. The spirit frowned, looked at Hansen, and pointed at him. He asked, if you'd like to be alone, then who is that? Six Paths said icily, he is my opponent. Opponent? When Six Paths said this, all the spirits looked shocked. They all turned to get a look at Hansen. Six Paths was not like any other emperor they had seen before. He was on top of the entire fourth god sanctuary. Many emperors wouldn't consider a human as their opponent. There was only one other person Six Paths had ever referred to this way, and he was the one who had reached first place on the Super Geno Core leaderboard. Many spirits believed Six Paths destroyed his own Geno Core for a new one that might eliminate the flaws featured in his first, all for the purpose of rising through the ranks to beat the one in that prestigious first place. Six Paths referring to a human as an opponent was nothing short of shocking. I would like to see how this human can be regarded as an opponent. The red-haired spirit stepped forward, summoned a spear, and turned it to face directly at Han Sr. Tell me your name. This is the Red Dragon Spear. Han Sr. Hansen did not like meaningless fights. He thought them to be a waste of time, as they were devoid of any particular gain. Hansen told him his name, but when he fought against Six Paths in the Geno Core storage, he displayed his true self while clad in armor. Before Six Paths, there was no need to hide his identity. The red-haired spirit did not say another word. With the spear propped, he immediately charged towards Han Senator. The spear was like a toxic dragon, cleaving through the air. As it came forward to strike Hansen, the mere wake of the gusts that ran behind it was enough to tear the ground below. Six Paths fell back and smiled. The other spirits also stepped away. Hansen was the only one who didn't. He pulled out Taya and swung it towards the sundered air. His powerful Taya tore through the broken air and clashed against the incoming spear. Neither Hansen nor the red dragon stumbled back, as each collision was met with perfect balance. Red Dragon shouted, and his spear began to shine and light up, transforming into a black dragon. The spirit handled it just like the spear, and it could deal draconic damage that would be difficult for others to defend against. Hansen was still fearless. Red Dragon's Geno Core was strange, but it was still only gemstone class. There was no chance of it hurting him. Hansen cast his Dongxian aura and performed Ghost Sword. It was what he had learned from Elysian Moon, and what he had later spent time modifying. Although it was not perfect yet, Hansen was still very proficient with the technique. Hansen used his Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go as well, making his moves entirely unpredictable while revealing those of the opponent. It did not matter how strange Red Dragon's attacks were, Hansen knew exactly what was coming and when. Red Dragon soon noticed that no matter how often he tried to shift and shake up his performance and skill set, Hansen was one step ahead of him the entire time. If he kept on going in this way, he was sure to be hit by the human. Red Dragon was put into a state of caution. He waved his black dragon spear and returned it. He couldn't attack like that, and with Hansen's heightening ferocity, he found himself only able to defend. All the spirits looked on in shock. They were certain Red Dragon had to be the strongest there. He was an emperor, and Black Dragon's spear destroyed any that were of the same level and below. No one expected he'd be backed into a corner by the likes of a human. This human is different. No wonder Six Paths refers to him as an opponent. This sword skill is weird. I haven't seen any of his movements repeat, even after all this time. This is scary, he can see exactly what Red Dragon is preparing to do. It does not matter how he tries to attack, the human is already prepared to break it. What sort of skill is that? All the spirits were in shock, but Six Paths' expression was veiled. He complimented Hansen by saying, "This sword has the essence of Sky Sword." There had only been 100 slashes, and Red Dragon had to drop his Black Dragon spear to avoid losing his hands. Red Dragon stumbled backwards. He looked pale and exclaimed, "It is no wonder this is the sort of man Six Paths would consider an opponent." Hansen? I'll remember that name. After that, Red Dragon left, and the other spirits followed him from behind. Hansen simply shrugged. He didn't want people to remember him in a hostile way. Your sword skill was powerful, but it was not perfect. And it lacked Heart Sword, Six Paths said to Hansen. It doesn't have Heart Sword, no. It's not really a specific technique, though. Hansen laughed. Hansen had used Ghost Sword, but he had used the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go more during the fight. The core of his modified technique relied on his ability to judge and predict the moves of the enemy, most of all. The sword skill itself was not as important. That was why Six Paths said Hansen's display lacked Heart Sword. Hansen did not focus on the intricacy of sword skills in particular, though, so Six Paths' critique on Heart Sword did not matter to him. On the way, Six Paths asked Hansen about Ghost Sword. Hansen answered the Emperor to the best of his abilities and didn't hide anything. The Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go were not skills one could simply learn. If you did not have the heart for it, you couldn't learn them. If you had the talent, you could master them, but without understanding what was under the surface, you couldn't gain true proficiency. It is a shame you don't practice sword skills. Otherwise, this would have been perfect for you. Six Paths couldn't help himself from complimenting Hansen again. On the way, Six Paths found himself learning a lot about sword skills. He also showed much about his own to Hansen, who learned a lot as well. Six Paths' sword skills were all separate, and there were 6 different ones. Ghost Sword included fragments of every sword skill in existence, but Six Paths' sword skills tended to go beyond the sword that cast them. They walked for half a month together, and still, they saw no sign of Zhuodonglai and Elysian Moon. They had no clue where they went or if they had already gone ahead and entered the main battleground. But they finally came before the Geno Core tablet. There were a few spirits standing near it, Red Dragon included. I heard Red Dragon say Six Paths Emperor is here, so I have been waiting here for your arrival. A handsome, white-haired spirit said to Six Paths. Who are you? Six Paths asked the white-haired spirit. My name is Sumi, son of Furnace Emperor, the white-haired spirit answered. You are the son of Furnace? Six Paths said, without saying anything more. Sumi wasn't offended, though. They were on different tiers, and his father, Furnace Emperor, had once lost to Six Paths in a fight. Sumi wished to exact revenge on behalf of his father, but he knew he wouldn't be able to do that without a super Geno Core. You are Sky Sword Hansen? Sumi looked Hansen up and down, checking him out. Yes, I am. But what is the Sky Sword bit? Hansen raised and dropped his shoulders. Sumi, with a serious tone, said, because Six Paths Emperor said you mastered your sword skills, and I have studied sword skills, I have taken it upon myself to teach you the path of the Sky Sword. Sumi drew his sword, which looked very strange. It was like a long needle, for it was as thin as one. Hansen then drew Taya. He didn't like meaningless fights, but he knew he could not reveal any sort of weakness before this crowd. Otherwise, he'd be unable to get a God Geno Core when he entered the main battleground. He didn't desire a God Geno Core, but since he was here, he wasn't going to miss out on the goodies. Red Dragon and the other spirits looked at Hansen and Sumi, looking forward to the fight that was about to begin. Although Six Paths had admitted Hansen was his opponent, it was clear Hansen's power had yet to reach super-class levels. And what's more, they did not seem interested in fighting each other. It was 6 paths that had set the expectations of Hansen's talent. Sumi was not just any emperor's kid. His father was Furnace Emperor, and his mother was famous, too. He had the genes of 2 emperors, which automatically made him better than both of his parents. Once he became super class, he would be willing to challenge 6 paths himself. That was why his parents produced a baby. They hoped their heir could become the greatest spirit in the 4th god's sanctuary, and possibly ascend to the 5th sanctuary. Sumi did not disappoint his parents either. With his incredible talent and power, his potential was infinitely greater than their own. Sumi watched Hansen draw his sword, but did not say anything before slashing towards him. The needle-thin sword did not gleam. But the spirit wielded it like any ordinary blade, which was quite surprising. Hansen swung Taya, and when the weapons collided, he felt a strong force push him back. He went stumbling backwards 100 meters, cleaving the ground in 2 as he skidded in reverse. Hansen's hands trembled and bled after that. He was quite surprised. A gemstone-class spirit can be that strong? This is almost like a super creature. Sumi swung towards Hansen again, coldly saying, "My sword is called Sumi, too. My gemstone Geno core has the power of the mountains." Hansen knew now that it was the sword that was strange, and not his actual powers. Red Dragon and the spirit barked compliments, saying, "Sumi is cool. Just 1 slash and already this happened. I couldn't do that. If he became super class, I have no idea how strong his sword might become. Perhaps not even emperors could avoid his wrath. Sword skills like that are so scary." Hansen's face didn't change, though. He shook his numbed hand and put his sword in his left hand. Then, with his left hand, he leaped forward to strike his opponent. Brutal strength was not everything, or at least not in accordance with Hansen's Dongxian Sutra. Hansen's brain tracked Sumi's every movement. Taya was primed, ready to plunge deep into Sumi's body. If Hansen was competing with a power that lacked the speed to drive it, he would have little trouble. Power was pointless if it couldn't reach an opponent. In this case, Senator Sumi's sword might have carried the strength of a mountain or the force of a super creature, but while it was being tracked by Hansen's Dongxian aura, it wouldn't find a target. The fight was playing out in advance in Hansen's mind, as if Sumi was a puppet on strings. Even if Sumi wished to attack, risking his life and putting everything he had into one deadly swing, he wouldn't land a strike. It was as if the 2 fighters had established a secret agreement that forbade Sumi from even touching Hansen's clothes. Hansen swung Taya casually, a move which forced Sumi to reel back in a clumsy dodge. His sword was powerful, but he had no choice but to fall back. Red Dragon and the spirits were all in shock, watching an elite such as Sumi find himself unable to fight back against Hansen effectively. The human's opponent kept stumbling back until he was pushed against the Geno core tablet, and he had no place else to evade to. Sumi roared and closed his eyes. He swung his sword like crazy. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, he was truly no longer capable. He couldn't deal with Hansen's finesse any longer. Taya came to a stop. Hansen didn't finish off the spirit because it was pointless. He'd just respawn, and as an enemy, no less. Hansen sheathed Taya and walked back over to 6 paths. "Your sword skills are great. It is no wonder it's called Sky Sword. I, Sumi, have lost." Sumi was not a sore loser, he admitted his defeat without trouble. "Time is up. Let's go," 6 paths said. He went before the Geno core tablet and placed the missing Geno core into a slot. The missing Geno core began to shine and cast its glow on 6 paths. Then, the spirit was sucked inside. Hansen pulled out his own missing Geno core. He fitted it into the slot neatly and was then pulled inside in the same manner as 6 paths. When the light dimmed and his vision returned, Hansen found himself inside a giant arena. He was sitting amidst the bleachers overlooking the battleground. It wasn't just him there, either. There were countless other spirits and creatures seated there, as well. There was no ruckus or discord in the crowd, even though many might have been enemies back in the sanctuary. Everyone was transfixed with observing the events that unfolded inside the arena. In the arena, right now, there were two beasts engaged in battle. One was a lion that looked to have been built from steel, and the other was an echidna with 6 arms. They were fighting, as all the others spectated. Hansen looked around him and noticed the arena was far too big for its own good. He couldn't even get a good look at the creatures that were down there, locked in combat. Without 6 Paths' information, he wouldn't have had a clue where he was. Elysian Moon. Hansen did not see 6 Paths, but he saw her. Promptly, he walked up to her. Elysian Moon saw Hansen come towards her, and she said coolly, "I didn't expect to see you here. Where is old Joie?" Hansen expected Elysian Moon to lie to him, as she had done before. He didn't care much for her, though, or her well-being. All he cared for right now was Joie d'Anlai. Elysian Moon told him he is fine. He didn't have a Geno core, so he was unable to enter. He's waiting someplace outside the tablet. Since you were able to enter the main battleground, I can only presume you killed the Firetail Butterfly King. Yes? Your purpose was to come here, wasn't it? Hansen frowned. Elysian Moon nodded. I'm not going to lie to you. I wanted to come here, yes. Thanks to your help, Elysium is sure to reward you handsomely. Hansen said coldly, you weren't even able to get here by your own strength. Do you honestly believe you'll manage to earn a god Geno core? It looks like you know many things, Elysian Moon smiled. But don't worry about me. You helped me get here, and that means your task has finished. I don't think you're going to get what you came for. Hansen smiled without much warmth. No one can stop me from getting my god Geno core. Elysian Moon looked very confident in herself. Hansen did not say anything in return to that. He just sat down to ponder why she was so confident in her ability to earn a god Geno core, when there were so many other elites competing. She was powerful, but she was nothing outstanding. Where she obtained such confidence, Hansen hadn't a clue. Since you have protected me for so long, I will give you some advice. Watch and do not participate in the fight. There are so many elites here, you wouldn't stand a chance. I wouldn't have come here if I wasn't prepared, you know, Elysian Moon said to Hansen. That's all to my discretion, Hansen said flatly. Hansen was going to join, and he was going to snatch the god Geno core from her. More than anything, he just wanted to disappoint and ruin Elysian Moon's day. The only thing Hansen didn't know, however, was what she meant by the preparations she had made. It was an enigma. Elysian Moon looked like she wanted to say something else, but the super creatures in the arena finished their fight. The lion's legs had been torn to shreds by the echidna, and it had to limp away from the battleground in tears. Fortunately, it had been able to leave without suffering further injuries. It would have surely been killed if it hadn't been allowed to escape. Elysian Moon's Geno core then shone in her hand. A door of light beamed open before her. I have given you solid advice. You really shouldn't go any further. After Elysian Moon said that, she entered the door of light. Then, she appeared down below in the arena. On the other side of the arena was another spirit. That spirit was wielding a large hammer. It didn't say anything, and simply leaped forward to attack Elysian Moon. The power of that weapon was fierce, and it looked as if it could sunder mountains. Elysian Moon summoned her Elysian umbrella. The umbrella seemed a bit different this time. Weird. Why does her umbrella feel so much stronger? Hansen looked at the umbrella and frowned. It looked far stronger than before. It looked as if it was a super Geno core now. Her spirit opponent swung his hammer, but she didn't dodge. She spun her umbrella and cast Elysian Vortex. The hammer landed on it and got sucked inside. The spirit used both hands to hold onto his hammer and pull it out, but the suction force of her skill sucked the entire spirit inside. When the Elysian umbrella stopped spinning, the image of a spirit with a hammer then appeared on top of it. The faces of the spirits and creatures in the audience all changed. That was a king spirit's heir that had been sucked into an umbrella. Whether he was alive or not in there, they had no clue. No, something is wrong. The umbrella wasn't this strong before. Did she level up? But I thought the Geno battleground only allowed Geno cores that were gemstone or below. Hansen frowned. Now you understand? It does not matter who the opponent is, I will be the one obtaining the god Geno core. Elysian Moon returned from the door, sitting down next to Hansen with unnerving confidence. If you've always had this power, why did you pretend to be so weak? Hansen asked. Elysian Moon shook her head. I never really pretended, but I had a way to increase the strength of my Elysian umbrella. It can temporarily possess the strength of a super Geno core. That time is quite limited, so I saved it until I got to the main battleground. I would have preferred to die out there rather than use it before reaching this point. I am appreciative to you and Zhuodong Lai for bringing me here. Hansen didn't say anything in return. He hadn't minded helping her at the time, but the fact she had been lying to him all along made him angry. Elysian Moon wanted to say something more, but Hansen's missing Geno core lit up. A door of light appeared in front of him, indicating it was his turn to fight. You are a human that cannot respawn. There are so many elites here, if I were you, I wouldn't join a pointless fight such as this. Elysian Moon looked at Hansen and offered advice. I don't like pointless fights. You're right about that. That's why I need to get the god Geno core, to nullify the pointlessness of my current participation, Hansen said coldly. He walked into the open doorway and then appeared out in the arena. Elysian Moon said to herself, I'm sorry, but I have to get the god Geno core, no matter the cost. After that, Elysian Moon turned to look at the arena. His opponent was Red Dragon. She frowned. Red Dragon is better than an emperor. It looks like Hansen had bad luck. If he ever hopes to win this battle, it'll cost him a lot. That's good, though. I'd hate to end up being forced to suck him into my umbrella. Hansen saw Red Dragon, and Red Dragon saw him. They froze, and then Red Dragon bore a wry smile. It's bad luck for me to meet you again in my first round. Hansen smiled and did not say anything. Red Dragon shook his head and went on to say, I was probably going to lose, anyway. I suppose it isn't all that shameful to lose against Skysword, of all opponents. After that, Red Dragon decided to concede and exit the battleground. Red Dragon was like an emperor. He was a very famous individual amongst the spirits. Everyone was shocked to see him not even bother to fight, and simply concede right away. As shock swept the audience, everyone wondered who his opponent had been. Elysian Moon was shocked, too. It surprised her a great deal that Red Dragon had conceded like that. She had no idea what was happening. Hansen walked back out of the light door and sat back down in his seat. He wasn't going to say anything to her, so Elysian Moon asked, why did Red Dragon concede? Maybe I'm just lucky? Or perhaps he thought I was too handsome, and he didn't want to scar my beauty? Hansen smiled. Elysian Moon didn't believe that, of course. Although Red Dragon was an emperor, he wasn't the strongest. As such, she didn't dwell on it too much. There were many elites entering the arena to fight after that. Regardless of whether they were creatures or spirits, each one of them was very powerful. When Six Paths entered the arena, Elysian Moon's face changed. Six Paths Emperor is here? You said you were going to win. Does his presence here matter? Hansen mocked her. Six Paths is different. He doesn't have a super Geno core, but he has the body of an emperor. Now not even I am able to guarantee a win. Elysian Moon spoke with grave sincerity. Hansen licked his lips but did not respond. Elysian Moon was evil, but she wasn't a fighter. Even if she had a super Geno core, he didn't think she had the fighting talent to back it up. And that didn't just apply to her fighting 6 paths. Hansen wagered she wouldn't win, even if the two of them had to battle. It didn't matter how strong a super Geno core was, the wielder himself had to be powerful. Elysian Moon was not super class in body, and she wasn't much of a fighter. She couldn't depend on the strength of the Super Elysian umbrella entirely. Not many creatures were able to enter the main battleground, and after a few more hours passed, the first round was over. The second round would begin soon. The creatures that were defeated could not fight again, as they were disqualified. The winner of each previous fight were the ones who could go on. Elysian Moon was up for the next fight again. Her umbrella was incredibly strong, and she was able to suck the super creature she went up against into her weapon as she did before. The image of that same super creature then blazed across the top of the umbrella. Who is that female spirit? She is so strong. If I am not wrong, she has the Elysian powers. The Elysium used to be the best in the fourth god's sanctuary. The Elysium were once that strong? Why have I not heard of them for many years? Back then, there was a horrible battle. Many old families went into hiding, and Elysium was one of them. I think it is either 6 paths or this Elysium spirit that will get the god Geno core. I'm just here to watch, more than anything. I know I don't stand a chance. It's scary. That super creature heir, with a gemstone Geno core, was defeated by the umbrella so easily. Can 6 paths really beat her? If I end up facing her, I'll just concede. Who knows if I can respawn at my spirit stone if I end up getting sucked into that umbrella? Everyone was discussing Elysian Moon's performance, having all been shocked by her display of power. Not long after, Hansen was up again. When he saw his next opponent, he was shocked. What is happening today? Another one I already beat? Hansen licked his lips. It was Sumi, who was frozen. When the audience saw Hansen and Sumi, the excitement across the stadium rose. Hansen was the human who had made Red Dragon concede. Sumi was the son of 2 emperors. He was very talented and extremely famous amongst the spirits. Now that they were to square off, everyone was ecstatic for the prospect of an exciting battle. I wonder which one of them is stronger. Sumi, for sure. He's the heir of 2 emperors. I've heard his powers are abhorrently strong. His gemstone Geno core allows him to do battle with super creatures. Why are so many elites appearing here at once? It is difficult to determine who will end up obtaining the god Geno core. Seeing Hansen's opponent was Sumi, Elysian Moon frowned and said to herself, Sumi is far too powerful. If Hansen is hit, I don't think he'll even have the time to concede. If I was him, I'd turn tail and run right this second. In the arena, Sumi approached Hansen. He hadn't drawn his weapon, and the spirit just looked at the human and said, a human once told me every man has a price for everything. How much are your sword skills worth? What would you accept as payment for teaching me your technique? After Sumi said this, everyone was shocked. The son of 2 emperors, who was really famous, wanted to learn the fighting techniques of a human. It was almost too shocking to comprehend. For 1 super Geno core, I'll teach you anything, Hansen said. Okay, but I cannot bring a super Geno core here. When we leave Geno core battleground, you can seek me out in furnace shelter. If you'd prefer, I can come find you in a place of your determining. Sumi immediately agreed to this, and it seemed Hansen's sword techniques were deemed more valuable than a super Geno core. The people in the audience were all in shock. Not everyone could obtain a super Geno core so easily. Many creatures toiled and struggled across the years to get their one sole super Geno core. Now Sumi wanted to swap Hansen's sword skills for a super Geno core. It made everyone want to know what Hansen's talents were and why they were worth such a Geno core. I'll find you in furnace shelter, when I have the time, Hansen said randomly. Sumi's agreement actually came as a surprise. But it made Hansen feel as if the kids of emperors were typical spoiled rich kids, and unsure of the actual value of items such as a super Geno core. So, if this business is concluded, let's fight. Hansen said, as he drew Taya. Fight? If I was able to beat you, I wouldn't have to learn your sword skills now, would I? I concede. Just remember, come and find me in Furnace Shelter, Sumi said casually. If the audience had been surprised by Red Dragon's concession, then they were completely floored as Sumi conceded and exited the arena. Elysian Moon's face contorted. She had never imagined something like this could happen. While we were separated, what did he get up to? Elysian Moon thought she had come to know Hansen, but again, she was now feeling like he was a stranger. Hansen returned to his same seat. Elysian Moon didn't say anything, and just looked at him instead. She never thought he'd actually be able to compete, and her expression was growing more serious. Even Sumi, the son of 2 emperors, conceded to him. She was feeling a lot of pressure now. The spirits and creatures around the bleachers all had their eyes on Hansen and Elysian Moon now. They were all talking about them, despite the fact those two were silent. Hansen had won twice without needing to fight. Everyone was getting an idea of how powerful he must have been, but Hansen didn't think this was of much help. To get a God Geno core, Hansen would inevitably have to go through Elysian Moon and 6 paths. If he was lucky, Elysian Moon and 6 paths would have to battle each other first, leaving Hansen with only one to deal with. The fights would go on until there was a winner. The phantom doors continued to light up, beckoning fighters into the arena. Whoever found themselves going up against 6 paths or Elysian Moon surrendered and conceded immediately, with much fear for their life. Hansen was not so lucky, though. Although all the combatants knew his name as Sky Sword, many of them still wished to witness his true strength. A super creature in the 3rd round sniffed Hansen and decided to concede, but on the 4th round, the king spirit he faced did not want to give up. Sky Sword, huh? I want to see if you have what it takes to wear such a fancy, self-loving title. You really think you are the strongest swordsman in existence? The spirit drew his own sword and lunged towards Hansen. I never said I am Sky Sword, Hansen said tiredly, pulling out his own sword to do battle with the spirit. Hansen didn't like the title Sky Sword either. It sounded old-fashioned and stiff. He much preferred the title Dollar, because that at least suggested he was rich. The spirit swung his blade in a flurry that looked like 1,000 simultaneous strikes. The entire arena was covered in those slashes, in a bid to not give Hansen the space to dodge. The spirit was called 100 Swords, and his Geno core was 10,000 swords. He had been born with very powerful AoE skills. 100 Swords heard Hansen had beaten Red Dragon and Sumi, so he knew his opponent's sword skills had to be formidable. If this was a case of sword skill versus sword skill, there was a chance he'd be the weaker of the two. But he had the 10,000 swords Geno core, and with its spread, it did not allow Hansen to use his sword skills. It forced him to fight his opponent with strength. Seeing all the swords coming at him, though, Hansen was not afraid. With Taya primed, he was more than ready to fight back. Hansen needed his sword skills to win, but that was only for Sumi. Sumi's sword was too strong, so Hansen had to beat the spirit with movements. 100 Swords had a gemstone Geno core, but it was weaker than Sumi's. As a result, Hansen did not have to dodge. Dong. Hansen's Taya blocked every sword that came close. He didn't flinch once, and he managed to approach 100 swords amidst that barrage. With Hansen's strength, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage against any gemstone-owning beings. The audience had only heard Hansen's skills were strong. They had yet to see him in action with their own 2 eyes. Now, seeing Hansen fight 100 swords the way he was, they were able to understand why Sumi was willing to pay the price of a super Geno core to learn Hansen's techniques. Aside from the first attack, 100 Swords was unable to make another. All his skills were successfully cancelled, and if he kept going, he was going to end up on Hansen's sword. Hansen's sword skills seemed almost able to predict the future, like the wielder was a god. At first, Han Sen's attacks seemed to be missing anything critical. But after seeing 100 swords strike, they noticed the moveset was nothing short of miraculous. Every one of Han Sen's attacks was for the future, and this godly sword skill shocked everyone to see. After witnessing its capabilities, no one thought a Super Geno core was too expensive a price to pay. It's AF * king bargain. If I had a Super Geno core and an affinity for the sword, I'd pay up to learn a sword skill as godly as this. 100 swords couldn't correctly cast 10,000 swords on Han Sen, and without further ado, he conceded and abandoned the battleground. Although Han Sen won, it wasn't a scary and unsettling victory like Elysian Moon's wins. When Han Sen reached the next round, all his opponents decided to fight until there was no choice for them but to concede. Han Sen's sword skills were very suppressive. He couldn't kill his opponents in one hit, so there was no need for any of them to truly be afraid. This did give Han Sen the chance to practice more and more with the technique, though. All his opponents were super creature or king spirits, and fighting against them challenged his proficiency with the sword skill. It did not matter what the abilities of his opponents were, as Han Sen could change his moveset on the fly to respond appropriately. While his strikes changed a lot, the base of the skill was still focused on his formation and judgment. Elysian Moon was scared watching him perform this way. Han Sen was using Ghost Sword. It wasn't perfect, but somehow, Han Sen's version of Ghost Sword was far better than her original one. It was more than just better. In fact, Elysian Moon thought to herself, why is Ghost Sword not that effective when I use it? If it was this good, I wouldn't have to rely solely on my Elysian umbrella. After many more opponents were defeated by Han Sen, many creatures and spirits were willing to approve and respect his title of Sky Sword. When Han Sen entered the arena next, everyone was shocked. His opponent was none other than Six Paths Emperor. This is a shame. If Han Sen was super class, he might have been able to fight Six Paths. As he is now, he does not stand a chance. They met far too soon. I wanted to see more of those sword skills. They were so amazing. Everyone believed Han Sen was going to lose. His sword skills were powerful, but they were still inhibited by the strength of his body. When a fight was down to power and speed alone, the versatility of his sword skills would not be of much aid. Elysian Moon felt great relief, seeing Han Sen square off against Six Paths. Han Sen was sure to lose, she thought, and that took one of her most feared opponents off the board. Elysian Moon was confident in her umbrella, but Han Sen was so strange to her. She thought it would be best if she could avoid him at all costs. It would be great if Han Sen was able to beat Six Paths, however. She still considered Six Paths to be her greatest foe there. Han Sen gave a wry smile, seeing Six Paths as his opponent. He understood his foe, and also acknowledged there was a 90% chance of the spirit winning. Six Paths' sword skills rivaled his own, but the spirit's fitness was much higher than Han Sen's. This fight was sure not to last very long. Six Paths looked at Han Sen and smiled. I know what you're thinking. I want to see you defeat her, as that would most certainly be an interesting watch. When Six Paths said that, he immediately exited the arena. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Six Paths to be willing to concede in the way he had. And he had clearly been referring to Elysian Moon in his brief dialogue. Six Paths quit for him? That is surprising. Is he really Six Paths' opponent? He didn't look up to Scruff. You don't know much. When you're strong like Six Paths, finding a worthy opponent is quite difficult. It's natural for him to treat the human nicely. I thought the Elysian woman was stronger. I didn't expect Six Paths to respect Sky Sword that much. Six Paths sounded as if he was very confident Sky Sword would triumph. Six Paths gave up his opportunity for Sky Sword. If he doesn't win even after that, it will be very disappointing for them both. Elysian Moon felt a wash of relief. She didn't like what Six Paths had said, but she was glad she could avoid battling Six Paths Emperor. The biggest obstacle to her obtaining the God Geno core was now out the way. This was good for her. I didn't think bringing Hansen here would yield such a benefit. Elysian Moon looked at Hansen with a complicated expression. Then she thought, what kind of human is he, for even the likes of Six Paths to treat him with such respect? The next battles were boring, all in the anticipation of Hansen and Elysian Moon's upcoming fight. The spirits against Hansen all gave up, just eager to get things over with and watch the fight they were hyped for. They thought Hansen's chance to win was low, initially. But Six Paths Emperor believed Hansen could make it, and this had them doubting their own expectations. Because the creatures and spirits that met Hansen and Elysian Moon all gave up, it wasn't long before the two were facing each other on the grounds of the arena. I never thought the biggest obstacle between me and the God Geno core would be you. Elysian Moon sighed. Hansen said coldly, it's too late to regret this. You should not have brought me here. Elysian Moon shook her head. Bringing you here was not my choice. You know it was Gu Qingqing. She said you were better than Ghost Moon, and she was right. If it was Ghost Moon, I don't think I'd be here right now. But even she could not foresee you would end up being my opponent. What is your relationship to Gu Qingqing? Hansen asked, but he didn't expect a reply. Elysian Moon didn't want to answer this either. She opened up her Elysian umbrella and pointed it at Han Sr. That which is absorbed by this umbrella does not survive. Not even spirits can respawn. You have helped me a lot, and I do not want to kill you. I am getting that God Geno core, though. You should quit now, while you have the chance. Didn't you say I shouldn't join a meaningless fight? This entire event would be pointless if I quit now, Hansen replied. Hansen had watched the umbrella for a while. He figured that she must possess the powers of space. She could suck creatures and spirits inside and refine them once they were held in the umbrella. Hansen had practiced space hyper-geno arts before, so he was familiar with the idea. But he had never tried to fight something like that before. He didn't know whether or not his prior experience would benefit him here. The easiest way to win would be to use his Super King Spirit mode, as the umbrella suction probably wouldn't work when that was active. Unless it was absolutely necessary, though, Hansen was not going to use his Super King Spirit mode in front of everyone. If you really want to fight me, then don't say I didn't warn you, Elysian Moon said, her tone growing chilly. Then, she began spinning her umbrella. The umbrella began to glow, and as it spun, the dimension it occupied began to swirl. Hansen immediately felt a strong suction pulling his body towards the vortex. The vortex was so strong. Hansen tried his hardest to resist, but he was still being pulled towards the umbrella. He was going to be sucked inside. The creatures and spirits saw Hansen unable to resist, and they felt it was a great shame. A great swordmaster of spectacular skill was going to die before his prime. But just as they watched Hansen about to get sucked into the umbrella, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone thought he had been pulled inside, but he hadn't. He reappeared right next to Elysian Moon, with his sword poised to cut deep into Elysian Moon's throat. What happened? How did he escape? I couldn't see it. No one knew how Hansen had pried himself away from the suction of the Elysian umbrella, and even Elysian Moon herself was surprised. She had no clue how he had slipped out of her pull. Elysian Moon gritted her teeth and spun her umbrella. She stumbled back in a hasty retreat, aimed the umbrella at her enemy, and tried to suck him in again. In another flash, Hansen had appeared directly next to Elysian Moon, behind the umbrella. With its face not pointing towards him, he couldn't get sucked inside. It was then that everyone noticed the dimensions of space around Hansen had become somewhat distorted and warped. It was like he was able to teleport directly towards his opponent, and the umbrella had been rendered useless. Is he employing the powers of time and space? Does Sky Sword have a rare time and space elemental attunement? A spirit, upon recognizing Hansen's amazing power, found himself in complete awe. Time or space alone was rare to see, but to have both of them together was far beyond that. It was rarer than winning the lottery. Across the history of the fourth god's sanctuary, only a small handful of creatures and spirits had possessed both the powers of time and space. Coincidentally, they also happened to be the strongest known. But Han Sen was not naturally talented in both of these. His time and space element came from the spirit geno points he received in the third god's sanctuary. It might not have been as effective as those who were naturally talented with such boons, but he could still briefly teleport through space with Ghost Slash. This short-distance blink could not take Han Sen a distance further than 1 meter, and while it would have been ineffective against those who had only space but were all natural, it was enough for him to evade the suction of the umbrella. But Ghost Slash wasn't enough for him to wholly escape the suction, truthfully. It was because Han Sen's body was not strong enough, and he had yet to reach super class. As such, Ghost Slash was not enough to compete against the umbrella completely. With Han Sen's observational skills, though, he was able to tell the vortex sat on the surface of the umbrella, and the suction power was strongest towards the center. Whenever Elysian Moon used her umbrella, she'd point the center directly at her enemy. Han Sen wanted to prove whether or not his theory was correct, so, when the umbrella was facing him, he shifted his position to its side, and only allowed the side of the vortex to grip him. Han Sen felt a strong power pulling on him, yes, but the teleportation ability of Ghost Slash allowed him to easily escape that manner of suction. Now that Han Sen had witnessed this, he knew the umbrella couldn't deal with everything. This flaw would allow Han Sen to keep on top of it. Han Sen could see now that Elysian Moon was no greater than Sumi. A little bit stronger, maybe, but that was all. Sumi's sword was small, and it had a limited range. Therefore, Han Sen was able to dodge fairly easily. Elysian Moon's Elysian umbrella had a longer and wider range, and it was therefore just a little harder to deal with. Han Sen did not get annoyed easily when he fought, so he patiently sidestepped around, staying mobile to avoid the center of the umbrella. Elysian Moon noticed that Han Sen's teleportation ability was rather weak, though. She swung her umbrella, trying to grab Han Sen with the vortex's center point. If she was able to do this, her umbrella would have enough grunt to pull and finish Han Sen. But she suddenly made a mistake. She shouldn't have let Han Sen get close, for he was able to keep on getting near after that. He was at her side, he was behind her. Elysian Moon was able to respond and keep away, but she had no clue where he'd appear next. She was unable to target him the way she wanted to. The suction at the brim of the vortex would hardly snag Han Sen, and it was impossible to catch him and draw him into the umbrella. The spirits watched the scene with weird feelings. All they could see was a child holding a gun, firing willy-nilly, failing to hit the man that was next to her. It made them think they were watching an adult play with a kid. Of course, they knew they weren't playing. And if Han Sen made a mistake, he'd surely die. But for reasons unbeknownst to themselves, they weren't worried for Han Senator, they knew he wouldn't fail or miss. Elysian Moon was getting annoyed. She was unable to point the center of the umbrella at Han Sen, and the human sword was slowly pushing her towards the edge of the arena. Suddenly, Elysian Moon stopped and did not allow Han Sen to push her any further. She turned and ran straight to the wall of the arena by her own volition. The reason why Han Sen could fight was because of his strange movements and his constant reappearances around her. She couldn't use the center to aim at Han Sen. If she went up against the wall, Han Sen would be unable to use this same tactic to avoid her, and she'd be able to beat him with ease. The spirits and creatures acknowledged what she was going to do, and for this, they now started to worry about Han Senator. If she put her back against the wall, Han Sen would be unable to attack her. Elysian Moon was currently 10 meters away from the wall. If she reached it, Han Sen would lose. But for her, in the heat of that moment, it felt like a great distance away. All she had to do was take 2 steps. That simple dash felt like an impossible mission for her to accomplish. Han Sen used his Dongxian Sutra and Ghost Slash. When he teleported, he started to attack a strange spot. It was like he was deliberately missing her. But when Hansen moved, and she moved, it suddenly looked as if he was targeting her in a weak spot. Elysian Moon was right in front of the wall, but she felt as if there was a countless number of barricades and corners she had to traverse to get there. She had to turn to move forward, lest she crash like a car. The barricades were Hansen and his sword. Elysian Moon was still using her Elysian umbrella, but she was unable to hurt him. She was being controlled by Hansen like a puppet on strings. She couldn't get close to the wall, and it now felt as if she was moving further from it. These sword skills are like those of a god. Red Dragon couldn't help but blurt out a compliment. Emperor, it is no wonder you selected Hansen, Sumi said as he sat next to Six Paths. Six Paths shook his head and said, this is only half of his true adeptness with the sword. Half of his sword skills? Sumi looked at Six Paths with confusion. Six Paths looked at Hans Sr., the core of his talent with the sword does not rely on the sword skills used, and he can use knives, spears, or even his hands with the same result. The sword is merely another tool for him. If you actually want to learn what he knows, you'll need your own god. Otherwise, you won't get what you seek, and you'll simply lose yourself. Thank you for the advice. I will remember this, Sumi said. Down in the arena, Elysian Moon was getting desperate. The sword skills were suffocating her. She recalled what he was doing, as it was something he had learned directly from her, but she couldn't block a single strike and nor guess where the next would be coming from. The sword cut down across her shoulder, forming a cleft through her white skin. Her fitness had not increased, and it was only her Geno core that had elevated to become super class. Elysian Moon looked to be in poor condition. Never in her worst nightmares did she envision Hansen being her greatest obstacle, prohibiting her victory. Not even her super Elysian umbrella had what it took to deal with him. Hansen, I'm telling you again, quit now, before I kill you. I am getting the god Geno core, no matter what, Elysian Moon said, stumbling backwards. That's my line, Hansen responded coldly, as his hands refused to halt. Dodging the umbrella and attacking her this way, Hansen was not in a rush. It looked as if he was just playing a game with her. You forced me to do this. Elysian Moon appeared to have made a decision, and she looked incredibly cruel. Hansen's heart jumped, stricken by a sudden worry. Her eyes turned blue, like two gleaming moons. Their brightness increased, brighter and brighter. As this occurred, he noticed Elysian Moon's life force growing stronger. It was unbelievably strong, as if she had injected a crazy stimulant. Did she take a stimulant? Hansen frowned as he looked at her. Her powers were growing stronger, and with her Elysium umbrella, her power became incredibly scary. She was feeling like a real king spirit now. How did she do that? She can increase her fitness to the level of king class? Sumi said with shock. Six Paths coldly responded, the Elysium have remained hidden for too long. It seems far too few recall their Elysium god body. It looks like she has the true Elysium blood. Without that in her veins, this change could not be triggered. Elysium god body? Is that their special ability? Sumi asked. Not really. Elysium King Emperor had this ability, but not many heirs were able to contain this power, Six Paths explained. What kind of ability is this? How do you suddenly raise your fitness to such a level? Sumi asked. Six Paths looked at Elysian Moon and said, Elysian King had another name, he was called the God of Death. Elysium God body enables the Elysium God to possess her. Their Elysium God is not an actual god, mind. But their power exceeds most emperors. Elysium King Emperor used this power to kill 6 emperors, but after that, he started to lose. If he was that strong, then does that mean Hansen will lose? Sumi asked. Six Paths smiled. Maybe not. Elysium God body is strong, and Elysium God was strong. Before I self-destructed, I might not have won against him. To be possessed by Elysium God will swiftly drain your body, though. Elysium King Emperor, when he used Elysium God, could only last like so for a single day. He managed to kill 6 emperors, but by that point, he was unable to withstand the power of the Elysium God and had to self-destruct. Elysian Moon's fitness is nowhere near Emperor class. Such a weak body won't be able to harness the Elysium God power for long. Her time in such a condition is very limited. I think she needs to stop before she tries to possess all that power. If she becomes entirely possessed by Elysium God, she'll only succeed in blowing herself up. But even if she is not fully possessed, Han Sen won't be able to survive an attack like that, surely. The Elysian umbrella, if fueled by that power, will wipe him out in a single strike, won't it? Sumi then asked Six Paths, do you think Han Sen still has a chance? I don't know. Usually, I wouldn't think so, but he's a special guy. Maybe he will make it. Six Paths looked at Han Sen with tingling interest. Sumi gave a wry smile. What Six Paths said meant he was basically hoping for a miracle to show up. In the arena, just like Six Paths said, Elysian Moon started her attack before she was fully transformed. She moved her umbrella, using it to face Han Sen. The power made the vortex spin incredibly fast, and Han Sen was unable to react. He wished to dodge, but his body was too slow to do so. Han Sen felt the suction grab hold and pull him in. He used Ghost Slash, but he was unable to escape the suction. He was still getting pulled towards the pinwheel umbrella. With Elysian Moon's power increased like that, the suction was far stronger. It wasn't just the center, either. Even if he was at the side of the umbrella, he wouldn't be able to escape that pull. This was the benefit of a self-geno core. The power changed in accordance with the master's body, unlike those that were simply collected. Those didn't change regardless of the state of your body. Han Sen used a few different powers to attempt an escape, but nothing worked. The suction was too strong, and over the course of the next moment, he was sucked into the vortex. Everyone was shocked. An elite like Han Sen had been pulled into the Elysian umbrella, and it told them no other spirit or creature could hope to compete with her. After she sucked Han Sen into the Elysian umbrella, she stopped the Elysium God possession. Although it had not been finished, that short amount of time was enough to crack her body. If she kept going, she would have surely died. As she stopped Elysium God body, her flesh became a webwork of cracks. Rivers of blood coursed down her body, and she looked terrible. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have had to do that. Elysian Moon endured her painful and weakened state, speaking to the surface of the umbrella. She wanted to take a look at Han Sen's image, but she froze in shock when her eyes noticed its absence. Elysian Moon was stunned. She rubbed her eyes to get a better look, but there really was nothing. The umbrella was plain, and there wasn't even the image of a single bone atop it. The audience looked at the surface of the Elysian umbrella the same way, thinking it to be strange. They knew what it ought to have shown, and they were just as confused at not seeing the expected picture rest atop the umbrella. Suddenly, something red appeared on the umbrella. It was like a flower that was blooming rapidly. The color red was spreading quickly, dyeing her entire weapon red. Even the handle of the umbrella was beginning to get consumed by that rampant color. Elysian Moon didn't know what to do as she watched the renegade coloring reach towards the hand with which she gripped the umbrella. She had no clue what this was, and she couldn't stop its spread. She couldn't risk contact with it, so she simply let go and dropped the Elysian umbrella. As the umbrella fell through the air, it continued to turn red. Before it hit the ground, the red color had consumed it completely. Blurg. Some blood spilled from Elysian Moon's mouth. Her eyes opened wide, unable to believe her airborne umbrella had turned red. The umbrella had practically been destroyed. Her connection to it had been severed, and this breakage caused her to sustain an even greater amount of damage. The Elysium God power had already severely injured her, and now, with this, she found herself barely able to stand. The red umbrella then began to spin by its own volition. A vortex appeared, one that was red, and from inside it, Han Sen jumped out. As he did, he turned and allowed the umbrella to fall neatly into his hand. Everybody looked at the scene with mouths firmly agape. They looked at Hansen, umbrella in hand, in absolute shock. They had no clue how he had avoided being consumed by the umbrella, and had actually ended up taking the entire weapon off her. Hansen looked at the umbrella and then pointed it down at her. The umbrella began to spin again, and its suction power pulled the original master into the spooky vortex. "No!" Elysian Moon blurted out, amidst her shock. Before she could finish, though, her entire body had disappeared into the vortex alongside her voice. Hansen stopped its spin. Now an image appeared atop the umbrella, one of a green-clothed woman. It was her. Everyone was in shock. No one expected things to turn around so quickly, and in a manner such as that. Elysian Moon had been winning, and all of a sudden, Hansen took the umbrella off her and sucked her into it instead. It was such a grand table flip, none knew what to think. Hansen had entered the Elysian umbrella, but before he went inside, he attached his real blood Geno core to the umbrella. Hansen had spent a lot of time researching the blood ability of the real blood Geno core. If it touched an object, the object would be infused with Hansen's blood and fall under his control. Real blood Geno core had many limitations, and it didn't even do anything on its own. If it wasn't attached to anything, as it just had been, it'd be completely useless. And its control was not permanent either. If Hansen took the real blood Geno core away, his control over an item would vanish again. Hansen didn't know much about its temporary control, and he was still in the midst of researching other abilities it might possess. Hansen merely wanted to try it, though, and see if the real blood Geno core could control the Elysian umbrella. There was quite a gulf in level between the two, so he didn't even expect it to work. Real blood Geno core had worked better than he imagined it would. When the Geno core was on the umbrella, it swiftly melted into the weapon. He didn't even have to activate his Super King Spirit mode. Elysian Moon and the umbrella were taken over by Hansen, and after that, nothing happened in the next battle. His next opponents all decided to give up when they faced him. When Hansen walked to the next arena, there was no opponent. But in the center, he found an altar. The altar exuded a holy light like a delicate spring, beckoning Hansen. The light came towards him, but it did not come for him directly. It went towards the missing Geno core he had used to enter. The Geno core floated before Hansen, caressed by that holy light. It started to change, taking on the appearance of a butterfly, just like the Firetail Butterfly King it originally was. When the Geno core was filled up by that light, it became alive. It became a butterfly, and it fluttered towards Hansen's forehead, entering his Sea of Soul. Obtained God Geno core butterfly. Hansen checked out the butterfly Geno core in his Sea of Soul, and he noted how it looked like a Firetail Butterfly King, despite it not actually being one. It wasn't a fire element Geno core. It was glazed with ruby, but it wasn't attached to the element of fire. God Geno core, super butterfly. Hansen saw the level of the butterfly and immediately became super happy. It was a complete super Geno core, his first ever. God Geno cores were practically self-Geno cores, but they weren't. Still, their abilities were quite similar. God Geno cores were like self-Geno cores in that, if they were destroyed, they'd be rebuilt inside the owner's Sea of Soul. The strength of a God Geno core would be affected by the master's strength, too, much like self-Geno cores. But there was something else that was different about them. If a God Geno core was destroyed, the owner wouldn't be damaged, as would happen with the self-Geno cores. The God Geno core event was finished, and the main battleground was shut down. Everyone was forced to leave, made to return to the Geno core tablet they had entered from. Elysian Moon had been dealt with, and Hansen had obtained a God Geno core. It was a surefire victory for him, but it made him think of something. After he left the Geno battleground, would he be returned to the Elysium Shelter's Geno core storage? And if so, how would he escape from that place? If Elysium knew he was the one who had killed Elysian Moon, they'd undoubtedly want to fight him. And it was likely Gu Qingqing would kill him. It'd be great if I could end up elsewhere. Han Sen sighed. He knew it'd be impossible, and some way or another, he was going to have to face Elysium and Gu Qingqing. If he didn't get through it, he'd die. Zhou Donglai really was waiting for him, right outside the Geno Core tablet. He was waiting for Elysian Moon to come out. He had realized that she had tricked him, and so he wanted to grab hold of her and ask her questions whenever she decided to emerge. But then, all of a sudden, the tablet began to shine. It wasn't Elysian Moon that appeared. Instead, it was a number of strong spirits and creatures. Zhou Donglai's face changed, and he immediately turned around and tried to flee. The creatures took off after him. As they were following, they shouted out, "Are you Zhou Donglai? Did that be *tch Elysian Moon call on all those foul beings to kill me? D***it. Zhou Donglai was both scared and angry. He thought Elysian Moon had sent them to dispose of him, so he just kept on running, refusing to respond. "Why are you running?" "I asked if you are Zhou Donglai," one of the spirits behind shouted again. "I am not Zhou Donglai." "You fellows made a mistake," Zhou Donglai shouted in response, not slowing down his feet the slightest. He was so old, he did not care about his name or reputation anymore. At that age, he only cared about survival. "How can you not be Zhou Donglai? You look just like the description Sky Sword gave us. You must be him." The spirit on his heels did not believe Zhou Donglai's dismissal, and kept pursuing him. Skybe *tch. The spirit must be referring to Elysian Moon. "I hope she knows how cheap she is," he thought to himself. Then, still at top speed, shouted, "I really am not Zhou Donglai. And I don't know Sky Sword, neither her brother Earth Sword. You guys must be mistaken, I swear. I know I'm not wrong. You have to be the one. Sky Sword told us to look for someone who was old, ugly, and had the beard of a goat. I don't see anyone else out here that looks like that," the spirit said. F***CKU. You're the old and ugly one. I'm what you'd call vintage. Zhou Donglai was extremely angry at hearing the description. When Zhou Donglai looked at the horde closing in, he thought it was all over. As the group spread out behind him, a few more came forward to his front and sides. He was entirely surrounded. "It looks like I, Zhou Donglai, will meet my end here. It's a shame there was nothing I could do to kill that *tch. Zhou Donglai accepted his fate, knowing he could no longer run. He went on to say, "Come on. If you want to kill me, I'll still take you all down one by one. You'll pay for this." The spirits and creatures looked at him like he was a strange madman. The spirit that had been calling after him in the pursuit then said, "Are you insane? Who said we were going to kill you? Sky Sword said that if we saw you, we should help take you back to the teleporter. What nonsense are you going on about?" Zhou Donglai was shocked. He thought he had slipped into a strange dream, and he said, Who is this Skybe ***? And why would they want you to escort me? Isn't he your friend? He said you were his friend. That's why we wanted to help you. Are you sure you're Zhou Donglai?" All the spirits looked at the funny man in confusion. Zhou Donglai then waved his hand and said, "I am. But I don't know who this Skybe ** is. Let me think." Zhou Donglai retreated into his mind. Who would be retarded enough to call themselves Sky Sword? I don't know who that is. Whatever, I'll admit who I am first. That'll help me stay alive, at least. Oh, yeah. Sky Sword said his real name is Han Sen, the spirit added. Zhou Donglai opened his eyes wide and said, "You guys have been talking about Han Sen?" Again, Zhou Donglai thought he was dreaming. Guarded by the spirits and creatures, he was escorted back to the teleporter. Then, he was able to return to his garbage shelter. Maybe I'm getting too old. I didn't expect the young ones to be able to befriend or affect the attitude of spirits and creatures in such a way. It looks like humans might find their place in the fourth god's sanctuary soon, after all. Shuadonglai thought it was amazing. Hansen said goodbye to Six Paths and the other spirits, then returned to his own teleporter, as that would be the only way he could leave. He investigated the butterfly Geno core as he went. If he was getting into a fight, that'd be his biggest support, for sure. Butterfly Geno core wasn't associated with the fire element. After the holy light he had witnessed in the main battleground, the missing part was fixed and something changed. The butterfly Geno core was like a ruby, but there was a blue fire symbol etched onto it. It looked rather beautiful, and Hansen thought it to be one of the prettiest Geno cores he had ever seen. The abilities of this Geno core were very obvious to see, though. He wouldn't have to spend much time researching it to find out what they were. The butterfly Geno core could land on Hansen and grow a pair of butterfly wings for him. It was different than a flying beast soul. The butterfly wings could fly, yes, but they could also provide him a bounty of additional power. It would give him the strength of a super creature. It's no wonder it's a god Geno core. It's incredibly strong. After Hansen tried the butterfly Geno core, he found himself quite surprised. The butterfly Geno core meant he could make battle with super-class enemies. His strength and speed wouldn't be too far behind, whatever the case. Maybe I really can escape from Elysium shelter with this thing. Hansen mulled it over. Hansen reached the teleporter and compiled all his ideas on how to proceed. He stepped onto the plate. The teleporter was activated, and the dimension before him twisted. A second later, he was back in Elysium shelter's Geno core storage. Hansen immediately saw a lot of the Elysium there before him. Most were there, actually. Gu Qingqing was standing 2 meters away from Hansen, eyes staring right at him. Where is the Holy Child? Do you remember what I told you? If she lives, you live. If she dies, you die. Don't dare tell me she didn't make it. Gu Qingqing peered at Hansen coldly. Hansen looked at all the Elysium around. His brow stopped on Gu Qingqing's face. He summoned the red Elysium umbrella, opened it, and showed them the picture of the green-clothed woman. Are you telling me this is the Holy Child? Hansen said coldly. Why would she be inside the umbrella? All the Elysium were in shock, as was Gu Qingqing. She stepped forward to grab the umbrella. Don't move. One step further and I will destroy the umbrella and your whole child within. Hansen shouted menacingly. How dare you, exclaimed many of the Elysium. The power of their shouts was enough to level a city. Ignoring the angry crowd of Elysium spirits, Hansen drew Taya and swung it at the Elysian umbrella. Stop! Gu Qingqing shouted. It was not loud, but it quelled the roaring of the spirits. The area around the Geno core storage platform went quiet. Hansen stopped Taya mid-swing. Leave the umbrella and release the Holy Child. Do that, and I will let you live. Gu Qingqing looked at Hansen and spoke slowly. My life is my own. I don't need your protection. If you want my life, then come, Hansen said, then stepped outside the Geno core storage. The Elysium wished to stop him, and without saying a word, Hansen lifted his sword over the umbrella again. Back off! Gu Qingqing shouted at the spirits. Then she said to Hansen, do you really think you can escape Elysium shelter? I would like to. But if I can't, the Holy Child dies with me. Hansen looked fearless, and he continued to walk with the umbrella and his sword drawn. The Elysium bosses didn't want to leave him be, and they stared at Hansen with anger. Hansen continued walking forward, heading towards them. Step aside, let him through, Gu Qingqing said shortly. Master, the umbrella feels like the Holy Child's umbrella. But it doesn't look like it. Perhaps this is all a trick of some sort, suggested an Elysium boss. Yeah, even if that was the real thing, no human can destroy that umbrella. We can't let him go, another boss stated. All the Elysium began to shout again, deploring the idea of letting him go. Hansen was shocked. At least Elysian wasn't lying when she said that she had an enemy in Elysium's shelter. It doesn't seem as if these spirits like her very much. She's definitely not the most reliable hostage to have. Gu Qingqing said quietly, "Why doesn't one of you become master of the shelter and replace me?" "No, we wouldn't dare." The Elysium spirits were all in shock, and they responded as quickly as they could. They obviously feared her. Then what are all doing there? Gu Qingqing's expression looked grim as she glanced at the spirits blocking Hansen's way. The Elysium parted to form a path, prompting Hansen to sigh in relief. While he could now proceed, he still kept his guard up. He maintained his grip on the umbrella and his sword. Under the gaze of all those Elysium, Hansen slowly walked away from the Geno core storage. When he took another step, a creature suddenly appeared near him. It was a white snake, and it came lunging towards Hansen with a snapping maw. The Elysium were delighted at the sight. The creature, while it was motionless, had the ability to become entirely invisible. That invisibility would disappear as soon as the creature moved. So, it had waited until Hansen came within range before trying to bite him. Hansen's body flashed red as ruby butterfly wings appeared on his back. His tail gleamed crimson like a laser beam, and with the greatest of ease, he sliced the monster's head off. Its blood squirted through the air like a shower of flower petals. The Elysium spirits had been stepping up to support the creature, but they were shocked into motionlessness again. They stopped their advance, not expecting Hansen to possess such power. The beast was a super creature. Its body might not have had the highest fortitude, but it would require the strength of something superclass to triumph over it. The fact that Hansen had just cut its head off with such ease was a revelation of his true power. Super creature alien beast killed. Beast soul gained. Geno core unobtained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life Geno essence. Hansen was so happy. The butterfly Geno core was far stronger than he imagined it to be. The red light was able to kill super creatures, and while the super creature's defense was fairly weak, the result was still surprising. And after that swift kill, the last thing Hansen expected to receive was a super beast soul. You obtained the god Geno core? Gu Qingqing snapped out of her daze and finally asked Hansen the question. After Gu Qingqing said that, the rest of Elysium awoke from their shock, too. Hansen had been very weak when he first came there, and now, he had suddenly become very strong. The reason he had so much power must be because he obtained the god Geno core in the god battleground. But even so, they found it a struggle to believe such a thing. There were so many elites there, and Elysian Moon had gone there on the heels of intense preparation. How a human had managed to beat such odds was incomprehensible. I do want to try out the extent of the god Geno core's power. I wonder if this thing can actually allow me to break the umbrella. Hansen walked over to the headless corpse of the fallen alien beast and collected its life Geno essence. Hansen continued walking. The Elysium spirits watched him with conflicted expressions. They wished to stop Hansen from leaving and attack him, but they found themselves too afraid to do so. They didn't stop Hansen leaving, but they did not move from their positions. The Elysium all just stared at Hansen, looking as if they were ready to fight. After Hansen exited the Geno core storage, the spirits and creatures had begun to slowly surround Hansen from all sides. If they found the opening they wished to find, they'd tear him to shreds. Hansen continued to move forward, watching the subtle movements of each being there in his mind's eye. If any of them moved his way, Hansen was ready to react. The way Hansen walked kept them from finding an opportunity to attack, though. But there were too many of them, and Hansen couldn't keep track of them all. Whether they attacked ultimately depended on their collective bravery. Fortunately, Gu Qingqing was still in command. With her there, the spirits were unlikely to disobey her order to leave Hansen untouched. But when Hansen had reached the shelter's door, the spirits decided not to let him go any further. They assembled at the door, barring his way. "Master, you can't let him go. If he leaves, it would be profoundly embarrassing. And I think the Holy Child will die. He won't let her go, even after he leaves. If he is kept here, perhaps she will stand a chance," an Elysium spirit said angrily. The other spirits were in agreement. They did not want Hansen to depart either. "I told you to move. Did you not hear me?" Gu Qingqing's face darkened. The Elysium wore cloaks that obscured their faces. They lowered their heads and did not vocally object to her repeated command, but still, they did not move. Standing where they were blocking Hansen's exit. It looks like the politics of Elysium's shelter are quite complex. Gu Qingqing is not 100% in charge. And because Elysian Moon isn't all that popular, my hostage isn't invaluable, Hansen thought to himself. Gu Qingqing, you are the master of the shelter. You should think about the Elysium. If the human can simply walk out so boldly, how can we expect to survive and maintain our strength in the fourth god sanctuary? A voice echoed across the shelter, and the spirits then divided their ranks to form a path. A spirit with a gray cloak and a black staff was approaching. When the spirits saw him, they bowed and exclaimed, "The big priest. Why is there another big priest here? How many priests do they have?" Hansen looked at him and frowned. Strangely, Hansen could not detect a life force from him. It was as if he was inspecting a dead man walking. Gu Qingqing, seeing the spirit, frowned and said, "Priest, this is my business. I don't need your lectures." The priest laughed quietly. "I, Ghost Holy, followed Elysium King in the fourth god sanctuary for an untold number of years. We engaged in many battles and became the priests that nurtured many holy children. Elysium is my life, and nothing is more important to me than upholding all this. Even if you are the leader of the shelter, if you ever tried to do something to embarrass me, I would forbid it. Then what must be done to avoid this embarrassment?" Gu Qingqing said, looking at Ghost Holy. "Elysium will not be threatened by humans. We must kill all who try," the big priest said. "You would really prefer Elysian Moon to perish?" Gu Qingqing looked at him with disdain. The priest was fearless in his response. "Every holy child of Elysium must attain further glory for us. If they fail, even they cannot be allowed to embarrass us any further. If they cannot be saved, dying for the betterment of Elysium is the most glorious thing they can attain. What if I have to let him go?" Gu Qingqing looked at the priest implacably. "You want to let him leave?" "Over my dead body," the priest said with a modicum of cruelty. Gu Qingqing looked at Ghost Holy before addressing Hansen again. "Leave now, and I will see to those who might dare stop you." Hansen knew this would be his last chance for freedom. Elysian Moon, being a hostage, only seemed to affect Gu Qingqing. He listened to what she told him and proceeded on towards the gate. But the spirits at the gate did not part for him, and Hansen realized they were most likely going to side with the priest. Hansen was going to walk right in front of them. If the crowds did not part for him, he'd have no choice but to swing his sword. But before he did, another powerful sword cleaved through the masses to form a way for Hansen. Many of the Elysium spirits were instantly annihilated. Hansen was shocked by the sudden spectacle. He turned around and saw Gu Qingqing's hand grasping a green sword with the delicateness of a fairy. The strike had come from her. "Gu Qingqing, do you dare to kill those of Elysium? Do you truly think we fear you?" The priest was enraged by her actions. He brought his staff down on the ground as the Elysium-born powers began to rise. "You guys were afraid of me for 2 years. Isn't this rebellion a little late?" Gu Qingqing said icily. "Fine, Gu Qingqing. I will let you witness the true power of Elysium. Kill the humans. None will be leaving Elysium shelter today." The priest raised his staff as the entire shelter was consumed by a void of nothingness. Hansen understood now that it was the priest who controlled the spirits, truthfully. The spirit stone inside the spirit hall statue had to be his, no doubt. When the order was received, the eyes of all the spirits became frightening. Their bodies all turned gray, as if they were hell-raised minions. The Elysium did not have an elder, but there were many king-class spirits amongst the horde. 20 of them had super geno cores, while the rest had gemstone geno cores. The power they unleashed was wretchedly powerful, and it even made Han Sen a little nervous. Fighting individual king spirits wouldn't be difficult for Han Sen now that he had his butterfly geno core. But their numbers were so grand, getting out would still prove a major problem. Han Sen put away his useless umbrella. He summoned his bulwark umbrella instead, determined to use that alongside Taya. He was ready to fight. Han Sen watched another strike come from Guqingqing's direction. It was so bright, and it slammed right into the gate. The gate had been hewn open in two, kicking up a murky haze from the debris. The way outside was now clear. "Get out of here!" Guqingqing shouted. She didn't say his name, but Han Sen knew she was speaking to him. His butterfly wings glowed red as he started flying out of the shelter through the curtain of fog. "Guqingqing, how dare you!" The priest was further enraged. His body exuded a horrible aura, and he swung his staff towards Guqingqing. Some of the king spirits took off after Han Sen, following him out of the shelter. Han Sen did not stop, and with his butterfly wings, he employed the grace of his phoenix techniques. But the king spirits were incredibly fast, and his evasive maneuvers weren't losing them. Elysium's shelter was shaking with thunderously loud noises, as if the entire place was falling to pieces. Most of the Elysium and the priest had been locked inside the shelter. "She is so strong. Who is she? Is she really a human?" Han Sen was shocked by it all. He did not think a member of Blood Legion could be that strong, either. Han Sen didn't have time to think about such things, though. Right now, he was flying fast. He rushed forward, determined to return to the underworld. Guqingqing had appeared before him in the underworld before. She was not of the Elysium, and so it was highly likely those who were would have to abide by the 100-tribe deal. If they did not follow the rules and break off when Han Sen entered the underworld, Dark Spirit would have no choice but to teach them a lesson. There were 6 spirits coming after Han Sen, all king spirits wielding super geno cores. All the pursuing spirits were from Elysium, and while they were all around the same power level, their geno cores were very different. 2 of the king spirits were using swords. One used a feather, one wielded a knife, and another used a copper cauldron. Han Sen couldn't see what the 6th spirit was using. He simply waved his hand beneath a cloak, which dropped a thick mist across a dozen miles of landscape. It consumed everything, including Han Sen. The radius of that fog was too wide for Han Sen to escape. While he was inside, his Dongxian aura was also suppressed and dampened by the mist. This made him feel uneasy. Hallucinations could not confuse Han Sen, but this mist carried a phantom pressure with it. It weighed on Han Sen and slowed him down. The 6 king spirits, each with their horrible weapons, all managed to catch up due to this. The fight was going poorly for Han Senator. It was fortunate he had the powers of his god Geno Core and a number of airborne talents for maneuvering. He also had the Dongxian Sutra and Phoenix techniques. Han Sen was only just managing to hold his own. He kept getting beaten back, and he began to collect injuries. Luckily, all his weak spots were okay, so he wasn't in any danger of dying just yet. But after a long time of such fighting, death would be inevitable if things did not change. Han Sen decided to use Super King Spirit mode to see if he could do something about the mist, but just as he was about to, he heard a familiar voice. "Daddy." Han Sen turned around. The mist was too thick, and all he could make out was the sight of something small approaching. He eventually saw a beautiful little girl crawling through the fog like a rocket. "Bauer." Han Sen was both surprised and delighted. He had no clue why she was there, and neither did he have any idea how she'd found him. "Dad, I missed you." Bauer looked happy now, and she leaped back into Hansen's arms. Hansen caught her, but this act distracted him from the battle. And with that opening, a king spirit was able to deliver a firm slash against his back. His blood sprayed through the cleft in his armor. Hansen resumed the fight, all the while trying to escape. Bauer looked incredibly angry. She raised her pudgy arms and summoned her gourd. Then, she pointed it at the mist that was veiling all. The mist was then sucked away, like water that had been drained. It all vanished into Bauer's gourd without issue. Blurg! The king spirit that had unleashed that mist spilled out some blood. The other king spirits were angered by this, and their furor only heightened. They raged at Hansen with greater ferocity. But Hansen was happy. He felt the burden of the fog lift, enabling him to flap his wings and soar into the open sky. He could not lose the hounding of the king spirits, but at least they couldn't catch up to him. Bauer, you are a good daughter to have, Hansen complimented her as he flew. Bauer cockily responded, Bauer is Dad's best baby. The Elysium spirits, unable to catch up with Hansen, tried to use their swords to stop him. But Hansen's movement was better than the king spirits, and everything they tried to do missed. They couldn't slow him down, not even for a second. The slashes ended up wreaking havoc on the ground below, as if it was the end of the world. Hansen ignored them, though, and he just kept up his escape. He'd earn no benefit from battling them, and with the risk involved in fighting them being as large as it was, Hansen didn't fancy doing so. The king spirits really wanted Hansen dead, though, they weren't keen on the prospect of giving up the chase. They chased Hansen for a few days, until he was able to reach the underworld and fly through the tunnels and caves of the place. The king spirits stopped at the entrance of the underworld. They were clearly afraid of something, and they weren't going to follow him any longer. It looks like this place belongs entirely to Dark Spirit. Should we continue our pursuit? One of the king spirits asked, frowning. The other king spirits hesitated, but one said boldly, of course. He is not of Dark Spirit, so what is there for us to be afraid of? We can't let him escape. And if we fail to kill him, what can we tell the priest? After that, the king spirit entered. Clenching their jaws, the others followed him. When Hansen saw the Elysium king spirits following, he was delighted. The landscape of the underworld was complicated. It was perfect for him to make the most of Heavenly Go and the Dongxian Sutra. If he used the terrain to his advantage, it might even be possible for him to kill them there. But Hansen, after thinking about it some more, decided not to attempt to kill them immediately. He was going to go to the place where the Shell King had died. He remembered the hordes of scary creatures that had gathered there. So, there was still a chance he could use them to aid in the fight against the king spirits. If he was lucky, he could end up hitting two birds with one stone. Hansen traveled for a while, but he didn't see any creatures. There were no super creatures, or creatures of lower classes either. That's weird. Where did they all go? Hansen ran towards the fallen Shell King, but there was no sign of a creature there. Hansen flew past the shell, planning to proceed onwards to Dark Spirit shelter. If Dark Spirit discovered they had been invaded by Elysium spirits, Hansen could pretend to be Ling Meier's subordinate. If he pulled that off, it did not fare well for the spirits that chased him. When Hansen flew over the shell and glanced down into the big hole at its top, his heart jumped. A dark purple pincer flashed from the hole like an excavator. The teeth-laden pincer almost nicked Hansen. Hansen looked inside the hole where the pincer had come from and he could see more. A dark purple crab was crawling up into the light. Hansen did not know since when the Shell King's body had been claimed by the crab. But the crab, after coming out of the shell, immediately encountered the king spirits that were still in pursuit. The pincers moved so fast it looked like they were teleporting, and the crab tried to grab two of the king spirits. The spirits had not expected something so big to be lying in wait beneath them. When they noticed the pincers coming towards them, they had to use their swords to block. Dong! The super Geno core weapons, fueled with Elysium power, came crashing down on the pincer. But the strikes did not even leave a mark, they only succeeded in making the creature even angrier. The eyes of the crab gleamed with a purple color and obvious bloodlust. Next, the crab gathered itself, then hurled its entire body forward. The pincers were going for the king spirits at a blisteringly quick speed. Hansen looked around him, and he was able to understand why there were no other creatures around. They must have vacated the area in fear of the big purple crab. Watching the big purple crab use its shell to block the king spirit's attack was enough for Hansen to tell how strong it was. While the crab was occupied by the king spirits, Hansen took the time to examine it. Its shell was black and purplish, like obsidian. Its entire body was like that, and you couldn't see a single gap or crevice in its form. It was like it had been wholly forged from steel. Its body was a little bigger than an excavator, but it moved frighteningly quickly. It was more akin to a spider than a crab. The 6 king spirits surrounded the fiend, but they were unable to damage it. They seemed to be at an impasse. Hansen stopped running and watched until the 6 king spirits ended up getting chased away by the crab, which was a fearless monster. It just let their super Geno cores bang against its shell, all the while it suffered no damage. Between the crab and the corpse of the Shell King, there was very little room in the tunnel. Me and Ghost Shadow will keep this guy busy. You go after the human and kill him, one king spirit shouted. This monster is extremely strong. I'm not sure you two can hold up by yourselves. I'll stay. Let Ghost Claw and the other 2 deal with the human, another king spirit said. Okay. The other king spirits agreed, and the 6 of them split into 2 equal-numbered teams. One group would remain with the crab, while the other went over the shell to resume their chase of Hansen. Hansen rolled his eyes. Instead of running, he simply flapped his wings to meet with the 3 king spirits that were coming for him. The king spirits were happy about this. The underworld was not their territory. They were worried they might not be able to catch Hansen there, but now it seemed their need to pursue him had ended, he was coming straight to them. This was good. But Hansen did not want to spend time with them exclusively. After he dodged them a few times, he flew right by them and landed on the shell near the crab. The crab saw Hansen and tried to attack him with its pincer. He dodged the pincer, and then the crab saw the 3 spirits that were directly behind Hansenator. It quickly moved to attack them. The scene suddenly became weird. Considering Hansen's reaction and judgment skills, the king spirits were far worse off than he was. He fought the king spirits near the crab so smoothly that it almost looked like he was cooperating with the shelled fiend. In truth, the crab was trying to attack Hansen, too. But with his movement and ability of prediction, he was able to lead the crab into actually attacking the king spirits. The crab was incredibly powerful. Its body was tough and lethally fast. But even after all that time, Hansen had yet to learn what its Geno core was. Whatever it was, if the creature used it, it'd undoubtedly be a scary item. The king spirits were feeling the heat of defeat, and they were struggling to understand whether or not the crab was neutral. It attacked them every time, and Hansen was benefiting from each and every move it made. The king spirits didn't want to go back empty-handed. They couldn't report back if they didn't kill Hansenator. Furthermore, they couldn't deal with the humiliation of finding themselves being manipulated and toyed with by a human, either. You guys stay here, don't let him run. Let me use my cauldron to take out the monster. Then, kill the human, said the king spirit with the bronze cauldron. He had noticed they'd be unable to kill Hansen without first removing the crab from the field of play. Okay. A few of the spirits agreed. They split up and blocked all the routes that Hansen might use to escape. The king spirit with the cauldron gripped the item, making it glow with Elysium power. He opened the cauldron, and something green emerged from it. It was headed for the crab. The crab was big, but it was soon covered by that green light. It was then pulled into the bronze cauldron. The king spirit immediately closed the lid of the cauldron, and you could see a flame flicker around the rim. The crab was being refined on the inside. The bronze cauldron began to rattle and shake, prompting the king spirit to try his hardest to calm it down. The crab was raging like mad on the inside, wishing nothing more than to break free. "Kill the human, quick. This beast is too strong, and my cauldron cannot hold it for long," the king spirit shouted as he clutched the cauldron tight. The other king spirits did not say anything, they simply folded in on Han Senator. They were angry, and their desire to crush Han Sen was high. Han Sen saw there were no escape routes, but he wasn't planning on leaving. He could tell the Elysium cauldron was far weaker than the Elysian umbrella. It wouldn't keep the crab down for long. Han Sen just had to hold on until the crab got free. Once it was, the spirits would be done for. Han Sen's movements and sword skills were firing on all cylinders, but he was still on the losing side. He was up against 5, after all. "Dad, you can do it. Dad, you can do it." Bauer was on Han Sen's back. She shouted support as she clung to his neck. Han Sen's arm was nicked by a sword, and so he asked, "Bauer, your gourd absorbed their mist. Can you use it to grab their weapons?" "Yes," Bauer said straightforwardly. Han Sen glanced at her in surprise, and he almost got hit again. He'd asked the question casually, not expecting Bauer to actually be able to do this. "Why don't you use the gourd to take their weapons away, then?" Han Sen asked as he dodged another weapon. Bauer lowered her head and said, "You said you would keep teaching me to do things on my own. I need to grow up and be independent to be useful." Han Sen almost coughed up some blood. He always wondered why the gourd only worked sometimes, and not all the time. It did work, she just never planned to make use of it. But right now, Han Sen couldn't ask Bauer for help. If he did, he'd be going against his own word. "I can bleed, but I sure can't afford to embarrass myself." Han Sen gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't ask Bauer for help anymore. "Dad, you can do it. Dad, you can do it." Bauer chanted her support for Han Sen again, but he wasn't really fond of it. "Hurry up. I'm not going to last." A number of green vines were wreathing around the king spirit that was holding the cauldron. His entire body smoked and trembled as he clutched the cauldron. He was at the end of his rope. The 5 spirits that were closing in on Han Sen were in a hurry. Under the buffs of the butterfly Geno core, Han Sen's speed and power made him just as strong as them. His movement was strange, and when the 5 of them surrounded him, they felt that their powers were suppressed and unusable. Many times they thought they were going to hit Han Sen, but their strikes would end up being deflected by an attack coming from one of their own. Try as they might, they couldn't hit him. Pang! There was an explosion. The Elysium cauldron blew up, and the king spirit holding it was sent flying away, spewing blood. The big crab leaped after the spirit through the subsiding fires. It snapped one of its pincers, closed on the spirit, immediately cutting him in half. "It's out." Han Sen was so happy. The faces of the 5 Elysium spirits changed. Before they could react any further, the crab was rushing over to them with a gold word emblazoned across its back. Han Sen was shocked. The word written on the dark purple shell was from an ancient language, and it gleamed as if it had been stitched onto the shell with gold. Han Sen had studied ancient texts before, so he quickly remembered that the word meant overbearing. Where did that word come from? Is that the crab's Geno core? As Han Sen pondered its nature, the crab moved forward to attack one of the king spirits. That king spirit had been holding a sword Geno core, and with Elysium power, he repeatedly whacked the incoming pincer. Catcha! With his last hit, the king spirit broke his Geno core across the pincer. Blood flew from his mouth right before he fell into the grasp of the crab's pincers. He too was snapped in half. The crab inscribed with the word overbearing really was overbearing. The king spirit's Geno core, and his armor, had been cut in half easily. It was scary. Han Sen didn't dare watch, as it was too frightening for him to see. If the crab could so easily sunder super geno cores, it had to be a berserk super creature. Hansen grabbed Bauer and ran, but the other king spirits were running too. Shortly after, the crab's kill tally had mounted to 4, and only 2 spirits were still trying to scramble away. But the big crab did not go after those remaining king spirits, it had instead chosen to go after Hansen. *T. Why are you going for me and not them? Hansen felt depressed. Hansen thought he could pick up a few easy kills, but that idea was now out the window. All he wanted to do at this point was run. The crab was faster than the king spirits were, and with its claws dragging across the rocks, it caught up to Hansen with ease. Hansen realized he had lost the king spirits, but this threat was an even greater trouble. "Daddy, you can do it." Bauer continued to support Hansen. Hansen wanted to cry as he ran, and he said, "You are my good daughter." The human and the crab ran the length of the underworld, and no matter how he tried, Hansen couldn't shake off his tail. He tried using the labyrinthic passages and complex routes to escape the crab. Eventually, Hansen proceeded through a tunnel that was too small for the crab. But that didn't keep him safe for long, for when the crab came through, it brought down the walls to get to him. The few-meter walls were torn down as if they were paper. Hansen kept running, but he eventually found himself at a dead end. There was a wall up ahead that was sealing the cave. Hansen gritted his teeth and used Taya to slash. He wanted to be like the crab and bring the wall down so he could proceed. With the God Geno Core's buff, Hansen's sword glowed red. His strike managed to create a cleft in the stone that was a few meters deep. But Hansen was disheartened. His strike hadn't gotten to the other side of the wall, and how thick that wall might have been, he did not know. Hansen stood in front of the wall as the crab behind him bulldozed through stone. The 2-meter cave had doubled. As the walls behind him were turned into rubble, the crab was only 20 meters away from him. Hansen clenched his jaw and swung his sword at the same spot he had previously. He managed to go a few meters deeper this time, but he was still striking stone. *T. Is this entirely solid? Is there nothing behind this? Hansen was getting frustrated. The big crab was already behind him, and its pincers were swinging wildly around. Their length covered the extent of the tunnel, robbing Hansen of the ability to dodge. "It looks like I'll have to just take a chance." There was no turning back right now, and so Hansen summoned a beast soul. The beast soul was like a scaleless snake. Its body was very strange. It was the super beast soul Hansen had received from Alien Beast. Super Alien Beast Soul, shapeshift type. After the alien beast combined with Hansen, Hansen became a white, scaleless snake. He slithered like an eel. The butterfly Geno core was pocketed for the time being, and Hansen used his alien beast form to writhe around the cave until he became paper-thin. Then, he moved against the wall and slithered straight past the pincers. Alien Beast had low defense and not much power, but its body could take on a bunch of different shapes. That made it quite useful. Hansen, with Bauer, evaded the pincer. The Alien Beast soul had thinned, squeezing through the minor gap. But the crab was difficult to deal with. The sharp pincers were still taking aim at Hansen. He had to change direction, and he missed the chance to escape. The crab moved its pincers and claws and continued to attack Hansen. He used Alien Beast to become thin and short to dodge it. But this couldn't go on for long, and if he got hit once, he'd undoubtedly die. He had to find a way out of this predicament and escape. Hansen looked at the big crab and decided he'd go under it. The mass of its body had blocked the exit, but there was a minor gap directly below the crab's belly. Unfortunately, the belly was the crab's strongest point, and its claws could easily reach there. But still, he went for the gap. The claws responded quickly, blocking his escape from that direction, and he lurched back. Hansen bit down on his teeth and jumped up. He became a thin, paper-like figure that stuck itself to the crab's belly like a sticker. The crab was incredibly smart, though. It brought its own belly down on the ground, trying to crush Hansen and Bauer against the floor of the cave. The thin, snake-like body crawled across the crab, and when the crab's belly whacked the ground, Hansen had already brought Bauer to its back. He was on top of where the gold overbearing word had appeared. The crab swung its claws, but they couldn't reach Hansen and Bauer, who were now on its back. After a while, the crab gave up trying to kill Hansenator. Instead, it just started to go back the way it had come. The gold word upon its back, overbearing, eventually dissipated as well. Hansen became human again, holding Bauer as he stood on the back of the crab. They weren't sure what to do. The crab ignored his presence there, but who knew what would happen if Hansen decided to leap off. So, Hansen remained there and did not yet dare to jump. The crab waddled its way through the cave systems, but eventually, Hansen realized it was not returning to where the Shell King had been. He had no idea which way it was going. Not long after, Hansen heard a roaring sound in the distance. His face changed when he realized it was the sound of a waterfall. "Does the crab want to dive into the water and try to drown us?" Hansen frowned. He could breathe underwater, but it was not like he could spend the rest of his days submerged in water. And what's more, he didn't know if Bauer would fare as well as he would. He didn't know if she could breathe underwater or not. An underground river eventually appeared in front of him. The crab jumped into the river and dived below the surface. Hansen and Bauer stayed with it. Fortunately, Hansen was able to breathe underwater, and he was unaffected. He looked over to Bauer and noticed she was entirely fine, as well. She was playing in the water, and it brought him some peace of mind. The underground river was deeper than Hansen believed it to be, though. The giant, gold-patterned crab was firmly inside it. It had dived deeper into the stream. The crab seemed to be swimming downstream, too. Hansen held on to Bauer as he looked around. He saw a number of underwater creatures that all fled upon seeing the crab. They all made sure to stay out of its way. The crab remained underwater for an hour. Hansen thought that the crab might have forgotten about him and Bauer's presence on its back, and he considered ways in which he might be able to sneak away. But as soon as Hansen left its back, the pincers quickly approached. He hastily used Alien Beast to dodge the claw and return to its back. It seemed as if the crab was clearly aware that Hansen was still there. The crab remained intent on trying to kill him. Hansen sat on the crab's back and tried to think of a way in which he might escape. Bauer looked happy, swinging her arms against the water's resistance. She always loved water. The crab did not stop traveling. It followed the stream for a few days, and they had no idea how long that river might have been. It seemed endless. But whenever there was a cave, Hansen could see parts of the holy vine wreathing its way across the ceilings. The vine was huge, and it supposedly held up the entire underworld. This vine is much bigger than the one that gave birth to Bauer. I wonder what will reside in the gourd on this holy vine. Will it be another being similar to Bauer? Hansen wondered to himself. Hansen was unable to think of a way to get out of his current situation. He followed the crab through the water for an additional 2 days. He eventually noticed the waters had become wider and even deeper. It was like they had come to a bottomless ocean. The crab continued swimming through the wider expanse of water, diving deeper and deeper. This place was far deeper than the river, and not long after, they were submerged a few hundred meters deep underwater. Some underwater creatures were moving around, Hansen could see. They were not afraid of the crab like the others. But still, the crab raised its pincers and grabbed a few of the creatures to munch on. Hansen opened his bulwark umbrella for respite from the water. He brought out some food and water of his own that he could share with Bauer. Not long after, Hansen saw some sort of blue light flash in the distance. It looked like a thunderstorm, but without the sound. The crab was heading in the direction of that thunder, but what its aim was, Hansen had no idea. The thunderstorm flickered between dark and bright, and once the crab had gotten closer, Hansen noticed it wasn't a thunderstorm. It was a giant eel that was like a diamond. The eel had some blue lightning coursing around it. It was like a living storm, and it was rather beautiful. That eel can't be the crab's mate, can it? Is it going to ask the eel to eat us off its back? Hansen's face looked ill as he thought about this. Hansen saw the eel and how scary it looked. If the two really were related in some way, Hansen didn't fancy his chances. The fact that he would have to deal with both the crab and the eel dropped his survival rate by a significant margin. Bauer, can you absorb the crab and eel into the gourd? Hansen asked Bauer. If this would work, Hansen wouldn't mind sacrificing his pride by getting Bauer to solve the problem for him. Bauer shook her head and said, they are too strong. The gourd can't do it. Hansen felt depressed. Nothing was working out for him this time. The eel noticed the crab coming closer, and it became alert. It stared at the crab, and its translucent diamond body, which channeled and coursed with lightning, became stronger. The increased volume of lightning was like a warning for the crab not to come any closer. Hansen was very happy seeing this, and he thought to himself, they aren't together after all. That's great. But when Hansen thought some more, his face fell. The crab was provoking the eel. If the eel released lightning and attacked the crab with it, Hansen and Bauer would obviously be caught in the crossfire. The crab's shell was very strong, so it could take a lightning strike just fine. Hansen was afraid the reason the crab had gone there was to get the eel to kill them on its behalf. The crab raised its pincers to provoke the eel, and then the eel went mad. The blue lightning around it rose in volume. Its entire body was consumed by blue lightning, making it look like some sort of thunder dragon. Boom! A bolt of blue lightning was launched from the eel's body, and it covered the entirety of the crab. The crab hadn't dodged, and it simply accepted the blue lightning. It showered itself in it. There were no injuries, and only a number of bubbles rose around the creature. Hansen felt terrible. When the blue lightning rained down, the umbrella took a powerful hit. It already seemed likely to break. D*MN crab. You are mean. But electrifying us won't be that easy. Hansen tightened his jaw and looked around, trying to find a means of escape. It wasn't easy, suffering that first barrage of lightning. It had damaged the bulwark umbrella, covering it in cracks. The crab, seeing that Hansen was not dead, swung its pincers to provoke the eel more. The eel became even angrier, and it fired an even greater discharge of lightning towards the crab. Hansen prepared himself, raising himself up from the crab's back. If he tried to weather the next attack, it wouldn't just be the umbrella that would be burned to cinders, Hansen would be, too. Hansen simply took off from the crab's back. The crab whipped around, following Hansen with its pincers to finish him off. But Hansen transformed into the alien beast and became a scaleless white snake in the water. He dodged the crab's pincers. The alien beast's body lent itself well to underwater maneuverability. Its speed in the water was far greater than Hansen's natural body. Unfortunately, it still wasn't as fast as the crab. Hansen wasn't in a rush to flee just yet, however. He grabbed Bauer and went to the side of the eel. The big crab caught up, really wanting to kill Hansen. The eel thought the crab was actually coming after it, though. The lightning appeared once more, headed for the crab again. Hansen kept circling around the eel to stay out of harm's way, but the eel was getting angrier and angrier in its failed attacks against the crab. The lightning it expelled was getting stronger. In the end, the eel became very infuriated. It spat out a ball of thunder that was as bright as a sun. It landed on the crab, prompting the crab's hair to stand on end. The creature's shell was wholly blackened. The crab had been provoking the eel to kill Hansen, but now that the eel had actually wounded the crab itself lost its temper with the eel. The crab quit chasing Hansen and went for the eel instead. Both of them fought there, beneath the sea. The seawater rolled like mad. Hansen used this opportunity to return to the surface, shoot out of the water, and transform back into a human while airborne. As Hansen hung in the air, he saw major waves kicking up from the depths of the sea. The blue lightning in the water was lighting up their entire surroundings for some distance. Hansen saw some gold light amidst it, too, which was the gold word on the crab's back, overbearing. The two beasts were fighting like crazy, but Hansen wasn't in a rush to leave. From his airborne position, he watched the two fight. D*MN crab. Don't let me find the opportunity to kill you. Hansen watched them in the air, planning how he might execute a sneak attack to kill the crab whenever the time was right. After a while, Hansen noticed that while the eel was strong, it still couldn't compete with the gold-patterned crab. It was at a disadvantage, and the situation was slowly getting worse for it. It is no wonder he provoked the eel. The creature is weaker than the crab itself. Hansen was annoyed. He wanted to find the chance for an easy kill, but more than anything, he really just wanted to see the crab dead. Seeing the cruel crab's face, Hansen realized that even if the eel died, he wouldn't be able to get anything. If Hansen didn't run, though, the crab would only return its attention to Hansen once the battle with the eel was over. Hansen felt as if leaving now would be wasting an opportunity. So, he thought it over in his mind and decided to summon his butterfly Geno core and draw Taya. When he found his chance, he swung his red sword towards the crab. But the red light did nothing to the creature. The water extinguished some of its power, unfortunately, and the attack did not even leave a light scratch on its back. Hansen didn't give up, though. He used his sword to attack the crab again, whenever he had the chance. He attacked it in a number of different spots, trying to expose a possible weak spot. The results were disappointing, ultimately. No matter which region of its shell Hansen struck, its edges or even its eyes, nothing seemed to deal damage. No way, there's no weak spot. If there isn't, this thing could very well be invincible. Hansen frowned and returned to watch it. The crab's pincers left a lot of marks and wounds on the eel, but the eel's body was very tough, almost as if it had been made out of diamond. There was no blood, and it was still able to remain upright in its fight against the crab. The eel was damaged by the crab again. The eel retaliated by suddenly spitting lightning that went through the crab's eye. It pierced directly through its eyeball. Hansen was shocked. He looked at where the lightning hit and saw a diamond-tipped arrow that had been carried by electricity. It looked rather beautiful. The crab, with its eye gouged by the lightning, let out a fierce squeal. Its pincer grabbed the diamond arrow and pulled it out. The pincer had been able to break a king spirit's super Geno core, but it couldn't cut the arrow. The crab had no choice but to pull it out and just toss it into the sea. The diamond arrow then flew back to the eel's mouth by its own volition. Then eel fired the same arrow out again, aiming for the crab's other eye. The crab was visibly afraid of this diamond arrow. It stared at the arrow intently as the weapon flew towards it, then caught the arrow in mid-flight with its pincer. The crab didn't throw it away this time, though. He went to attack the eel with just one pincer, as his other remained occupied with clutching the arrow. The diamond arrow was unable to get free, putting the eel at a disadvantage once more. The eel hadn't used the diamond arrow earlier because it hadn't thought the arrow would do anything to the crab. It was very difficult finding an opportunity in which it could strike the creature in its eye. But despite that one strike earlier, nothing seemed to change. Hansen noticed the crab had been blinded in one eye, though. It was bleeding. Strange. The crab should be able to heal rather swiftly. Why has the wound in its eye not healed yet? Is its healing ability simply slow? Or has the arrow stopped that? Hansen wondered. Whatever the reason, Hansen was given a dash of hope. Hansen took a thoughtful breath and dived into the water. He became a white snake before swimming down towards the crab. He watched underwater for a while, then found a chance in which he could land on the crab's back. After landing down on the crab's back, Hansen returned to his human form. He drew Taya and carefully crawled down beside the crab's eye. The crab was fighting the eel, and it hadn't noticed Hansen there. So, he was able to raise his sword. Taya, covered in the god Gino Core's red light, was plunged deep into the crab's wounded left eye. The wounded eye's defense wasn't very strong. The red light pierced through it, and Taya sank almost entirely into the damaged left eye. The crab was in agony, and it swung its pincers around in a mad bid to get Hansen, but already, Hansen had pulled the sword out and retreated to the spot on the creature's back where it was safe, and its claws couldn't get him. The crab's eye was bleeding like mad, and it looked to be in very bad condition. The crab was reeling in agony, and the tension in its pincers relaxed as a result. Because of this, the eel was able to recollect its diamond arrow. The eel had been bullied by the crab the whole time, but now it had an opportunity for retaliation. It fired its arrow at its foe without hesitation. The crab, in the pain it was suffering, could do little more than flail its pincers. The arrow found its target, plunging itself neatly into the crab's second eye. Both of its eyes had been rendered blind, and having lost its vision, the crab had to rely on everything it could feel. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to hide his movement, meaning the crab couldn't detect him at all. With red Taya in his hand, Hansen returned to its other eye and stabbed it to deliver more anguish. The crab, unable to feel its attacker, continued to flail its claws in futile resistance. The eel's arrow was cooperating with Hansen to bring an end to the crab. The crab wished to flee now, but it was too late for that. The next time it was loosed, the eel's thunder arrow pierced directly into the crab's body. It made the crab spew blood from its mouth. Hansen summoned his strength and ran into the crab's other broken eye. He waved tail like mad, trying to bring ruin to the insides of the crab. But the crab's vitality was very good. In the weakest spot Hansen could find, despite using both Taya and the Super Geno core, he was only able to deal a minor amount of damage. He couldn't inflict fatal wounds. Hansen and the diamond arrow were still free to work, though, and they were slowly able to destroy the inside of the crab's body. The eel itself was continuing to fire geysers of lightning. After half a day of this, the big crab stopped moving. Hansen had been slashing nonstop like a madman. He was afraid if the crab's final blow was delivered by the eel, he'd walk away empty-handed. Seeing that the crab was no longer moving, Hansen didn't stop, though. He used the power of Super Spank to deliver a firm hit to its brain. Although he was unable to break the crab's sequence structure, the blow was enough to deal hearty damage to it. And at the same time, the diamond arrow was in the creature's body, controlled telepathically by the eel. It seemed like the eel was eager to slay the crab, too. After a while, Hansen heard an announcement play in his head. Berserk Super Creature Gold Patterned Crab King killed. Beast Soul gained. Geno Core unobtained. Flesh is edible, and you may harvest its life Geno essence. Hansen was very happy. This was a very good super creature, and he had actually managed to obtain its beast soul. Even the eel might have been a berserk super creature. In Hansen's delight, he suddenly felt lightning course through the crab. Hansen knew he'd have to get away from its body. The eel looked at Hansen, then used its entire body to grab hold of the lifeless crab and pull it deep down into the sea. Hansen felt it was a great shame that the Crab King's body and life Geno essence had been claimed by the eel, but he knew he couldn't fight the creature. So, he had no choice but to let it go. Still, he knew he was lucky enough to obtain a Berserk Super Beast Soul. Hansen looked into the Sea of Soul, eager to find out what the Crab King's Beast Soul was like. It looks like an armor-type Beast Soul. That'd be great if it was. The defense of a Berserk super creature is incredibly strong, and that would mean I wouldn't have to be afraid of super creatures and king spirits anymore, Hansen thought to himself, as he looked at the gold-patterned Crab King Beast Soul. Berserk Super Beast Soul Gold-patterned Crab King, Arm Shield. Arm Shield? Hansen was surprised. A shield beast soul wasn't incredibly rare, but it wasn't common either. Hansen used to have a shield super beast soul, but he ended up trading it for weapons. Arm shield type beast souls were rare. This was the first one he had ever received. He had seen other people make use of them, but he always believed ordinary shields to be better. It's a berserk super beast soul, though. It has to be something special, Hansen thought, then he summoned the king crab shield. Hansen saw a purple crab appear on his arm, one that was around the size of a plate. Hansen thought it was a mini king crab, but it was the arm shield. It's so small. I can't defend much with this. I wish it was bigger. Hansen frowned. The defensive properties would be too small. It might be able to block swords, but not AoE-type attacks. Hansen thought of that, and then he suddenly saw the shield expand. It became something like a grinding wheel. Hansen was so happy. This thing can grow in size? Can it get even bigger? As Hansen thought of this, the shield grew even bigger. But it also got heavier when this happened, which made it difficult for him to carry. Not long after, the Crab King's shield became as big as a house. It was too heavy for Hansen to lift, so he set it down on the ground to let it grow. Luckily, the shield's growth limit was not infinite. When it reached the size of the king crab the beast soul belonged to, it stopped growing. With all of Hansen's power, he was unable to pick it up. Why can't I see the gold word overbearing? Hansen wondered, seeing the absence of that golden word. Although the shield looked good, without the word overbearing on the back, it wasn't perfect. Hansen reverted it back to its smallest size, and it looked like an ordinary crab had latched onto his arm. As he examined it, he suddenly saw a swordfish approaching him. The crab had died, and the eel had gone. The creatures that had previously lived here were now on their way back. Thinking Hansen looked like food, they decided to attack him. The swordfish was coming at Hansen like an arrow. He didn't dodge, though. He raised his arm shield and turned it into a grinding wheel, before deflecting the swordfish. Let's try out the defense of this arm shield, Hansen was thinking. The swordfish should have been a sacred blood creature. At that high speed, it looked like a javelin, coming directly towards the arm shield. Pang! The moment the swordfish hit the arm shield, Hansen imbued the shield with power and it flashed gold. And at that point, the word overbearing appeared. The swordfish's body blew up, following that hit, dyeing the water around it red. Sacred blood creature shockfish, killed. No beast soul gained. Geno core shattered. Eat the flesh, to gain 0 to 10 Geno points randomly. Hansen was frozen. He knew that a sacred blood creature wouldn't be able to break the shield, but he hadn't expected the fish to explode after just hitting it. Hansen conducted a few tests. When the arm shield absorbed an impact, the gold word overbearing would show up and the inflicted force would be repelled by the spell work of that word. That's scary. The arm shield has a powerful anti-shock conductivity. This is much stronger than any defensive armor. Hansen was satisfied with the arm shield. Its only con was its weight. If it reached a certain size, Hansen would not even be able to move it. Hansen brought Bauer out of the water with him. Then, the two followed the river. They walked all the way to Mask Shelter, and fortunately, they suffered no more trouble in their journey back. Ling Mayer seemed to have been fine all along, and she was happy to see Hansen return. Moment Queen told Hansen there had been a commotion in the shelter. Someone held a grudge against Ling Mayer, but when trouble arose, Moment Queen was able to sort it out and keep things running. For the time being, there was nothing concerning going on. Hansen hadn't been home in a while, so he went back to the Alliance with Bauer. Hansen couldn't wait to see Little Flower again. Little Flower, did you miss Dad? Hansen picked up Little Flower and kissed his cheek. He still wasn't able to talk. You haven't been back in a long time. It's been so long, Little Flower will have a hard time recognizing you, Ji Yanran complained. That's because I had some business to take care of. I can stay with you and Little Flower now, at least for a while. Hansen made plans to stay in the Alliance for a time. He'd also be able to examine all the fruits of his labor. Good. I need to select a school for Little Flower to attend. The Tang family built a kindergarten. I've heard good things about it. Many demigods choose to send their kids there, so maybe we should go check it out sometime, Ji Yanran said. How old is Little Flower? You're already shipping him off to school? Hansen looked at Ji Yanran with mild shock. Education is best started young. We'll only go and take a look at first. If the place checks out, we can send him there in a couple of years, when he's 3 years old. Ji Yanran thought about it some more, and then went on to say, you and Tang Zhenliu are good friends, aren't you? Maybe you should give him a nudge about this, and the teachers can give a bit more attention and care to Little Flower. Hansen told her, it's still early. Let's cross this bridge when we come to it. No. We can't get lazy when it comes to Little Flower. And since you'll now be resting at home, let me conclude some business of my own. When I'm done, we'll take Little Flower to the school and see if he likes it there. Ji Yanran was speaking with a tone of seriousness. She was beginning to sound obsessive. But he's still so young. Who knows if he'll like it? Hansen wasn't really sure how to respond to her. Human instincts are most accurate when we're children. We should go now. Hansen started to say something, but Ji Yanran gave him a painful stare. Hansen quickly changed what he was going to say and told her, okay. We'll go later. Little Flower's education is important. But Hansen, inside, was thinking, does my son really need to go to school to learn stuff? It would be good enough if he just went there to make friends. With his fitness, even if he entered the sanctuaries at this age, he could crawl around and kill super creatures. I wonder if Little Flower can access the sanctuary now. Or does the rule of being a normal human, being of the age of 16, still apply? Oh well, maybe it's not necessary just yet. He should enjoy the few short years of his childhood first. He can go there when he's grown up a little. Hansen didn't plan on making Little Flower a fighter like his father was. It was Little Flower's life, and Hansen was happy to let him dictate his own course. Hansen rested at home for about 2 days, and when boredom hit, he decided to return to the sanctuary. He didn't go hunting, though. He went into the Geno core storage that was in the shelter. Real Blood, Crystal Core, and Bulwark Umbrella were all silver-class Geno cores. Only Coin had yet to be reinforced 9 times. Hansen planned on reinforcing it. As he had come to expect, after testing Coin, it leapfrogged to first place in the Bronze Geno core storage's ranking. By this point, the spirits and creatures were numb to this happening. Too many powerful Geno cores had appeared, as of late. Coin's appearance, while it may have been surprising, wasn't as shocking as it had been before. But the name Coin shocked humans far more than when Bulwark Umbrella, Real Blood, and Crystal Core appeared. Humans thought those names were Geno cores for spirits or creatures, but Coin was making people think about the enigmatic dollar. Do you think Coin might be dollar? I'm pretty sure it's dollar. You guys are naive to think this, just because his title is dollar and his Geno core is called Coin. My title is Lady's Friend, but I don't have a Geno core associated with pretty women. Your name is Lady's Friend. You should probably summon an old woman with your Geno core. Pa. As if you'd ever summon a young, pretty woman. I'm pretty sure it is Dollar's Geno core. It's a Geno core that reached first place in the test, and we know Dollar is simply too strong. There is no way this is Dollar. He's strong, but he can't be that strong. The humans bickered and argued about this. Many claimed it was Dollar, many others claimed it wasn't. It became a hot topic of discussion in the alliance. But no one knew who Dollar really was either. And a human in the Bronze Geno core storage had never made it to the top 10 before. No one could challenge Coin to find out. Some spirits and creatures wanted to challenge Coin, of course, but Hansen did not accept any requests. If he couldn't get to silver in a month, only then would he consider a battle. Hansen exited the Geno core storage. Then, he used Crystal Core as his key for re-entry. He let Crystal Core conduct a test to confirm its ranking. As expected, Crystal Core once again made it to the first place in the silver test. Crystal Core, becoming the #1 silver Geno core, was not too surprising. Many people expected this would happen. Now they were hoping to see Real Blood, Bulwark Umbrella, and Coin make the leap. They had all jumped to the first rank before. So, people were keen to wonder which one of those would become first and maintain the first rank. Hansen didn't level up his others yet, though. They could wait, as he didn't want to draw any more unnecessary attention. The Geno core ranking wasn't everything. The strength of a Geno core was still dependent on the master that wielded it, as Geno cores and their abilities were just tools to be used. Hansen did not put much stock in the simple rankings, though. Without a proper fight, it wasn't convincing enough. A few days later, Ji Yanran concluded her business. She brought Bauer and Little Flower to the kindergarten on planet Gunnet. Once you were 3 years old, you could enter the kindergarten proper. Little Flower had a long time to go before then, so for now, he was just visiting. Old Han, how are you doing lately? At the docking station of planet Gunnet, Tang Jinliu welcomed Hansen and Ji Yanran. Then, he took them to visit the kindergarten. I'm doing fine, what with the steady acceleration of strength, money, and handsomeness. I have a son now, too. Nothing else special, really, Hansen said. If I wasn't weaker than you, I'd kill you right now. Tang Jinliu gave a smile that showed his teeth. How have you been recently? Hansen asked Tang Jinliu. Me and old Lin are still struggling in the third god's sanctuary. There's still a while to go before I max out my super Geno points there. At this rate, it might take me another 10 years before I'm able to become a demigod. Tang Jinliu sighed. Then, he went on to say, you're the sort that walks too fast, and no one else is able to keep up. Old Lin is working hard, too, you know. To max out one's super Geno points and become a demigod is not something achievable within a mere couple of years. I was just lucky, then. Hansen opened his hands. Hansen was being honest, though. It was the succession of fortunate developments that allowed him to become so strong over such a short period of time. Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng were talented, they just lacked the luck. It stunted their growth, by comparison. Anyway, you really hurt my feelings. Although this is my place, I'm still going to ask that you buy me dinner. Tang Jinliu sounded a little angry. The whole of planet Gunnet is yours. I can't find a place to buy you something here. Hansen laughed. I don't care. But each expense will be on you, Tang Jinliu said, then proceeded to take them to the kindergarten. The entirety of planet Gunnet was focused around kindergarten schools. In different areas of the place, they even had creatures that were copies of those that could be found in the first god's sanctuary. For instance, there were black bugs that looked like those Hansen fought in the first god's sanctuary. They looked exactly alike. The shape, speed, strength, and attack pattern were the same as the real thing. They were robots with AI tailored to train the babies and provide them knowledge regarding creatures and such before they entered the sanctuaries. Technology is pretty great these days, isn't it? We didn't have things like this before. When I was in school, we only had instructional videos to watch. Now we can have actual fights, I see. Hansen complimented what he was seeing. Tang Jinliu smiled and said, we had that technology before, but you went to a school that was for anyone. You didn't have the specialized treatment we can provide. Here, now, things are more delicate. These creatures are 99% real, and most of the creatures you used to see in the first god's sanctuary can be found here. They are quite expensive to make. But my school was cheaper than your school, Hansen said. One simple year of education on planet Gunnet cost more than many people would earn throughout their entire lifetime. Haha. How else am I going to make money? But the Tang family school has the best education available, and it employs the greatest technology you can find in the Alliance. Many high-tier Alliance members and demigods send their kids to my school, I'll have you know. Tang Jinliu paused and continued to say, and that's another important point to factor in. The people who come here to study are of the absolute finest tier of the Alliance. They are our future. This works as a smaller society that prepares them for a bigger society in the future. Poor kids. Hansen gave a wry smile. There's nothing we can do about that. There's simply too much competition. The Alliance is developing so fast, there aren't many new solar systems left to be discovered. Now, we're just competing with others for the resources currently available. Tang Jinli went on to say, the conflict between the humans and Shura is only getting worse. I am afraid there will be another war soon. If we are unable to establish a decidedly dominant species to rule the universe, these fights and skirmishes will never stop. This is the best era and also the worst. I hope our kids can live a better life and not have to suffer and slog through the many battles we have had to endure, Ji Yanran said. If you can live in peace and comfort, who would ever want to fight? But as for our role in the universe and the sanctuaries, holding ground in both is difficult. We have to fight. Tang Jinliu paused a little before continuing to say, and truthfully, even if humans do control everything, there'll be infighting. No matter what generation they are, the need to fight will always arise. And our kindergarten is perfect for giving kids a head start. Old Tang, your sales pitch is not too shabby. Hansen mocked him. Tang Jinliu laughed and retorted, I can't help it. I need to earn money. I have 2 daughters and a horrid wife. I need a steady paycheck. I remember your smallest daughter is around the same age as Little Flower. Will she be coming here, too? Hansen asked. You're interested in my daughter already? Tang Jinliu laughed. We are brothers. Look at my Little Flower, you just know he'll be so handsome in the future. If your daughter doesn't work hard, she'll have no chance with him, Hansen said. That is nonsense. Your Little Flower is the one that should be working harder. My daughter will be a pretty woman, and guys will be queuing around the block and around the galaxy for a chance of making her theirs. Your Little Flower needs to grab a ticket and get in line. As they spoke, they ended up walking around the entire school. Ji Yanran was satisfied with the equipment on display and the teachers that were employed. Is the principal of the kindergarten still Tang Yan? Ji Yanran asked. Tang Jinliu answered, my uncle was called back to command an army. The current principal is my grandma. Her name is Tang Yu. Tang Yu? Hansen was shocked. In the Geno battleground, Elysian Moon told Hansen to deliver a message to a person called Tang Yu. Now that Hansen heard her name again, he remembered the request. But with Elysian Moon's subsequent behavior, Hansen believed she had just been pretending. The possibility of her just making up a name was not something he'd put past her. It could have just been a coincidence, so he didn't keep it in mind too much. After visiting the kindergarten, Tang Jinliu asked them to stay there for 2 days. After that, they returned to planet Roka. They had taken their aircraft to Gunnet this time, as it had been a very long time since Ji Yanran went traveling. It was something of a vacation for them. They had been traveling away from Gunnet for half a day, with Ji Yanran driving. Suddenly, something huge appeared and immediately jumped out of slipspace. The giant shadow covered their entire airship. A big battleship had leaped out of slipspace, appearing directly above Hansen's airship. A Shura battleship? Hansen and Ji Yanran's faces changed when they saw it. The ship looked strange, and it wasn't similar to any human ship they had seen before. It didn't quite look like a Shura ship either. This area belongs to the Alliance. There is no way a Shura ship would appear here. Ji Yanran was handling the ship, and she moved it away from a possible attack trajectory. This possibly Shura battleship was enormous. Comparing it to Hansen's ship was like comparing an elephant with an ant. Before Ji Yanran could drive off, the battleship opened up what looked like a tunnel, and then they were pulled inside. After Han Sen's ship was abducted, the battleship went into slipspace once again and disappeared. In Han Sen's ship, on screen, there was a signal telling him that they had been boarded. Then, the image of a royal Shura appeared. Demigod Han Sen, if I were you, I'd bring your family down to talk. The royal Shura was smiling. Do you think your battleship can trap me here? Han Sen said, looking at the royal Shura. Of course not. A star-class battleship cannot trap a demigod. But look outside, there are 5 demigod elites standing right outside the ship, and they can destroy you immediately. Even if you are fearless against such odds, you must consider the well-being of your family. The royal Shura was sounding as if he had everything sorted out, under control. Han Sen looked outside the ship and he saw 5 humans there, alongside a few royal Shuras. They did indeed look powerful, just like demigods. What shocked Han Sen and Ji Yanran the most was that the humans and Shura were standing there together. Even stranger, there was no sign that this was a proper Shura army. This didn't look like a formally sanctioned team. Han Sen's power was enough to break a star-class battleship, but with so many demigods there, he wouldn't be able to save his own airship. Han Sen could survive in space for a time, but Ji Yanran and Little Flower could not. Who are you people? Han Sen asked with a frown. The Shura smiled before answering. Han Sen, do not worry. We are not working for the Shura. We are not working for anyone, as a matter of fact. We are an organization that trumpets liberty, and we have requested your presence here to strike a deal. What deal? Han Sen was not nervous in any way. As a matter of fact, he was quite interested. Even if their ship was destroyed, Han Sen still had his Black Beetle to use. He wasn't in that much danger. Why don't we sit down and talk, so I can explain things to you? The royal Shura smiled once more. Han Sen and Ji Yanran looked at each other and then nodded. Han Sen responded with an, okay. Han Sen opened the ship. He and Ji Yanran, holding Little Flower and Bower, stepped out. The 5 demigod humans and Shuras approached. I've come to know a lot about you. My name is Naga, and I am the vice leader of the new community. The 4 by my side are also important members. It was the royal Shura on screen earlier that was now before him. He smiled when he spoke to Han Sen. Han Sen and Ji Yanran frowned. They had never heard of the new community before, but apparently, it already had 5 demigods as members. It also seemed to include a mix of humans and Shuras. They should have heard of a powerful organization such as this before. For what reason did you kidnap me and my family? Han Sen asked, straightly. Naga told him, it's not how we usually treat guests, but I'd ask you to come to the discussion room. Han Sen and Ji Yanran did not reject their offer. They were here now, and where exactly they discussed matters did not make much of a difference. They followed Naga to the discussion room, where only Naga remained with them. The other 4 demigods did not join, but a lady brought some drinks and was in the room briefly before leaving. We were supposed to see you at your home, but because of the limited power we possess, we had to do this. Naga seemed apologetic. I'm surprised you went to such lengths. It must have been difficult for you. Han Sen knew that even if they were not Shura, appearing here and doing what they had was not an easy task to accomplish. Their little kidnapping hadn't simply required a battleship and a few demigods. They must have had influence in the alliance to be allowed to slip space into where they had appeared. The effort was worth it, since we've been able to meet you. Naga spoke with sincerity. Then what do you want me here for? Han Sen asked. Naga looked at him seriously. I want to invite you to the new community, and have you become one of us. I don't know anything about this new community, why would I join? Han Sen said. Naga expected him to say this. The new community is an organization in which race does not matter. All the members are composed of different races. There are humans, Shura, and others, too. Our purpose is to keep the universe safe and make sure that every race is treated fairly. Hansen felt as if the new community was more of a religion or a business organization. They had many demigods and different races, though, so it wasn't a normal religion if it was one. Hansen, don't you want to see peace flourish between races? Naga looked at Hansen. Hansen coldly responded, I want peace in the universe, but I'm just an average guy. I don't have such far-reaching dreams. Keeping the world safe sounds like it should be your job. Hansen, you only need to support the ideology. How much extra you do for it does not matter. Even if you only do a small bit, it's fine. We are an organization that believes in freedom. If you can help us in small matters when we need it, that would be tremendous, Naga said. What small help? Hansen asked. It is hard for us to say, but every action performed will be for the betterment of others. You will know this. Hansen frowned. It seemed as if Naga wasn't keen on going into detail, and any information Hansen wished to extract was proving too difficult to retrieve. Sorry. I am not that thoughtful of others, you've got the wrong man. You can go to the association that protects different races. The members there will probably share the same values as you do, Hansen said. Naga stopped smiling, and with a serious look, he said, Hansen, I hope you can reconsider your stance. Your power is capable of threatening most creatures that exist in the universe. If I can't ensure that your work will be for the betterment of others, I will have to employ force to ensure you do not bring harm, instead. Hansen's eyes were filled with murder, and he threw a punch towards Naga. His powerful fist did not look special, at all. But the power he had gathered up in that one thrown fist was enough to sunder an alloy battleship. A fight seemed unavoidable, so Hansen thought he should be the one to get the first punch in. Naga coldly laughed and threw a punch back towards Hansen, not wanting to retreat. Pang! Both fists collided, and although neither of them had exhausted the full extent of their powers, the shockwave was enough to blow up the alloy wall in the room. Hansen did not move. Ji Yanran stood behind Hansen unaffected, clutching Little Flower. Naga's body stumbled backwards a fair bit, which resulted in him tumbling into an alloy wall and bringing it down on himself. Hansen's demigod name is real. His fitness is like a gemstone demigod. Naga stood up from the metallic debris with blood smeared across his face. The 4 demigod humans and Shura swiftly approached and surrounded Hansen. Naga wiped his lips and said, because you are too strong, if you lose control, it will bring nothing but harm to the universe. It is our responsibility to avoid this by erasing you. Hansen looked at him and laughed coldly. Who are you to judge if I am harmful to the rest of existence? Do you think you are God? We aren't gods. We are merely those tasked with protecting this world. Naga's face hadn't changed at all. The power in his body suddenly exploded. His body began to change, and the beautiful face of a royal Shura was chased away by a horrid replacement. After he used Shura change, Naga stepped forward to Hansen and said, I will give you one more chance. If you join us and prove the goodness of your heart, we will let you live. This is the biggest joke I have ever heard and seen. I don't need to prove to anyone whether I'm good or bad. Hansen's eyes raged with fire as they peered back at Naga. But I have decided that for this day, I'll take a trip to the dark side. That is a shame. I guess I will have to proceed with erasing you, Naga said, then threw a punch towards Hansen with the Shura change, and him being a 4-ranked fighter, it was plain to see how tremendously powerful he was. The other 4 elites unleashed their own power, too. Humans summoned their demigod Geno cores while the Shura employed their Shura change abilities. Their powers were very strong, easily putting them at a sacred blood level of strength. While sacred blood level enemies might have been fierce opposition to others, it was nothing to Hansen. Hansen opened his ruby wings, covering his body in red light. With that strong red light, Hansen simply used his hands like swords. He threw one at Naga's incoming fist. Naga's fist, and his arm as well, was entirely lopped off. He realized something was wrong before their forces collided, though, and so he was fortunate enough to take a minor step away. If he hadn't, his entire body would have been cut in half. Without pausing, Hansen flapped his wings and teleported 4 times. 4 red light sweeps accompanied each move, quickly bringing an end to 4 of the demigods and Shiras. They hadn't even been given the opportunity to fight. Impossible. How can you possess such power? You have only just become a demigod. Even if you maxed out your super geno points, you could not reach super. Naga held the shoulder that was squirting blood. With wide-open eyes, he looked at the bodies and blood all around him. Ji Yanran was still behind Hansen, covering Little Flower's eyes. She didn't want her baby to see blood so soon in his life. Who is your master? Who asked you to kill me? Hansen looked at Naga directly. No nameless faction could rally so many demigods. It had to be something rather big. Naga laughed, shook his head, and said, if you had entered the new community, you would have been allowed to see who the leader was. From the way you ask, it doesn't seem as if you'd believe me even if I told you. I might not be able to kill you this time, but next time I surely will. You are getting stronger, and that only equals more harm to the universe. I won't allow you to exist much longer. Who said you'd be given another chance? You're dead, Hansen said quietly. Naga was not afraid. His shoulder continued to bleed, and his face was turning pale, but he still managed to raise a smile. You won't kill me. We miscalculated because we were unaware you had achieved the strength of a superclass, so it was our mistake that we did not bring superclasses along with us. Remember, you are not alone. You might be able to survive, but your wife and son won't. I set up a dead man's trigger. If I die, then the ship will self-destruct. Can your wife and son survive in deep space until you find another planet? Naga cackled loudly. So, you can't kill me. Next time, I won't make the same mistake. Even if you are superclass, the new community will destroy you. Are you done yet? It's time to go, Hansen said. He threw a punch at Naga. Naga was unable to resist. He fell back screaming, you can't kill me. Everything I said is true. If you kill me, your wife and son will die, as well. Blurg. Hansen didn't say a word. His hand simply moved to strike Naga's head, and the red light severed it from the neck. The bloodied head rolled away, its eyes full of shock. Naga clearly hadn't expected Hansen to kill him like that. Boom. Naga hadn't been lying. When he died, the self-destruct system activated. The ship was starting to blow up. Hansen's hand flashed as he summoned the black beetle. He said, Ji Yanran, you drive. Ji Yanran put Little Flower inside the black beetle, but Hansen did not go in just yet. He jumped on top of the beetle and punched upwards, and the red light cleaved a hole through the ceiling. It went up 1,000 meters, forming a route outside the ship. Ji Yanran drove the beetle out, just as the Star-class ship blew up with an explosion that was brighter than the sun. Hansen worried the beetle might get damaged, so he summoned his arm shield to block the shockwave. The gold-patterned shield was so powerful, and the explosion of the Star-class ship did not hurt it. Unfortunately, they were lost. While they were on the battleship, they had flown into the borderlands. There was no signal, and Hansen had no clue where they were. Luckily, the beetle had a galactic map of its own. It was better than the ones the Alliance had, and with it, Ji Yanran was able to determine their location. They were in the Barrens, a place the Alliance had named Plato. It wasn't a long journey to return to the bubble of space humans occupied, and with the speed of the beetle, they estimated that the journey would only take half a day. Hansen relaxed. He looked at Ji Yanran as she drove the beetle and asked her, what is the new community? Have you heard about them before? Ji Yanran shook her head. No. But if they managed to summon 5 human demigods, they couldn't be just some faceless, nameless organization. Father must know something about them. We should ask him. The black beetle flew through the barrens with ease. It was a place not occupied by humans, and they saw nothing as they went. Hansen put the beetle on autopilot, and it gave him, Ji Yanran, Bauer, and Little Flower the opportunity to play together. Their trip was not boring. The beetle had been flying for about an hour, and as Hansen was playing with Little Flower, he suddenly heard a message coming from the AI. Main control room discovered. Should we land? What main control room? Hansen looked at the black beetle's display with shock. To the left of the beetle was a large planet, one that looked to have been created from diamond. The planet was moving fast, faster than the Alliance's greatest ships. Is that a crystallizer planet? Hansen was shocked. He looked at the map, but the charts gave no indication of a diamond planet residing where they currently were. That meant the planet did not belong there, and yet, for some reason, there it was. That looks like it. Ji Yanran was the captain of a crystallizer research team, so she knew quite a lot about this stuff. Should we land? The black beetle's AI repeated the message. Is it dangerous? Hansen asked. The main control room is devoid of life forms. The risk is minimal, the beetle answered. Ji Yanran and Hansen had a discussion about this, as the discovery of new crystallizer relics was a rare opportunity. Since there wasn't supposed to be any risk, though, they decided they should go just in case they could discover new technology. And since the diamond planet was moving so fast, this could be their only chance to explore this place. Hansen commanded the beetle to land. It didn't do it immediately, and it seemed to fire a signal at the planet first. Only after the signal was sent did they begin approaching. A connection to the main control room has been established. We will begin docking procedures now. The beetle flew down towards the planet. The planet opened up as they approached, as if it were one large docking station itself, and the beetle itself went straight inside. Is this really not dangerous? Hansen asked. The beetle answered, the main control room is running automatically. There are no life forces there, provided no rules are violated, the risk is and will remain minimal for you. And what are the rules of the main control room? Hansen asked. The beetle's monitors displayed a variety of information that had been translated into the language of the Alliance. Hansen was able to see it all. They carefully read the safety rules before they instructed the beetle to proceed. The entire planet was some sort of big crystal tool. It was far more advanced than anything the Alliance had. Star-class battleships were like toys before something like this. Hansen and Ji Yanran were in shock, sitting in the beetle as they were brought in to see the entirety of the main control room. There they could see the operations of the tools of the main control room. The rules dictated that they were not allowed to touch them. If they did, they'd suffer punishment. Although Hansen was a demigod, he still remained careful around all the crystallizer things. Crystallizers were once the most advanced civilization, and they had left behind a lot of technology neither the humans nor Shura had yet come to understand. We have reached the lounge. Would you like to enter? The beetle asked as they reached a crystallizer door. Let's go in. Hansen was tired of seeing those tools at work. He wasn't a scientist or engineer, and just watching them bored him. Hansen was very curious to check out a crystallizer lounge, as this was where they'd come to rest and relax. He was keen to find out how they entertained themselves. The beetle opened the door and landed on the ground. Hansen discovered himself in a plaza with a large number of statues, fountains, and benches. These, however, seemed to have been made of crystal. The strangest thing about what they were seeing, though, was that the statues seemed to depict figures that looked an awful lot like humans. Weird. When the crystallizers existed, there weren't any humans around, were there? So why are there statues of humans? Ji Yanran stood before the statue, with a look of grand curiosity. Maybe it's because there were creatures that looked like humans in the past, like the Shura, Hansen suggested. They jumped out of the beetle, and Bauer leaped directly onto a bench. The bench that seemed to have been made of crystal was actually plush, and Bauer jumped up and down on it like a trampoline. Because it was a lounge, there were no rules for them to follow there. Han-sen wasn't worried about Bauer triggering something, so he left her to play while he walked around with Ji Yanran. There were so many things Han-sen didn't understand or know about, and anything he didn't, he could ask the beetle. The beetle would scan the item in response to his query and give him the answers he sought. Han-sen found it more and more strange. The furniture and decorations looked very human-like. He wondered why the lounge looked the way it did. Maybe the crystallizers looked like humans? Han-sen guessed. With this layout, you could be right. If this is true, it would be a most shocking revelation. The Alliance has researched the crystallizers for the longest time, but we have yet to learn what they might have looked like. It is a common belief that the crystallizers had bodies made from crystal. If they actually looked just like humans, that would be amazing. Ji Yanran was beginning to sound very excited. The two of them continued looking around as they spoke, but all of a sudden, something snagged Han-sen's attention. On a chair, there was a book that seemed to have been composed of paper. And surprisingly, Han-sen was able to read the text on it. It was in a written language of ancient humans.